right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. A couple of things I want to do first. I want to embarrass two people. So I'm going to ask Santos to come up here and Brandy. So come up here, please, because it's half the fun. I don't know if they knew that yet, but that's going to happen. Okay. Here we have basically our floor supervisor manager, the loudest one in the room always. That's Brandy. Okay. Santos is my vice president of the company as well. And when you get stuck in anything, we're here to help you 100%. That's the ultimate goal. Okay.
Yep.
Anything you want to say?
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Get every bit of knowledge out of it because this is his last one.
So
That's it. We're working very hard. Those of you get into partners, we got lots of deals we're working on. So keep at it and join us.
A lot of exciting stuff coming up, huh?
Absolutely.
All right.
all right, let's begin. Let's understand something. Here's the problem. I've done boot camps literally off and on for years and years and years. I'll say 40 plus years. Okay, a boot camp to me, and I call it boot camp. They want to call it summit now. Everything's changing how you do social media and what you say. For me, it's 3 days of trying to help you build your business. Some of my clients here online or even in the room have my own kits, the old kits that used to be at Home Depot, Office Depot, literally, and Best Buy. All these companies had my kit. Legal secretary, okay, all the rules and tools. They had all these little kits and all the forms because it's a paper trail. Okay, it's like corporate lawyer. That was one as well. And unfortunately, when you die in a coma, someone steals your life. What do? So the bottom line is, I want you to learn from my story. I want you to realize everybody goes through what I call, oh shit day, week, month, or year. And it's just the way it is. But again, we have to change the way we think. It's like you're looking at this picture here. Become a puppet master. You see, what we're going to do the next 3 days is we're not going to talk about building your business. We will do that too, but our focus is to buy a business. See, a puppet master does not run a company. A puppet master is an investor. A puppet master owns part of a Wendy's restaurant, a storage unit, a laundromat. I think where the world got screwed up is they didn't build legacies. The other thing is they didn't build income. See, the reality is income is what you need to focus on. You start a business to be an entrepreneur because you want to build income, right? You want to pay your bills. Then you have all these things against us from the IRS to the credit to what? What do we get to do? Friends and family. Oh my goodness. In 49 years, I've watched people get ripped off by their friends and family. Hate to say, but it's true a lot of times. Unfortunately, it happens. It's like I tell people, you don't ever co-sign for anything. Whatever they want in the first place, there's always a way to go get it. If you ask me, I'll show you how to go get it without a cosigner. Every time someone cosigns, that person that screws it up blames you, the cosigner that helped them, and it's always that other person's fault. And they don't care. See, if I hand you $1 million today, let's pretend in this room, because I used to do this all the time. Literally, I'd have $1 million in cash and Brink's standing right there. What are you going to do with the $1 million? I used to bring $1 million in cash to some of the workshops and boot camps for the hell of it, because it was fun. Okay? Real money. What would you do with the $1 million? See, you think you know what you're trying to do, but the reality is I don't think you have your foundation. See, $1 million, what am I going to do with $1 million? First thing, it depends on the person. I'll buy a house, I'll buy a car. The answer is actually no. See, you should create debt to offset taxes. So if we understand what I want you to get through this next 3 days is to be a puppet master. You drive by things you should own today. Own today. Santos has a 30-year plus background in real estate, and that's why he's my vice president as we line up things as well. As I made millionaires and billionaires all the time. So again, look at what you're looking at here today. Life, auto income. Your focus is let's look at you, rebuild you, and let's get you past that. 90% of the clients that I get auto income for, all right, what are they doing today? So I just want to do this as a little bit. I just want some auto income and, enhance my income, whatever, simple. By the time I've got 9 locations going on, they go, I don't want to do what I used to do. They actually quit doing the things they used to do, quit being a doctor and a lawyer. All right, so they end up doing what? Auto income. See, a corporation's a legal person. Every corporation should be a management company, management. It should never do business. All right, then there was people always go, well, you got to raise credit. Yeah, I do, but I don't build liability to it. The divisions are the ducks and the sheep. You got Ravenous Financial Service. Yes, I do. I build credit, but I don't build liability to that too. See, everything that's got my name on it, I don't build liability to. Why would I do that? I think liability is what kills the dream. I think being a procrastinator kills a dream every day. See, you did the same rerun yesterday and the day before. I tell you, get up earlier every day. I get here at 3:30 in the morning. I like being here. Why? Nobody bugs me. Nobody bothers me till 6 o'clock. All right. When you have a wife and you have 6 kids and 13 grandkids, and your wife has a friggin' zoo, you never get any time for me, but I have time for you. Got it? So what happens is very simple. My me time. I need my meditation time. Okay, I meditate. And my wife, I freaked out when I met her years ago. It takes me less than 3 minutes to fall asleep. I learned meditation, all right, from basically my martial arts and the business and playing with that. Okay, so again, yoga and everything else, and Tai Chi and the way to meditate. We control we control ourselves. The problem is, I don't think you learn to control you yet. I think your problem is going to be you. We look at this here. Did you draw it? When you walk into a room, for instance, when I got to be the professor at Harvard, no, it was actually Berkeley. Okay, Harvard. All right, I always thought those guys were just pompous turds. They act like they everything. We just want to attack them. Knowledge to knowledge. But I got to be a subs professor. It was kind of fun. I walked into a room and they didn't draw what I had on the board. I threw them out of the class. They showed up late. I threw them out of the class. See, my knowledge is priceless. What I say, every word, you have to write it down and then focus on it. I got a gift God gave me. If you focus, understand, what does this mean right here? What does it mean? See, we can't rebuild you. We can't get to the puppet master dream and buy the business unless I rebuild you, period, about your personal credit. You're measured by numbers. Your social security number. Okay, that's the first thing you gotta realize. 14 to 16, you were told to go get one. You signed an SS5 form. You didn't pay attention to that. You're a bunch of sheep, let's do that. You did what you were told, but you didn't ask any questions, most of you. You didn't dissect it. Why am I doing this? This is just me. My word I use all the time is why? Why? Then you're measured by a credit score. Then you got a 1040 tax return. And then you get a measure, you got a wife, you got kids, all this crazy stuff. And then you take on too much. Every entrepreneur or every one of you online or here, you've taken on more than you should. You're working harder, not smarter. You're kicking your own assets. It's called silly and silly and silly. I just call it stupid sometimes. See, I don't think you do stupid as much as I kind of push you. I think what we do is we follow stupid. And so we do stupid, but that's not good. I don't think we're stupid because you're smart enough to be here today online and here. We look in front of this. Look at this guy here. His arm folded. Okay, well, hell, he got his first billion at 21. But that's corporate structure. I will never say I'm a billionaire. Never. I got 2.6 billion at 26. I'm playing a game because I know how to play and I want to win. That's the goal. I want to win the game. I want to win the game. But if it's my game, I'm in charge. I think you need to kind of be more in charge of you right now. I think the goal is to become a puppet master. Yes, I got the silly nickname of the Godfather credit from KNX Radio. I've been on that station almost 50 years now. All right, I go to Belinda Lee's or whatever cooking hour at the time. I had my own show on KNX as well. And from there, what did we do? I had George Putnam as well. I did radio shows with him years ago and David Horowitz. So I'm all over the map having fun. And when I sit down, she goes, oh, I hear you, the Godfather credit. You kind of stuck after that. See, I have built 60 billion of credit so far of this stuff. This is easy stuff. But our problem today is that every credit card has a heartbeat. It has a heartbeat. So we have to understand, how do we get what we need and focus on that, because it's confusing on social media. It is so confusing, it's ridiculous. So it's like we go through the goal setting. Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you to take pictures of things that matter the most. Most of you on your cell phone, you take pictures of things that don't matter at all. And then you never look at it again. So that's just simple. So what do we get to do? So in the beginning, no pictures, no recording, because I want you to focus. If you took pictures today of 1,000 pieces, which one matters? If you took 1,000 pictures today or videotape something, what matters? You see, it's all the events nowadays. I'll tell you what's important is you. You're the most important thing in the room or online. So when you go to any event, you want to get motivation. That's great. But ask a question after you watch all these different stories and their testimonials. What's in it for me? What's in it for me? See, you're trying to run a business, and I'm going to convince you to run your business, fix all your problems, but I want you to be a puppet master, and I want you to think that we've been thinking your whole life. I think you've been thinking wrong. Sorry. I never wanted to run a business, but I ended up owning businesses all the time. So if I own the Wendy's down the street or a percentage of it, the storage unit, the laundromat, I have an income. The world needs to focus on income. That's the point. Income, income, income. Income, I can pay my bills. I can free up my time. Page 6, paragraph 3 in my system. When I was 16 years old in 1976, page 6, paragraph 3, cash flow, future time, financial freedom. I wrote it. Some of the guys stole it a little bit. That's okay. All right, then he filed bankruptcy because I was going to chase him down the hill. Winning the game of business. It's a chess game. Winning. But our mindset has to be different. Okay, some of you have shitty credit. Some of you go up and down all the time. When I designed this, and I can say I designed this because I did, it's simple. This is the 25% rule, okay, to 29% rule, okay? So if we don't take care of our credit, rebuild us, or we're going to have a very difficult time to go get what we want. Now, I get clients, well, I can buy a house without good credit. Yeah, you can. It's a bank statement loan. It sucks. So you can take your bank statements for the last year or so and give it to them, and they're going to get a hard money loan for you. Okay, about 6, 7, 8%, whatever. That's fine. So you don't have a great credit, but the rallies just are going to look at it. So what do we get to do? We have to understand how to play the game to win. Do you like the word no? Good morning, Lynn. How you doing? Okay. I don't like the word no, and I don't want to lose on anything. Okay. I like to win, and I like to have the upper hand in everything I'm doing. Okay. I'll say no to somebody just to see if they have the answer. I'll ask a question to somebody when I already have the answer to see what they know. Okay. And they're thinking, well, why didn't you know that already? No, I'm trying to find out what you know. See, everything is an interview. We're going to learn about interview process as we do all these pieces as well. It's like when I got sucked into a government program when I was 14 and a half from vidIQ Junior High to Orange Coast College. I got to be trained how to kind of screw with people, how to talk to them, how to control the conversation. We need to learn how to talk and walk. Winning the game of business is important to me because I like to win every time. I don't like to lose. That's when I got into the point about a homestead blocker. UCC went in chattel mortgage. So when I lease out a piece of property, even if they don't pay me, I still win. I got to win. I got to take care of a family. That's the goal. So if we look at winning the game of business from Repackaging America, the first edition was in 1976 when I was 16. I already brought in a friggin' $1 million. Okay. I'm having fun. I invented car finding, all kinds of things as well. But again, what are we going to do? I'm making money. The corporation has over $1 million in the bank. $1 million in the bank. So I'm on top of the game. I built a mansion in Nellie, California when I was 16. See, I was a weird person, a weird kid. I was always reading. I didn't have friends. I moved 24 times by the time I'm 11 and a half years old. That kind of sucked. So if you made a friend, you lost a friend when you moved anyway. So my childhood sucked. I didn't have a childhood. But I learned that the bottom line for me, I focus on the shit I went through, the pain I went through, and to remind myself never to do it again. See, I use that energy to go forward. I always have. My wife said, why do you bring that up? Because it pisses me off. If I'm pissed off, my energy is going forward, is it not? If I'm pissed off, I'm motivated. See, sometimes you got to get pissed off. Okay, if you're pissed off, are you motivated? Are you trying to prove the world wrong and you're right? That's the goal. They told me I was retarded because I can basically do what? Memorize everything. I write with both hands. Pick one. Hell no. They're telling me what I can do. No, 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 no. I'm basically talking like I'm 20 when I'm 10. That's not my problem. That's their problem. It was always their problem, not mine. Winning the game of business. Today, you got to protect your ass heads as you roll the dice. But you keep bringing the pain home because you don't know what you're really doing anyway, as far as I'm concerned. I think you have an amateur hour. So if we're going to win the game, we're going to plan the problem. What is the problem? Okay. Today, I'd like you to dissect your life. Dissect it. So let's write down the word dissect life. That's all we need to do is write down. That means we dissect house, car, wife, husband, kids. If I don't build you a foundation, I can't get you where you want to go. The problem you're all missing is your structure. Most of your structures suck. They're terrible. I got an LLC. Who cares? All right. I don't care what you have in the type of corporation when I'm building structure. What I care is you have a corporation. Everybody's so full of crap, it's ridiculous. I wish I could put all the experts on a stage and we'll just talk. I'll bet you $1,000 to 1 million in cash. They're all going to leave the stage when I'm done with them, wagging their tails behind them. Okay. I've been reading 15 books a week since I was a kid. Okay. I have total recall on most things. Believe me, I'll tear them apart. I don't like bullshit. Okay. Do you understand bullshit doesn't pay your bills? That's what I wrote in a book years ago. So I don't care what type of corporation you have in the beginning. See, it doesn't matter till you make money. Then you figure out structure. Money gets you the honey. What is the honey? The building, the car, the wife, the husband, the kids? What? What's the honey? So if we look at this line here, and this line here, what are you doing? When I trained Yarborough for TOW and Experian, it was simple. I want to see the oldest credit card, the oldest card. Then I want to look at every card at 29% rule. I created that because it made sense. It's how you measure things and what you're doing. All right, it's like Experian being the #1 credit bureau in the world. Okay, they're out of Ireland. All right, Ireland, Dublin, Ireland, have been for 40 years now. See, credit is your tool. The reason you failed, and I'll say failed, you didn't have enough of this. Did you like feeling like you lost? We all feel like losers at times. We all feel like we screwed up. We brought the pain home. No, 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 no. If we get to the point we play the game right, even when oh shit happens, we don't bring the pain home. Isn't that the goal? You jeopardize your family. You did. Why would you do that? Why would you jeopardize family at any given time? Because you didn't know any better. That's the only excuse I can come up with people is they didn't know any better. That kind of sucks. They didn't know any better. I find that to be an excuse because what happens is you have to realize one thing. You didn't know better because you didn't research it enough. You didn't research enough to make sure you didn't bring the pain home. So our choice is pretty simple. How am I, a kid born in a taxi, mommy stuck me in a friggin' trash can and left a note for the hospital to me, gonna get to billionaire status? Watch other people? Hell no. They're all telling me lies. I looked at the letter. Okay. I have a girl's name. You know what that's like? My first name is a friggin' girl's name. Ray's my middle name. I went to school in Torrance, Watts, or Long Beach, all the great areas. You had to learn to kick it or run. I'd rather die than run. That's just me. So I had to understand one thing. Girl's name sucks. Everybody teases you and gives you crap. You better take that pain and fight through it. I'm going to reference it because it gives me the fuel to be pissed off. Why was I pissed off? I wanted to prove to my mother and father they made a wrong decision. Just because they're shitheads and billionaires, so can I. So I did what they did better than they did. All right, so there's the goal. It gave me fuel to piss me off to go get it. Plan the problem. Today, someone's going to sue you. You're driving your car at Sam's Club. It's simple. All right, we watch the bloodsucker attorneys on TV every day, billboards everywhere on the freeway, and everywhere social media. They're going to sue everybody. There's even one ad that says, before you're sued, just pre-plan. If you get sued, call us. What? So in other words, go slam on your brake, get a lawsuit, get some money. Isn't that what they're telling everybody? That's how I see it. It's like, come on. If you were sued today, it would be because you bumped someone's car at Sam's Club. That's why you're sued. You're sued because you weren't prepared. You're sued because you were not prepared. You didn't plan the problem. That car registration should never be you. That's called stupid. I'm sorry, I call it stupid. Why would anybody ever, Nick, I need my driver's license back. Okay? So why would anybody ever register a car to a person. What's a legal person? What's a legal person? A legal person is a corporation. A legal person is what? It's me, it's you, it's a corporation. So if we're looking at the law is very clear. A corporation is a legal person. I'm a legal person of flesh. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, Liz has it. Okay. So what we have to do is understand, if we're going to build you up the right way, I got to protect you. I got to tell you everything I know here so you can plan the problem, because you're going to get your assets kicked. Every lawsuit, all right, there's a problem. They name you in a lawsuit because you're the registered owner. But you're an entrepreneur. Why would the car be registered to you? When they audited me in 2011, come out of freaking coma, I'm trying to get my stuff back. 3.7 billion in structure. And the auditor says, I don't drive a Lamborghini. Why did you? I told him flat out, I'm a smart son of a bitch. You're an idiot. I said that in court. He goes, what'd you say to me? So you heard me, sir. You heard me. I'm a genius and you're an idiot. Don't bitch and complain because you hate the player in the game. Okay, that's simple. But then the auditor said, well, that car can only be driven and written off 80%. Okay, sounds good, sir. When you drive it home, you can't write off that 20% driving home. I said, that sounds good, sir. I said, but the IRS code right here says as long as it has a marking of marketing, I can write off the 20%. Huh? You look at the car. The doors, the wing says to the Ray Rose University. The back, the lights play, everything's that. Oh, okay. I said, but the problem is you didn't check the registration, sir. Okay, why would I do that? It was bought to a corporation. It's not even my damn car. Okay. Oh. See, everyone we deal with, as far as I'm concerned, are stupid. Isn't that terrible? I think most people are stupid. I don't think they're physically, mentally stupid. I think they're lazy and they follow stupid. This is the keys of that damn car that day. It's only an LPO 6040. Hell, it's $1 million freaking car. It's not even my car. See, I will not own anything, but I got all the damn keys. You see, I'm a puppet master. I control everything. I own nothing. I control everything. I own nothing. That's what your goal should be. Your goal is to control the bank account, to control what needs to be done. Don't own anything. That'd be stupid. If they sue you, they screw you. That's it. You're sued. You're screwed. That's it. Flat out. You're in the rabbit hole. You're reaching your right hand. You're going into a deposition. And what are you going to do? By the way, are you married, sir? Yes, I'm married. Okay. Well, if we assess you a tax bill, we get to reassess it to your wife. Is that okay? He's asked me permission. Now, my attorney at the time is David Kenner. So write down the name David Kenner and research him. He owns Death Row Records. And everybody helped famous to get into the business, from Snoop Dogg to everyone else, to Shania and everything else, he represents them. He owns Death Row Records. He stands up in court and says, Your Honor, excuse me, the deposition and all this other stuff, and we're going through the audits. Sue me, sir. Mr. Reynolds has a prenup and a postnup. Now, what does the guy behind the desk auditor say? What did you sign it yesterday? They're always a bunch of smartasses. Everybody in court, like, if you're guilty, you're not guilty until you're proven innocent, but then they're saying you're guilty, so they're going to treat you like, you know what? You're in a deposition. Mr. Kenner said, excuse me, sir, he signed that 5 days after they were married, sir, by 9 of the top attorneys in California. You see, I love my wife. If they sue me, they could sue her. I'm not going to jeopardize my wife because that'd be stupid, and I'm not stupid. Okay? So if they sue her, they would sue me. She's not stupid either. See, if we don't bulletproof ourselves and build a foundation, it doesn't matter how old you get and how much money you get. If they sue you, they screw you. That's it. You're dead. You're dead. If we don't repackage you in my original systems and books, it's like Humpty Dumpty time. So I want you to plan the problem. I'll guarantee you, if you do what you're told to do, I can get you to $10,000 a month, auto income. Now I guarantee the 10, and I have a $2 million bond on top of that as well. So what do? If you listen, every division can do the same thing. Sometimes you get $10,000 a month, you're fat and happy. Now, when I named the book, basically level 3, I screwed up. I called it reaching the finish line. Like, what the hell did I do that for? Every time I raise the bar, the line and reach it, I'm going to raise the bar every time. So if I plan the problem today, I said dissect you, wife, kids, house, everything else, car. If we don't dissect ourselves, we have a problem. We have a big problem. One lawsuit, that's all it takes. One lawsuit. Okay. So we got to plan the what? Problem. Okay. So if I get you and I get you to 10,000 a month per division, how many would you like? I don't understand why you drive by the goodies every day, didn't pay attention to it. You should have paid attention a long time ago. But again, that's on you. So planning the problem. Next, we got to think about, okay, house, kids, and all the goodies in the car. What about the house? What about the house? The house. Here we have a house. And the silliest thing I watch husbands and wives do, they both want to be on the damn loan. They want to be on, I don't understand, stupid. I don't understand, stupid. It just drives me. It's like, why don't we just scratch that damn chalkboard all day? Just scratch the hell out of it. Let's just go crazy. Because it sucks. We have to understand something. God made us one. And whatever you believe, that's up to you. He made us one. Okay, no problem. Everything else is separate. Period. Period. A house should be purchased under married man, sole and separate person. Married woman. Who wants to be the duck? I think who's on the house is the dumb one, okay? I think the one who's on the loan is stupid. Simple. I don't care. I think they're stupid. They're on the house. Good for you. But here's your problem. Every one of you bought a house personally, online or here. You didn't do it right anyway. It should have been escrow, closed, homestead, trust. You didn't do a damn homestead. What's a homestead, Ray? I hear it every freaking day. You're 50 years old. You don't know shit. What's wrong with you? How do you man up, woman up? Damn, it just pisses me off to no end. No one taught you to homestead your own damn house? And you didn't put it in a trust? No wonder your previous people in your family left you something. You were in probate. We have probate attorneys because people wouldn't spend $30 friggin'. That's called stupid, in my opinion. So we have to plan the problem. Got it so far? Only one person on that damn loan, period. Then I counsel husband and wife. Well, honey, I want to be on the loan. No, stop. Let me explain, ma'am, a little bit more. Who's ever controlling the trust controls the asset. Your husband and wife are on it. So if he's the dummy on the loan, let it be. Let him be the dummy. And you control it through the trust. Is that okay? Now, understand. Let's watch. We can file, all right, basically tax return, husband and wife are separate. We can file a compiled, write down compiled return. A compiled return is where a husband and wife file a tax return together and list their kids, period. And corporate divisions do the same thing. So we have to understand legal person and corporate person. So again, we can file tax returns separate or different, that's fine. But the house, I thought we were supposed to protect the family. What happened? I've watched more people lose their house being stupid in the first place. They didn't plan the problem. You have to plan the problem. And I said being stupid. I didn't say they're stupid. I don't think people are stupid. I think half the people are freaking lazy. Lazy. So we got to get past the laziness, understand. If I'm going to build you in your business or I'm going to build you a puppet master, you better protect your ass. Yes, because someone's trying to take it away. Someone's going to get your goodie because you didn't cover your assets. So it's like anything else. Escrow closed before you got the damn keys. Before you got the keys to that house, you moved in. They should have, escrow company, should have did a homestead and put it in a trust. But your problem is you didn't realize they worked for you. 99% of you, well, thank you for helping me. You're the escrow company. All right. You're their boss and you're thanking them for doing their damn job. What is wrong with you? You're supposed to tell them what to do, not them tell you what to do. They didn't do it for you. You should have told them what to do. There's your problem. Okay. From now on, all houses will be bought through the irrevocable trust. Write it down. Any property you live in from now on is bought through an irrevocable trust, period, because I said so. And if anybody says anything different, put their butts on the phone with me. I'll tear them apart. I don't like people giving bullshit to my clients. I protect my clients every step of the way. All 33 million of them. 50 billion people I've helped so far. I don't like stupid. So when a CPA and attorney don't know that they're crap, listen, if you ever listen to Linda's testimony and other ones, she said, I always told my attorney, Ray said, Ray said, Ray said. I went back to my attorney and tax attorney. Ray said this, Ray said this. Because it made him do their job. See, an attorney is practicing law because he hasn't got it right yet. And I passed the bar too, but hell, I don't drink. See, the goal is simple. We got to play the game. House you have to protect. For me, it's simple. I didn't have a house as a kid. I was homeless many times than I want to be. I had to get out of a trash can. It sucked. Okay. And then the people I live with, well, at least we got you a shelter. They were never there anyway. They were abusive. What good is that? Okay. It just sucks. So if I get a house, I got to protect the house. I got to protect my wife, my kids, the house, the car, and make sure someone sues me, they can't screw me up. There's the goal. That's planning the problem. Planning the problem. Okay. I want you to focus because I want you to change the way you think today. You can build your business. I'll help. That's fine. But our primary thing for the Puppet Master Club in these 3 days is to get you to buy a damn business, to create auto income. Your life is based on income. It's based on income. And you want to do what? I got a guy yesterday, he's doing construction. He's 64 years old. He wants to do social media and help his construction business. I help him and his daughter going, no problem, okay? They ask, what do you think? Hell no. Hell no. Sir, construction is changing. Laws are changing. Why don't we take $100,000 and go buy a damn Wendy's restaurant? Let's get some auto income. You want to do what? Aren't you tired of working your ass off? Aren't you tired of juggling 50 things at once to pay the bills? Isn't it time you do auto income we should have did in the first place? So my clients on the phone, I tell them what to do. Always have. I argue with clients all the time. I argue with Linda all the time. I argue with Mrs. Walker over there all the time too. Because it's my way. I don't like their way. Their way sucks. I just want to win. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to win. And that's the goal. If we don't plan the problem, we're screwed. Sorry. This guy always lost my job. Well, first of all, he's a liar. He's running his jammies. I want to help as many as I can. That's why you have the trucks or food or the washer dryer on one side and the shower on the other. And we want to have a homeless parks. Lost my job. Okay, what do we do? First of all, if it was true, me coming out of coma, what did I do? Okay, I find my whole life is all screwed up. I overplanned everything. I really did. I gave my wife a black cassette back then. I gave her a little cassette and a letter what to do, and don't sign anything. There's these 5 people in the room. That's it. Never sign nothing. But she got tricked to sign a POA. It's only 3.7 billion. Okay. This guy here lost my job. If it was true, okay, then go drive Uber, Lyft, or DoorDash. Simple, instant money. It pays the bills. That's all we got to do. Have a garage sale. I had 12 garage sales in Huntington Beach in 1 year, and I got cited 3 times. $50 every time. It was worth it. Simple. You're allowed 3 a year. Who cares? So again, I think he's a liar. He's wearing his jammies. Now, the real people need help, let's help them. They screwed up. Our country screwed up in the 70s and 80s. Lisa, I've known for years. She works for Fairview State Hospital. She's a nurse. The crazy people used to be in the hospital. And basically in the late 70s, we let them all out. Now they're roaming the streets. It's like the Walking Dead everywhere. We got crazy out in the streets. Homeless, we need to help. Crazy, we need to basically take care of them. If not, they're going to kill somebody. And they do that every day. Our world is so screwed up, it's ridiculous. But what do you do when you come home from coma? Coma, 2011. What do I do? Simple. All right, we went to my house in Huntington Harbor, closest to the hospital. I got houses in Havasu, Big Bear. I got mansions all over the place. I'm worth $3.7 billion freaking dollars, having fun. We go down Beach Boulevard, go down Edwards by the private beach, Portofino Cove. Open the door. My wife opens the door. Now I get a note from the doctor. You can't drive for a year. You can't breathe. You got to walk around this oxygen tank like you're 150 years old, okay? She opens the garages and the cars are missing. I have my favorite Lamborghini, my in-zone Ferrari, and my Mercedes. They're all missing. What the hell's going on? What would you do? Okay? I thought I had it all protected. In the hospital, I heard, all right, you're gonna sign a POA. I think maybe is it real or a dream or whatever, a vision. No problem. I didn't really know if it's true. So I grab my oxygen tank and I run through that house. Okay, who's in my house? This is I own half these houses here. I pay cash for this damn house. Who's in my house? Man stands up. I got a gun. I'm gonna kill you. I got 50 guns in my head. Woo! Police everywhere. Coast Guard everywhere. Oh shit. Right at that point, I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? I'm in a dream. You ever think you're in a dream sometimes? I'm in a nightmare. I get walked out of the house. Garrison walked out nice and Ray, it's not your house anymore. Oh shit. Right then, what happened in the coma was real. Oh shit. What do I do? Now I have to react. I have to go, what? What is my job? My job is a husband, a father, and a man. I got to man up. Okay. Even though I might be pissed off inside, I can't say it. I cannot say what I want to say because when a man does that, he's stupid because a woman's a tape recorder. You have to bite your tongue and shut up. Most men don't know how to shut up. All right. And then the wife plays it back to him the rest of his life. Shut up. Simple. Walk to the garage. This is on the floor. My daughter just turned 18 the other day. 18, just on the floor. I picked it up. My daughter's booty at the time. Son of a biscuit. What am I going to do? What would you do if you lost 3.7 billion and the world just came down on you? What do? You plan the problem, right? That's what always you got to do, plan the problem. But again, oh shit happened. It's simple. So we got choices here. First, I got 50 guns wanting to shoot me and kill me. I get to leave, that's fine. So all of a sudden we're focusing. What do you do? Now, I cannot react to my beautiful wife and my kids that are in the car, all right, the way a man really wants to. He wants to scream his head off. He's stressed. It's the world's coming against him. It's like, oh, son of a biscuit. Got to stay focused. What do? I look at my Rolex, the presidential one at the time, my wedding ring, my necklace and bracelet. Honey, go to Mark's place. One of my clients owns Jewelry Mart. Okay. So we have to be able to react fast as possible. See, the problem is you sit there sometimes and you fester and you screw it up by the end of the day. Oh, you jack up the wrong damn credit card. If you didn't jack up the card, let's see what happens anyway. Okay. But again, I come out of there, my wife's in the car with the kids, no problem. Where's your wedding ring? Where's your Rolex? Your necklace, your bracelet? Okay. Honey, they're being cleaned. See, I will lie to my wife if it protects her, period. I will not dump my shit on her anytime ever because that's not what a man should do, in my opinion. That's why my book called Bite Your Tongue to Live Longer, because you got to shut up. But again, what do? I got $16,400. See, some of you are starting from zero right now. Is that correct? We're starting from zero or pieces we have to put together. So I got $16,400. What am I going to do now? That's not enough money. I call the attorney. He hangs up, go to his office. They call the police because I'm screaming my head off. He won't come on and talk to me because he thinks I'm going to kill him. Probably true. But anyway, I go to the bank. The president of the bank won't basically, your bank account, you don't have any bank accounts. What about my safety deposit box? Everything was stolen. What do you do at the end of the day? I got the police called on me 4 times in a friggin' day. I got handcuffed and put in the back of the cop car in the same friggin' day. We went to Mesawood Apartments. I'm going to rent an apartment, honey. We're going to find a foundation here. I get a box from the attorney, the secretary. Here's a key in a storage unit. Okay. All my shit's in a box, so the key. What do? The reason we went to Mesawood's Apartments because I leased one when I was 15, when the government said, finally, I can be an adult at 15 and a half. The man there called the police because I'm using a dead man's social security number. I'm the dead man that didn't die. I get to come back. So I got handcuffed, thrown in the back of the car. That suck. After we explained it and they verified it, I got handcuffed. See, half the cops out there are jackasses, period. Half are good. The other half suck. Now, I can't really say that too much because guess what happens? My son-in-law is the head of the SWAT team and the trainer in Arizona. He used to be a pastor. Now he's that. Okay. Like I said, half are good, half are bad. What do we do? So here I get this ability. I'm fighting through the pain, trying to get through that process every step of the way. And what do we do? Okay, honey, find a place. We have to lease under your name. So we lease it under my wife's name. It's a 2-bedroom, all right, condo. It's like a little cottage, car garage. There's 2 of them. Now we have no furniture. We go to the storage unit, and everything in there is my wife's clothes and my clothes. Everything is gone, stolen. Okay. I call a client named Mark. His family started the Goodwill, by the way, if you don't know that. He says, Ray, whatever you need, we'll have it delivered today. No problem. We got it delivered today. I'm on a mission. Same mission you need to be if you're starting from zero to hero. Let's go to Best Buy. What do I have to do? I cannot stop, but go moving forward. Okay. All right. I have to move forward. See it, believe it, and go get it. Get it, go get it. Best Buy. I need an instant account to my corporation. I don't know which one's even good anymore. I got lucky. The first one I said they did. They gave me $25,000. So I'm at Best Buy, $25,000. I need a computer. I need a bag. I want that little square, and I want these Visa gift cards. Visa gift cards. Okay. So what I got? I got to gather money. I got to build a foundation. Start from zero to hero again, right? I got to get past go. I got to replan this whole process, and my life's just all screwed up. We're ducks and sheep. Court, they're going to give my wife a tax because they want to give me a tax and make me pay the reimbursement of the fees for the court. And they have to prove that she has a prenup and postnup. Okay, good. They can't tax her. All right, they can't really tax me. They later on they said this was a mistake, an error. You ever notice they blow it up in proportion, then they give you a little note it's an error? Son of a biscuit. What do we do? So again, everything's okay. 2-bedroom cottage, cars. All right, honey. Now my wife, she goes and buys these sheets and stuff for the beds. No problem. She has to clean them. My wife's Colombian crazy as can be. That's why I love her. She's just nuts. She has to do the laundry before we can go to sleep. Okay, got to bite my tongue some more. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Woo! Oh, shit. I've had the police call on me 4 times in a day, put in the back of a car, got released from that too. What am I going to do next? We walk out to Beach Boulevard. Beach Boulevard, the cop says, hey, do you live around here? Yeah, we just moved in. Congratulations, he says. You just moved to Hooker Row and Drug Alley. You ever had an oh shit day? You ever had an oh shit day? Okay. We were stuck there for 6 months, every freaking weekend. So now the only thing that saved my ass, and this is where you need to play and understand what we're going to do next. We're going to basically look at this as well. And I know they put it somewhere. Here we go. So let's understand. Okay. A corporation's a legal what? A corporation's a legal what? So the corporation hasn't screwed up yet. A corporation hasn't screwed up yet. Ray Reynolds right now is a duck and a sheep. Everything's screwed up. What's screwed up? I don't know. I have no idea what's screwed up. So again, I have to find out the screw up. I have to find out how do I get my wife and my kids, all right, to take care of them and take care of me. And at the same time, not go insane. Do you know how many men should actually be going crazy? Every one of them. Okay? Most people don't realize a man puts it all in his head. He feels the pressure like the world's coming against him. He wants to scream his head off, but he cannot. That's what happens. We feel like we have to man up to be a man, okay, the old way. But again, it's what it is. Now, if I didn't have my 3 divisions, I'd be screwed. So let's write down, all right, right here is a corporation. Let's go over here and let's make sure we put 9 divisions out here. Okay, so 9 divisions. All right, luckily I could use my own products. I could use my own products. So the bottom line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so here's a corporation. Like I said, I don't care what you have in the beginning. I care about how it's structured in the beginning. Your corporation's a management company, period. If you name it after you, that's called stupid. If you name it what it does, that's double stupid. If it actually does business, that's triple stupid. As I said, All my companies that call Ray Reynolds anything are a marketing tool. I do not build liability to that because that would be stupid. Got it so far? So I got 9 locations, 9 somethings. The next thing is we have the word you. Your problem is you're a duck and a sheep. You didn't realize you could have 3 divisions of you. You did not go through the process and realize you signed an SS5 form. SS5 equals SSN. You signed that form. You did this at 14 to 16. You didn't pay attention. That's your problem. Now, if you didn't do it, that means mommy did it in 71. In 1971, mommy did it because they took away the Gold Act. All right. Our president, all right, Nixon, August 71, took away the Gold Act. So there, everyone at the baby had a baby. All right. It's a legal person of flesh now. They have to sign the SS5 form at the hospital before the baby's released. We are manipulated and controlled. We are manipulated and controlled, period. We are a number for the government, period. We are bonded up to 35 million apiece. So let's understand to play the game to win. I want to play by their rules because it's their game. It's their game. We watched President Trump, all right, debate Hillary Clinton, and they said he paid $750 in taxes. That is not true. He paid $750 for the filing. He didn't pay any damn tax. 0 tax. Because he's allowed to. Now, rich and famous people pay tax every damn day. We get a property, that's house, that's police, that's fire, that's road, that's school. We pay 7 taxes per gallon of gas in California. It's ridiculous. No wonder everyone's leaving California and not enough people coming here in the first place. Plus, we have Gavin, who's an idiot governor in the first place. And then we have Bats, who can't run the city because she goes on vacation during fire season. Damn, these people are stupid. But what do? Now, a corporation, you know it's going to sign an SS4. I hope you're drawing what I'm drawing here because this is your map. This is where you're going to get past go, protect your assets, and basically don't get knocked down ever again. Well, what do we get to do? We're building a line of defense, okay? Your business you run currently should be one of your divisions. You're allowed to write down disconnect, isolate, incorporate. Write it down. Disconnect, isolate, incorporate. Now, what I looked at is from my studies and reading 15 books a week, the world and what's happening in the banks, everything else. Because I got credit cards in the damn mail when I was 9 years old from Helping Hand Industries. It's like, oh, this is a clue, I guess. Your banks, they're going to loan money, but they're borrowed from the Feds times 10, loan back 5 to you. So as we play this game, we have to understand something. We can disconnect, isolate, incorporate. Bank of America, you look on Google right now, it says they're shutting down another 3,800 locations the other day. They signed a lease, a 100-year lease. So here's their parent company. They do not build liability to their parent. Watch what happens. Bank of America, corporate office, does not build liability, but it has a what? Subsidiary. What did I say? Your corporation has a division. Same process. That's how I got it through my head as a kid. So what do? When they bankrupt under the Federal Protection Act, they're allowed to bankrupt that location, has a separate tax ID. Bankruptcy code, if you look at it today, says SSN, SS4. Here are 2 things to file bankruptcy. You only get 1 SSN. That kind of sucks. The SS4 was designed for people as well. People. And you didn't realize that because you didn't do your research. So what happens when they bankrupt the locations, they get to write off on their taxes. If you would learn to play like the big boys and girls, you could win the game too. But your problem, you're still doing what you do. I think it sucks. Okay, now, one of your divisions here or another division of you, I have a division named Ray Reynolds. It's a division of a corporation. It is connected to this corporation here. You write me a check, I can't bank it. I can't bank a check. I don't have a personal account. I do not have a personal account. Why would I want one of those? Okay? You write me a check, all right, Ray Reynolds, I'm going to basically put it in the account here because there's a division here. Now, there's 4 major banks we're going to play with, but I like B of A for one reason. Now, let's understand, in 1996, I sued all the banks, and I won. They're beating me up, and they say, no, I won. They wanted you to have different bank accounts for every division. The answer is no. Got it? One corporation. And at the same time, different bank accounts, and then they want the average balance to build a line of credit. How the hell are we gonna have a line of credit for an average balance when they got 20 accounts? I'm taking $1,000, put $50 in each one or something? Come on. There's no way to do this. It makes no sense. Share the same account. We connected the dots. So here, a division of me gets the money. I get to bankrupt it. No, excuse me, I get to deposit it here. If there's an issue, I can bankrupt the piece. I never jeopardize the parent company. See, it doesn't matter if you have an LLC, LLP, C or S corporate PC right now. We'll look at what you have and your structure, what you're doing currently. And that would be the goal. Your corporation and its divisions on one bank account should be receiving $100,000 a month. That is $1.2 million at the end of a year. That is the bank going to give you all what you need, and also you get your blueprint loans as well. Not a problem. But what you have to understand is, I don't have an account, but I got a division of me. If I buy this house today, okay, the division bought the house. The division bought the house, not the parent company. Because I have a division of me, I get to sign it as a division of me. Ray Reynolds, under tax ID SS4, gets to sign it. Am I hurting me at all? Never. Why would I do that? I don't understand, stupid. Do you? I don't understand the way you do things. All right, sorry, it doesn't make any sense to me. If I didn't have my 3 divisions of me in my what I call 5 closet divisions, I would have took a little more longer to build up to that $1 million of credit. It took me 6 weeks. Again, 6 weeks. Or if you didn't have it, maybe take 7 weeks. The bottom line is, to me, everything I go through, every oh shit moment is a challenge, and I challenge myself. I take the good, bad, and ugly, and I feed it to me. It motivates me. It's my fuel. Okay, I don't want to get back to be broke. I don't want to be homeless yet have a trash can. So every time I think I'm going to panic or I focus on one thing when I have no shit moment. I get out my daughter's shoe, and I realize she's more important than I am, and I put it away. And I go do my damn job. I man up, woman up. No, man up. I got to take care of my wife and my kids. 5 daughters and a beautiful son. Let me tell you, a lot of fun. I'm lucky I have any hair left. 5 women in my life. Actually 6. But that's the way it works. So I want you to plan the problem. I want you to protect your assets. Today, you should line yourself up for Navy if you're military or a military person. SoFi, all right, because they will give you money when you don't deserve it anyway. How's that? As long as you have a person military, and me, I got sucked into a government program when I was 14 and a half, and I didn't think I could get a Navy account a couple of years ago. I called and said, hey, by the way, hey, we can find you right here in the system, sir. No problem. I got a Navy account. Fantastic. Now, my wife's not military. I got an access code first. She got her account too. So it works. Okay. So we got to understand how to grab money. How do we grab money when we need money? You need to write down how to grab money when I need money. See, the problem with money is you get yourself backed in the corner and people control you. I want to have more than I need so I can control the transaction. And I want to tell that person to kiss my ass. That's just me. I'm not going to back myself in a corner. I'm going to make sure I got as much credit as I need. All right. Sitting here's about 12 million. We got cash credit. Oh, we got our Dun & Bradstreet credit. We got the personal credit, 100,000 here. And hell, we got to have our divisions too. I color code these. Why? I want to be able to grab the credit if I need it now. So for me, it's like, oh shit. A company is always going to suck out all your money. Your bank account's like a monster. It's like a monster. It's faster you bring in, it's going out. And then you're trying to get a little reserve. Oh my goodness, how do you do that? So again, what do we get to do? Everybody's got a sad story. Nobody cares. When I was a kid, I said nobody gave a shit. Texas, I don't think they do. Nobody gives a shit. You have your own story. Everybody's got one. Who cares? I got born in a taxi. Nobody cares. Reality is you got to care for yourself. You got to deal with self-motivation. Everything I did, people put me down. Damn it. My first name being a girl's name, that sucked bad enough. Okay, what do we get to do? I was jumping and kicking the door jam at 10. There's no possible. I kicked the basketball hoop at T-Weaker Junior High when I'm 14. The hoop's only 9 feet. 9 feet, okay, 10 feet of the backboard. I'm just having fun. I don't know anybody else can't do it. Register newspaper takes a picture. White boy can jump. Then I hear a white man can't jump. What the hell's wrong with these idiots? That light was 13 damn feet. It's a mindset. Gee, you got to believe in you. You've got to believe in you. If you roll the dice, it's not you anyway. It's a damn division. Why would you ever do business as a corporate you? It makes no sense. A division can roll the dice, give it a hell of a try. As long as they're trying, we're not dying. If we're not trying, we might as well friggin' be dead. That's the way it works. If I roll a division, I got nothing to lose. If I roll the corp, I got everything to lose in my family. If it's me, I'm a duck and a sheep. So we got to see, we got to change what we think. If you drove by the Wendy's restaurant today, it's on the right-hand side. Left-hand side is a Jack in the Box right across the street. What do we get to do? We get to play the game to win. To play what? The game to win. But here's the problem. When I was a kid, I gathered magazines. I'm looking about who's rich and famous. All right? When you get dropped off right down the beach pier at 6:30 in the morning when you're 3.5 years old, what would you do? She wrote down the window and said, if you're not here at 5 o'clock, I'll leave you to die. Her eyes went red. That's like the devil's wife. Okay. Ran over to the pier. Got to stay warm. Hungry, eat out of a trash can. Guy catches me stealing off of his stand. Grabs my hand. I think he's going to throw me overboard. All he can say is, boy, take out my trash or I'll call the police. Which one am I going to pick, huh? I was known as boy till I was 9.5 years old, cleaning the chum buckets and going to ranches on the weekend, shoveling horse and cow, you know what. To life is a lesson. See, you are learning how to do things because you're learning to apply something in your life. Any ding dong can go to school, do the test, get the paper. But life teaches you how to do your job. But you don't do your own research. Most of you follow the ducks and the sheep. I'm reading book after book after book because I want to get out of hell. I was motivated. You have an oh shit day. What do? Remember what I had up on the board in the first place. Oh shit, day, week, month, or year. What am I going to do? If I don't plan the problem, I will not be prepared. If I don't plan the problem, I will not be prepared. So when I lose my job or have a problem with money, I got to grab some money. What do? Grab the money. But then it goes back to what you did. Every one of you. Every one of you jacked up your personal cards. You dropped your score. You got stuck, couldn't get any more. Every card needs a sticky in the back of it. Sticky. We got to dummy proof this. When I do something new, I feel stupid. I always feel stupid because I challenge myself and I put a lot of pressure on me. If I don't look at that $10,000 card at $2,900 only, and I mark it on the back of the card, I'm going to think it's $10,000. Okay? I'm going to think I can piss away $10,000. Every card that's $10,000, I write is $2,800 only because that's all I can spend. 10,000, I can't spend 10,000. I spend 2,900. That's on the damn sticky. See, if you were the discipline you need to be, you wouldn't back yourself in a damn corner. This is 50,000, only 29% rule. If I have $100,000 of personal credit, that means I need 29,000 of safety. That leaves me 71,000 of what? All right, 71,000 for oh shit day, week, month, or year. See, the problem with oh shit day, week, month, or year, it doesn't last forever. You made it last longer because you didn't know what the hell you're doing. That way, when someone has shitty credit, it's 3, 6 years, or 9 years. You drug it on. You didn't plan the problem. All you had to do is make sure you jacked up these cards. They don't fluctuate. You don't find anybody on social media teaching the truth. I do. They don't understand. Eventually, they'll probably copy me, but that's okay too. These don't fluctuate. There are 100,000 paid over time limit, and they're limited. If I have an oh shit day, month, week, or year, what am I going to do? I'm not jacking these up. I'm jacking these up because I don't drop my score. We are measured by our credit score. We are measured by our credit score. We're measured by our social security number and our 1040 tax return. And we're measured by our assets and what we can liquidate. And someone can sue us and screw us up. And they can steal it. We have to analyze credit. Have to. 100,000 is a must. If you don't have 100,000 of personal credit, you will not be prepared for the oh shit day, week, month, or year. If you don't master the rules and tools that I designed in the 80s, the same thing's going to happen again and again. Cut out all the crap that you spend today. Corporation's a legal person. It's a legal what? So if we got an LLC here, okay, limited liability company. It's actually called a corporation as well. Maybe we have an LLP. Maybe we have a S Corp, C Corp, maybe a PC professional corporation. Okay, the next thing is a nonprofit. So what's going to happen is you have to look at what you have set up because you already have it. So we have to understand, does it make sense? If you receive money and it's an LLC, that LLC should convert to S. LLP, same thing. Okay, C Corp should be S. You see, here's the problem. You got people giving their opinions, but they haven't brought in 100 million to $1 billion like I have. All right, they understand it very simple. An S Corp allows you and a corporation to file a tax return, single filing. You don't pay any tax till you're profitable. Debt offsets taxes. Create more debt, no taxes due. Yes, you're going to get a paycheck, so what? Your house payment for your house, for your payment for you, your house for 24 years usually is paying interest. You pay the house off in the last 6 years. This would offset the tax that would be due. So who's complaining about that now? Everybody wants to, you would do this. Stop. Let's go back to basics. We have to deal with the IRS. They're in control. They're in charge. We have to play by their rules because we have no choice. But then the problem we have is most people do business as a business, and they actually let the corp do business, which is dumb, name it after themselves or what it does. I call that double dumb, triple dumb, okay? The only thing I'm willing to sacrifice is the division. I'm willing to sacrifice the division. Why would I want to sacrifice my family and corporation? That makes no sense. Why would I want to guarantee anything when I can have a division of me to guarantee everything is a division of me? Why would I ever sign a lease of a building or a car or a credit card? Eventually, you want to fire yourself and get every credit card under the divisions from division to division and replace you because being you brings the pain home. That kind of sucks. 100,000 of business credit. That's just a must. Why? It's very simple. 100,000 of credit here, I can multiply. Every division has a credit file, but then you have to listen to what I'm about to say. We first have to daisy chain credit. To daisy chain credit. Okay, that means we're going to take a credit card and ask for 9 more cards. Maybe it's an expense card, which is free. Maybe it's a division card. Depends on the type of card it is. So what happens? They all have credit file. Credit file. This means simple. I have a corporation. I have 9 divisions. I have 10 credit files. I can go get $10 million of credit. We have a credit file. So does your spouse. So do your kids. Everyone has a credit file. Okay. Those are measured by SSN, SS5. This is measured by SS4. Again, what are we going to write off? Debt offsets taxes. I don't need tax ID here. I do not need tax ID to the divisions at all until I daisy chain the credit. So all of a sudden here, let's say I get a card, and this is how it works on my dashboard. Today, if I add you to my dashboard, all my cards, $62 million of credit, I'm allowed to add you to a card on the dashboard. Okay, it says authorized user or separate billing. Once I line you up, then it's separate billing. That's how I trigger the card. I'm using my history. Trade lines are crap. They're actually fraud. This is real life history. And we build a relationship so we can share each other's histories. A relationship does that, like in puppet mastering. It's simple. So I get to ask for separate billing for you. I don't need tax IDs here yet. I need 3 to 5 payments on every card. If I make a payment here, it reports here, like authorized user. So that means I'm building a corporation's credit history and 9 credit files with a scoring system. Scoring system. When I ask for separate billing, they'll ask for the separate tax ID. See, here's our problem with the tax ID. Tax ID triggers an 1120. That is the tax return that was triggered because you asked for 11, basically a tax ID SS4. We, the people, got an SS5 form, which is the SSN, which triggers a 1040. That's why they tracked it. You got your first paycheck years ago. Where's my money? You went to PR, you went to HR, everything else. Where's my money? Yeah, sir, ma'am. The IRS gets their cut, you get the leftover. He said how it works. You're the puppet. Okay, you can be the puppet master too. But again, what do? So we can ask for tax IDs when we separate the billing, which is the ultimate goal for all of us. And that would be the goal that we want to play the game to win. So now, you want to run your business great. Let's rebuild you like Humpty Dumpty. Let's get you through the process from here, and let's get you to, make it work. But the problem is you're 35 to 75 years old. You're getting older, slower. You're not as pretty as you used to be. None of us are. It's life. Okay, why don't you fire yourself and go buy a damn Wendy's restaurant and quit doing your shit you're doing today? That's just my opinion. Why don't you buy that damn storage unit? Okay, how much money are you really making on a monthly base or yearly base what you're doing today? Is it 8 to 10,000? Would you like 100,000? Would you replace it? See, auto income or puppet mastering means you're going to enhance your income first, 3 locations, and you fire your job. It's up to you. I think you blew it. Sorry. Why would you run a business? I think being an entrepreneur sucks. Most of you are not ready for it anyway. You're running a business because you're trying to barely survive. And I think half the time it's stressing you out and kicking your ass. I don't like stress. I like to have fun. I like to win. But again, you got choices here. Division of me, a division of me. I want you to write down division of me. I want you to think about a division of me. I want you to think a division of me. Keep saying it to yourself. Keep thinking about division of me. Okay? Because what we have to focus on as a division of me is getting past go. A division of me. Okay? Say it again, write it down, a division of me. Okay? Say it 100 times, a division of me. Meditate, close your eyes, say a division of me. Keep saying it again and again and again. You see, the division of me is going to replace you because you keep bringing the pain home, and that sucks. A division of me. I know more about divisions and division process because I invented the damn thing in 85, 86. I got permission. Division of me. Division of me. I want to guarantee something, but I don't want to, but I have to. Everybody says, well, you know what, stop. Everybody's opinion, I don't care about it anymore. This building here, I signed the lease. I signed it. All right. The lease is in a division called Ray Reynolds. All right. And it says Ray's Credit. Is it Ray's Credit, the parent company, or division of Ray's Credit 101? Which is it? It's 101. See, you can take your own corporation and have these divisions the same freaking name. When you look at the word division, you tell that to a person, oh, we want the parent company to sign for it. You got to shut up. A division is a corporation. The division word is used internally in your stock kit minute book and for the bank. That's what it's used for. Anything else, you shut up. Oh, this is the division. Let me stop it. Shut up. You agreed in a permission slip called resolution that a division is a corporation because it is. If a corporation is here and files a name here, it's still a corporation doing business under another name. You got to learn to walk and talk. Because your problem, if you don't learn to walk and talk, you will back yourself in a corner and they will throw the loan to value in your face. Every time they threw the word loan to value in my face, it pissed me off. What happens with me when I'm pissed off? It's simple. I get motivated. I like being pissed off sometimes. Why? That's why I bring up the past. I use it as fuel. I don't want to eat out of a trash can. It pissed me off. All right? I had to forgive my mother and father. All right? They threw me in a trash can. They got married 6 months later, and I'm a piece of shit. That's what I've been told by Mrs. Hope. So what am I going to do? Fight through hell? Or be a whiny baby in the damn corner? I'm going to kick ass. That's just me. So again, when we have a division of me, what are we going to do? Division of me. The ability. Here's a corporation. It's a management company. You ever do business as a corp? My opinion, I won't say it to you. It's stupid. If you do business and call it after you, that's called stupid. If it says what it does, that's called triple stupid. I'm sorry. When they sue this, they sue you. You're the only voice it has. You're on the bank account. You're on the houses list. You're the duck and the sheep. We got to stop that. This corporation is going to manage this. We're going to go buy a Wendy's restaurant. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to want you to sign something. Oh, we remember the word you. I have a division named Ray Reynolds, 100. I have 101. I have 102. Okay. So every one of these can sign as Ray Reynolds. Why would I want to be me? Being you sucks. You bring the pain home. Why would you do that? Why would you ever do that? But then Linda would say, well, how do I daisy chain it? Stop. Today, Ray is my middle name. I already said that, correct? My first name's a freaking girl's name. If you have a middle name, you can take your middle name today. If you have a Capital One card for your first name, I want you to order a secondary card. I want a secondary card ordered today on your middle name. You do not have to provide your social at all. It's optional. When you make that payment under your first name, what it's going to do for that division in your middle name? It's going to build history. Okay? And what's going to happen is very simple. You have the right to build credit files as long as you have no intent to do fraud. The intent to do what? Fraud. Okay? Just like I did for my actors and my famous, rich and famous people, a division of different name because they don't use their name on stage because they wanted to come up with some catchy name or something. Nicolas Cage is not Nicolas Cage, by the way. Okay? So again, understanding these names out there. The Rock is not The Rock. It's Dwayne Johnson. Okay? So again, what we're allowed to do with no intent to do what? Fraud. I'm going to buy Wendy's. Oh, there's a problem. They want $250,000 down, and I can't afford it. Shit. See, here's your problem. Every time you look at that, it's not possible. It's just it's more than I can afford. I can't do it. You never convinced yourself you could do it. There's your problem. And you should have. You should have convinced yourself you could do it. And you didn't do it. I take here, how many people would it take if I had $50,000 from each person? How many people? Say 5. So 5 people, all right, at 50,000 down, they get to own a Wendy's restaurant and partner with me. I'm one of the 5. Is that good? All right. See, now you got 8,000 a month plus, and I built the credit to finance it in the first place. I built the credit to finance it in the first place. It didn't cost you diddly squat. Now you're working smart versus hard. So now you get a piece. So we all sign our agreements in escrow as a division of ourselves. We got a Wendy's restaurant, and everybody's getting 8,000 a month. Okay? Now, that's not enough. I got to the point I made $1 million a day in 2006, 7, and 8, and 9 a day. I like that. But I measure goals differently. 100,000 a year, then a month, then a week, then a day. $1 million a year, a month, a week, then a day. Whatever goal I put out there, I want to squeeze it into a day. Okay? So my goal next is to be a trillion corporation. Trillion. Why not? I've done billion a couple times, so there's no problem doing that. It's easy shit. I mean, it's not hard. I mean, this is ridiculous. I do this in my sleep. It's boring as hell. To me, it is. But again, what do? Now, you got a part of a Wendy's restaurant, the thing you've been driving by all your life, and you got 8,000 a month to a division. Now, are we done? We're never done. We're never done. We're never done. The next thing is we're going to go do it again and again and again. But the problem we're going to have is we're going to run out of money. You can't keep using this. There's not enough of this to go around. We're going to leverage equities. When I partnered up with my ex-father-in-law, it's pretty simple. All right, Dr. Robert Solty's around the LA School Board. He's my ex-father-in-law. Hey, Bob, you want to partner with me? He's watching me own Shakey's, 31 flavor ice cream, Subway sandwiches, shopping centers, and condos I'm building everywhere. He goes, hell yeah, why not, right? We each got $17,350 a month. His corporation absorbed the money, no taxes due till he's profitable. If he pulls a paycheck, then he has to pay tax, but he's got a house payment offset the taxes anyway. So what do we have to worry about? Okay. So again, It's like, I want a Nevada corp, I want Nevada, I want a Wyoming, Delaware. That person might say he's an idiot because he is. Your state does not want you to circumvent your state. Today, your banks and any credit card you pay, look at the invoice, even if you should be paperless or basically automatic payment, it'll say PO Box out of state. I sold 10 times Nevada Corps to anybody on this planet. Anybody's planet. 2009, I'm the largest registry in the world. You heard world, right? 1995, Delaware was the choice. All credit cards and banks, Delaware. They decided to have a tax and disclosure. Everybody ran to Wyoming, Nevada. What the hell's in Wyoming? I don't know. Huh. But I know Nevada's the best place in the world to have your parent company. But I don't want you to have it till you're in the profit zone. You don't need Nevada till you're in the profit zone. But it's going to be up to you as well. What do we do? See, we all have oh shit days. All of us. No matter what we say, no matter what we do, it's oh shit. What do I do? Running a business is a pain in the ass. You don't have enough. It always comes in and goes out as fast as it does. There's always a bouncy ball that everybody wants more. The bank account's a monster, eats the money. It just wants to eat like a gremlin. But you've got auto income, you can pay your damn bills. Auto income. If my bills are paid, can I free up my time? Can I do what I want to do? That's my original saying, the original thing I did when I was 16 in 1976. Cash flow, free up your time. That was what I did. It made sense to me. I bought my first McDonald's, or excuse me, not McDonald's, Jack in the Box, I was 19. I don't work at McDonald's or Jack in the Box, but I don't own the damn place. I want to be the bank. Is it okay to be the bank? You see, to be the bank makes sense. You control the money to get the honey. We got choices. I only have 10 businesses I like. The rest I think suck. Sorry. I only like 10. I buy main brands, a Wendy's, a Jack in the Box. I don't want the little thing in the corner, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about that. It doesn't have a name that's proven to itself. Every client I've watched, oh, what about this one, Ray? It's good. It's a good restaurant. They've been around for years. I said, but they don't have basically NDA. They don't have a disclosure. They didn't sign an agreement to help you for 6 months to a year. And on top of that, their brother, their cousin, uncle is going to open one across the street and put your ass out of business. Oh, it's happened 9 out of 10 times. I tell them no, but they do it anyway. Oh, well, I think we should buy a Wendy's or a Jack in the Box. What do you think? A storage unit, a laundromat, a car wash. Why not? You can't afford the $250, but you can afford $50. Why? Because I'm going to take it off of a damn credit card or a line of credit. We'll take it off the damn credit card. You see, the fun thing is credit cards have courtesy checks. All right? So we'll take the worst cards as well. A little extra cash. This is my son's. He's only 11 years old. He turns 12 next week. Okay? How about a combo card? How about my daughter who just turned, all right, literally 18 the other day? Every child I have, I've trained them since they were born. They know what daddy does. They have to do one thing. My children must have an 800 plus score. Okay? Or I will not do what needs to be done, what they ask me to do something for them. I blackmail my children. I've done it all my life. My first 4 daughters, you get A plus, you get a $45,000 car and you're 16. Okay? If you get A only, you get only 30,000. My first 4 daughters got brand new cars. Amy, the shining star, 4.5. She got a F-51 truck 4x4 at 16 because she deserved it. My current wife for the last several decades, honey, we're not going to do that for these kids. Yes, dear. You see, I say yes, dear, because I understand one thing. In my family, I am the man, I am the king of the castle. That's just the way it is. Then I step aside, let my wife run the house, because that's called being a smart man. Okay, why would I want to run the damn house? She does better than I do. If I get her the house, she can turn it into a home. She leaves me friggin' alone, I get to go kill it. I do my job. That's the goal. We get to play the game to win. So I want you to change the way you think today. I think you want to run a business. Sorry, I would rather, if we got to rebuild you, okay, we'll do that. But why don't we think about reaching a goal and look at the 38 steps? Why don't we understand it takes 8 times to hear something to master it anyway? And if our goal is to win the game of business, why would you run your business, which is killing you mentally anyway in most cases? It sucks, but that's just what I'll say. Auto income is the key. I think if you do what I ask you to do, when Santos lines him up to knock him down, which he's got more lined up, okay? The worst thing is, here's the worst one, okay? Let me grab this one here, it's 475, okay? Partner with me in this one here, you only get 6,000 a month. That's all. Okay, only one of you gets to get 6,000, I get 6,000. So we get 12,000 a month. Okay, that's it. Wow. Is it enough? Hell yes. As long as we have $5,000 positive cash flow per month, we're going to go get it. Because it's more than you're getting out of income now. Then the value is going to go up and away. I don't like selling anything anyway. Later on, if you want to sell your part, I'll buy your part. That's how it works. It's just only a do-it-yourself car wash. Okay, it's kind of ugly. But if you know we made it a little prettier and the city keeps growing, what are they going to do? The volume goes up and away. Would 6,000 be enough for you per division? That's a starting point, right? So if we take the worst case, we're going to do that. So we got to focus on turnkey auto income. I didn't know what to call it. Sorry. Okay, the word's, what's auto income? I don't know. It's simple. All right, getting money coming in automatically. The Wendy's restaurant's managed by a management company, and you're basically, let's say we got 5 people in this right here, and every one of them in that 5 people get a check through an escrow company, a management company. Every month they get a check. It goes into your corporation. But again, why is it going to your corporation? Because you did it to a division. Your division's on the same bank account. There's the goal. Same bank account. And that's the ultimate goal for all of us. So Nick, I know we're going to take a break in 3 minutes or so. Where's that slide we need to put if they want to continue to play with me some more today and tomorrow? See, what's going to happen is, so the first hour or so here so far, we invited the world, all right, to go to webinar and social media. See, if you want to play, now it's time to pay. If not, you have to go away. See, I get to rhyme all the time too. Sorry, that's just me. It's been happening since I was a kid. So we get to play the game to win. So again, he's going to basically do this, very simple. You're going to click, click, click. Is it there? Oh, okay, put it over there and over here. It's okay. So you have the ability to call the office right now, 800-254-9506, write it down, 800-254-9506. And if you want to continue playing the rest of the day and tomorrow and the next day, call them right away, sign up for the days and get to play. See, if you play with me and even partner up and all kinds of stuff, guess what's going to happen? We're going to build a division, auto income. And I like to multiply it times 10, at least times 9 to 10, please. See, you need to have that 100,000 a month, because at the end of the day, we get to enjoy life. That's the goal, right? Next year, my wife, I promised her for a couple of years. And you know what I promised her? That I would go on a business trip. I said, as long as I can broadcast. Okay. You see, this will be my 50th year next year. And she said, honey, you got to retire. I said, honey, I'm having too much fun. So that's the ultimate goal. Do I click anything? Answer the question right here. Okay. Should I be changing my LLC to an S Corp now, or do you wait? You don't do it now at all. Don't you dare. Okay. We're going to tear it apart. We're not done. We're going to go through basically volume 1, level 1 to S Corps and C Corps. You leave it alone. Okay. I want none of you changing anything right now at all. Because when we're done playing this game, I want you to win the game. Okay. Because on that LLC, I need to know how much money's coming in. Do we have division process? Okay. S Corp is only when we're making money. Until then, you leave it alone. Got it so far? Very, very simple. And we get to play this game to win. All right. So he's clickety, clickety, clack. Okay. All right. If you want to continue to play, okay, you can call that number right away. It's very simple. And what we get to do is play the game for the next 3 days. Rest of the day, Saturday and Sunday. And again, as Santos said, I want this to be my last and final summit, boot camp, whatever you want to call it. I don't want to do another one. It's not because of anything else. It's kind of boring to me. Sorry. I've done it for 49, so it'll be 50 years now. So my son wants to take over for me. He's only 11 and 12. Believe me, he knows exactly what I've been teaching him. I got junior and senior partners here as well, and they're going to be junior and senior coaches. So they'll be okay. I'll broadcast every once in a while. See, I got to go on a business trip next year. She wants to go to Ireland, to the castle. She wants to go to Italy, Rome, all these good places. Okay, no problem, honey. All right, that's how it works. So here you clickety click, call the number right away. If not, I'm going to say, I'm sorry, but you blew it. You could have got me for 2.5 more days. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be right back. All right, our long 10 minutes, a little longer than we thought it would be. It's amazing. We always have these things that come up at the last minute. Brandy went home sick. Jay had to do emergency. Jake went over here. I told you, auto income, auto income. Well, you can count on the corporation coming income. You don't have to count on people. All right. For me, I don't like counting on people. That's just me. I've never liked counting on people. I want to count on myself. Okay. Because I need to pay the bills and do what needs to be done. You see, when you're running a company like this, I'm trying to help the world, there's always something going wrong. Well, what do? I call it fight through the pain. And that's what we've got to do, fight through that pain. Auto income. I didn't know what to call it. All I can do is tell you what I did. Okay. Auto income to me was, by that time I'm at Orange Coast College. I'm driving a Lamborghini. The court ordered me to get a job when I have $1 million in the bank. I mean, our system is screwed up even then. People always telling you what to do. I got $1 million in the bank. Okay. All right. What do I get to do? The $1 million. I went to court. I was 14 and a half. I just want to sign a lease as an apartment. That's all. I had a beard at 12. But I couldn't get the judge to give me permission to sign a lease till I was 15 and a half. What a crock. Okay. Just crap. But what do? I was ordered to go to work. Okay. Here's Orange Coast College. I'm working in a company called Assembly Services. This man named Carl invented Video Palm. That's right, Video Palm. I watched Atari and Nintendo steal his shit. They stole it and he had no money. He had 12 million. They made him broke and they stole everything he did. All right. Pac-Man was called People Eater at the time when he invented it. But I worked for his factory. So I had to get to work. What am I supposed to do? Going to school, having a job over here, and I got to go work. The only thing I got to do is very simple. I became a night crew supervisor at Lucky Supermarket. Lucky Supermarket. What do we get to do? Simple. All right. Well, that does where we left off anyway. How's that? Okay. So that's fine. It's fine. So let's understand something. I was told to go work for Lucky's. It's Lucky Supermarket. Okay. No problem. Okay. Now I'm the night crew supervisor. I'm 14 going on 15. I'm driving a Lamborghini. Got $1 million in the bank. Talk about a screwed up system. Okay. I got to go work and driving a Lamborghini. After work, I got to go to East Coast College to do that and go to work after that. This is called, no wonder I wrote my book called Bullshit Doesn't Pay Your Bills. But I listen. I'm a good listener. Here comes the first truck. I watched the guy before use the forklift. I never did one before. They asked me if I could drive a forklift. Of course I can. Anybody can. Didn't mean to know how. I said, yes, I could. It's simple. I watched them do it. The next day I did it too. I had this weird thing. I could watch what you do. In about 5 minutes, I do it better than you, by the way. And that used to piss people off all the time. Now, I'm listening. I want you to listen too. Listen very carefully. What's happening, the truck is being backed up. You're hearing the beep, 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 beep. Okay? Opens a big truck, has a clipboard, got a sign for receiving merchandise. The only thing I can remember is this store 128? Is this store 128? See, I'm listening to you just, I want you to learn to listen better. Everything today in the next week or so, I want you to pay attention, slow yourself down, listen to what they're saying. Is this store 128? My brain was simple. Where's 129, 27, 26? What's going on? I'm hearing the word store. See, life is a journey and you learn it as you go. And I think that, for me, I look back as like God's positioning me to learn. Maybe to help you today. I don't know. Hopefully that's true. There's that rhyming thing I do. So what happens is, okay, I do my research. Lucky Supermarkets. They own Pioneer Chicken. Well, I love that chicken. It was good. They own GNC Sporting Goods. So they own all these pieces. And I heard one thing. Is this store 128? All right, that's stuck in my head. See, what they told me back when I was reaching and looking at the magazines of rich and famous people, every location, then I'm looking at how they're set up. Well, it's a corporation. So Lucky Supermarket's here as a store, and they have branches. They call them store numbers. Every store had a number. Every store had a what? Number. That means every store has a separate tax ID. A separate tax ID. Just like you and your children have social security numbers, they have tax ID. Okay. Tax ID. Bankruptcy code. You have 6 bankruptcies, by the way, under the Federal Protection Act. I'm just going to keep researching and researching how the hell is it working. What makes Humpty Dumpty go and build up and away? 128. So I'm going back to the board. Oh, they didn't clean my board. Okay. Someday I'm going to get my Vanna White back. Every time I turn around, all right, when I was done, the board was always clean. Oh, well, I'm going to get my Vanna White eventually. That's okay. In other words, I'm giving Nick a bad time here. You know, so that's why he's laughing. Okay. So if I have 128, what do I have? Let's listen very carefully. What do I actually have? Each location of something has a credit file. Each location, write these things down. You need to know this. Each location has a credit file. Each location has a tax ID. Give me an address, give me a name, I got a credit file. Write it down. Give me an address, give me a name, I have a credit file. Give me an address, give me a name. What do I have? A credit file. How am I going to finance a business? I have no money. Credit. What's our world work on? Credit. We work on us. We're legal people. Okay. But a legal person or corporation. So if I got an address, I got a location, I got a name, I got a tax ID, I got a liability. I can roll the dice again and again and again and again. And if I screw up one, whoops, oh well. That's what business is. Oh well. Bank of America bankrupting 11,000 locations, that's a business decision. I learned from me, I get to make business decisions too, as long as I have a corporation. But if I'm me, I'm a duck and a sheep, the way it was designed in the first place. So when we look at the board, our goal is very simple. We have to realize this corporation is a management company. If we treat it like a management company and we build a division, and let's say it's 128, okay, they had other locations. So let's say that was 129, but then they also owned Pioneer Chicken. They owned another restaurant. They owned G&G Sporting Goods. So every division they had subsidiary, these are corps owning corps, had another piece. Every piece got another what? Address and name, address and name, address and name. So this means if we gather 100 credit files, we now have $100 million of credit. Every one of you can do this. Hell, I did it as a kid, and it's like, why did you do that? I had explained to Ted Turner when I was 9.5 years old, literally, 26 ways using SS4. This is Ted Turner, the billionaire, broadcasting. His wife, Jane Fonda, okay? It's like, I'm talking to dummies. What are they? See, everyone knows one thing. All the rich and famous people, they know how to make money. They made money and they're stupid. They made money, they're stupid. Why? They have no foundation. How many rich and famous people go broke after they did what they did? Most of them. They go broke because they got to realize like Shaq, or people like Shaq who buys what? Krispy Kremes. All right, a hamburger place. All right, a donut store. All right, Papa John's. He's an investor. So they made more money, all right, than anything. It's like Michael Jordan the other day being the richest guy on the planet when it came to being sports and doing all this investments. He made more money in the investments than he did being playing sports. But he got a percentage of something. Business, corporation. We have to focus on one thing. Level 1 setup. You know everything. You know everything to run your company. You know everything to run your company and your life. You're great. Fantastic. And then you have the up and down show. And then the credit and the money. And what do we do next? Auto income. Yes.
So that's where subdivisions come in that example.
Oh, yes. We're going to break down subdivisions in many ways.
Okay.
Okay. Today, you go to a car dealership. You have new car, you have used car. You got new parts, used parts. They've actually taken that car dealership and dissected it in pieces. These are subdivisions. And that's what they need to do. A subdivision, the most important thing I did subdivisions for was apartments. Okay. I have a problem with the tenant. Okay. If they slip, fall, and sue me, I'm broke. I'm going for the dream. I have an apartment complex, and if they sue me, I'm screwed up. All it takes is one lawsuit. All it takes is you online or here acting like, well, the corporation protects me. Wait till you're in litigation. Wait till they treat you like a crook. Wait till they tear you apart and they say you're guilty. You're going to want to settle. Do you realize that 96% of all these lawsuits of these attorneys out there, they settle by squeezing the insurance company? All right, they almost settle all the cases because they just squeeze the companies. That's how it works. So again, setup in level 1. Our goal is to focus on chapter 18. We have to break this down to understand. And I was lucky while I was being used and abused as a kid, I paid attention. Corporation's a legal person. It's right there. It's a legal person. I heard that. It triggered something to me. All I know is to go to the library at the time. I hope we're not raising stupid kids today because everything's on the social media. You get to ask your phone the answer of any test. You don't have to do any work anymore. We used to have to walk backwards 9 miles in the snow and carry 60 pounds of books, right? That's all it was, okay? We had to work. Now we just answer the phone. They're all going to get rich. Social media is going to make the younger children of today richer faster than we. And they're not going to know how to play with it or deal with it, okay? We're going to have more problems with those younger people nowadays because they won't know how to handle money and all the things they have to go through when they get money. It's another mindset. Corporation's a legal person. It may sue or be sued. What stuck with me when I was a kid at 9.5 in the bottom, every one of you online and here should actually research Business Professional Code 179A3. You're going to find out 179 is going to help offset taxes. $1 million of equipment. How's that? Okay, so we're going to work within the system. We got to play by the rules because they're in charge. We're not in charge, they're in charge. This is their rules. So I'm going to play the game by the rules. And that's what we got to do. Not required. That bothered me. See, when I start studying the law as a kid and he's a grown up, the law is opened. It's not closed the door. It was, where's my opportunities? Not required. Okay, I understand that part. But does it not allow me to? Where's the option? See, usually when you go to research law, it gives you options to understand how to think. And there's this level of law and this, how you look at different books. Okay, I just want to understand it more. The corporation, like someone had a question earlier today, should I make the LLC an S Corp? Not yet. You see, we don't do things quick. If you're a puppet master, it is steady and slow. It is steady and slow. Quick is stupid, in my opinion. It is steady and slow. There's no hurry. Yes, you want it now? Now, I got to get it. Yes. No, stop. If we get into an escrow, all right, it can take up to 90 days. Okay? We got to have a reserve to maintain the payment on the card or line of credit we use. But the goal is simple. We're creating auto income. We're getting a piece of something. Ownership. It's a different mindset. We're not running a business. Okay? We're owning a piece. Could you imagine? I got to $1 million a day. Okay? And my wife says, honey, why don't you go to the office? Why do you go to work? All right? You're worth billions of dollars. You got $1 million a day coming in. You don't need to go anywhere. But honey, I would be fat, ugly, and die. Don't you understand? If I'm not motivated or doing something to reach a dream, I'm dead. To me, that's my motivation. So it wasn't the money. The money was to pay the bills, but the goal was to play the game. It's more important to play the game than win. And that's the goal. It's like when you pierce your own veil, you do it every day. All these people on social media, I'm rich, how rich are you? Several have been indicted so far. The IRS is watching them. They're listening very carefully. Our cell phone listens in. Siri listens in. All right, Google listens in. Everybody hears what you say. That's how you get that little pop-up. Oh, you want to buy a new car? Here's the new cars. You didn't even go look at it yet, but it's popped up. Okay. We pierce our veil because we have big mouths. We don't know how to shut up. There's the first thing. The next thing is you never, never, never say you're rich. I'm not rich. I'll never be rich. I don't know how to be rich. In other words, I don't know how to be stupid. I will be the puppet master. I will control everything, but I will nothing. Because if I own it, they sue me, they screw me, and I lose it. I don't want to own anything. Okay? I want it all controlled by the irrevocable trust and the course and the division process. I want to do what the Kennedys did, the Gettys. Okay? I want to play, but here's our problem here. the car, the lease of a building, the credit card. So if I got a corporation and I have a location here and I have my subdivisions here, one of these divisions have to be my name. I have to have a Ray Reynolds division. I might have more than one Ray Reynolds divisions. I might make them all subdivisions. See, if I have to sign a name, I have to sign my name, and most of the time it asks for the SSN or SS4. If you would take the time to look at an application, a lot of applications give you the choice SSN, SS4. It's like I deal with people in Canada all the time, rather than the country. It's a W7, gets an ITIN, and there's 11 accounts you can do under tax ID. Even Chase, even American Express. So again, another way to play the game to win, but it's up to you. I won't sign for the car. The last time my wife signed her name 28 times, they made her sign it to a resolution on behalf of the corporation, But the reality is, I know it's a division, but the key people at the car dealership know it's a corp because the division is a corp. If this corp does business here, this name is still a corporation. I know the word divisions to the bank are basically in the minute and bylaws. That's it. Everything else is a corp. All right, B of A, every location's their location, right? That's a corp, but it's owned by the parent company. It's a corp, but it's owned by a parent company. They bankrupt the location, branch number, separate tax ID, address and name, separate the piece, and they still keep the assets and the money. That's what they get to do. The lease, I can't sign a lease as my name. I can't do that. It makes no sense. I'll sign my name as long as I'm allowed to use tax ID. Do I have to disclose that? No. They asked me to sign my name. I signed my name. I told them the truth. I have the right to use SSN and SS4, so do you, but it's up to you again. Credit cards, again, eventually you want to basically replace you as a signer, but it's not easy because you're playing the up and down show, most of you. What happens is we're entitled to do an SS4. See, the problem you didn't do is you didn't dissect the SS4 form. It says entity or individual person. If you go back to history, you will find out they set up the SS4 form for people and banking purposes and employers and employees. It was supposed to be a universal form. Go through your history. Because your Social Security number you're not supposed to use for ID purposes, a laminator carry with you. But again, the system kind of changed that. Money making money. If you're going to do this correctly as we rebuild you like Humpty Dumpty, we have to understand something. Corporation makes money. But we have to have a problem. We have to have money. It takes money to get money. So if I have an average balance of here, $3,000, there's my goal. Now, when I was getting sued by the banks and they were suing me back, okay, they wanted to have separate bank accounts for every division. I said no because of the way they wrote the rules. Their rules were very simple. They wanted one bank account with all your divisions on it, one bank account. Okay, what does that do for me? The rules on a line of credit is average balance. So let's write down average balance, all right, gets a line of credit. Average balance builds lines of credit. So if we're going to get a line of credit, we have to have an average balance that can afford the payment. Every bank has the magic back room. They talk about the back room, the secret back room. Shh, don't tell anybody it's a secret. The back room, it's that people that actually give the final approval. Unfortunately, nowadays, the people at the banks were tellers that got promoted, they don't know what they're doing a lot anyway. So we have to kind of guide them at division process all the time. But if we turn around today and we have a 750 score for you, you have a 750 score, okay? No problem. There's your credit score. You quit playing the up and down show, you do it the right way. Now we have an average balance of $3,000, okay? A line of credit for $50,000, they want to see an average balance of about $1,200. $100,000, they want to see about $1,900 to about $2,500. Okay, if you want 150, this is 50, this is 100. You want 150, okay, they're going to want to see about $3,000, $3K in the account. Okay, so that means flat out an average balance builds a line of credit, and that's what it is. If we want to use tax return, if we have it, that's great. If we don't, they usually will use the average balance. I've helped many people position Chase Bank for 100,000 to 150 to 50. Client the other day, I sent him to the bank. I lined it up. I said, I want you to ask for two things. Now remember, if you go to Chase, I want you to basically Google the 524 rule. Just put 524. Okay, 524. It'll take you right to Chase, and they have a 524 rule. You have to understand every credit card, every credit line, they have a personality. So 524 will take you there, because if you got 5 cars in 24 months, they're going to turn you down no matter what you do. They use this all the time. Chase has 5 cards, okay, and usually $50,000 to $100,000 on the cards. Line of credit can be 50 to 150. They give a line of credit. Anything above that, they give installment loans. Okay? So again, we're trying to position ourselves to get the money. And I'm getting those 5 cards. I lined up the clients the other day. Husband and wife, they're 2 CFOs. So here's a corporation, okay? Husband and wife, they're CFOs. My suggestion to them is very simple. If I go online today for Chase Freedom Sapphire, that's personal card, there's no interest up to 22 months. Ink card, same thing, but that's usually $35,000 to $50,000 to $100,000, and there's no interest from 12 to 24 months. So Chase will be my number 1 bank to play with. Okay, I told them both, I want you, because the wife has a Chase, all right, Freedom. I want you to ask for an ink card. Okay, now husband, I said, I want you to ask for both cards. If I go online and go ask for one or the other card now and ask for the second card, I can't get it. I only get one. They'll turn me down. Okay. If I am in the bank, the manager can do it. The manager can give both cards simultaneously at the same time. Okay. And that's what I wanted them to do, and they did. Wife's is 38,000, husband's 45,000. Okay. Now, why is that? Her credit's better than his. Okay. All right. It shouldn't be any different, but her credit's better than his, and she has more credit than he does. Okay. The difference is, it depends how you ask the question. He says, I project $1 million in sales. She says, I project 75,000 to 500,000. Projection control the limit. Make sense? If we have a division of a corporation, we're entitled to project $250,000. If I have 3 divisions, I'm projecting $1 million. When you sit there with the banker, he or she's typing, they're adding notes into the file they're building for you. That's why they're asked what type of business, like an SIC code. So again, we're trying to position ourselves. Average balance 3,000. It's simple. If you have that for 90 days, your average balance will be 5,000, because that's how it actually rotates. Okay, and then up to 150. You see, I don't want you using this to put into a Wendy's restaurant. I don't want you using these to put into a Wendy's restaurant. I'd like you to write a check. How do you write the check if it's 150? All right, 100,000, you can spend 50. If it's 50, you can only spend 25. I stay to the rules every time. 150, I can spend 100. I got to get to an escrow, and it takes 90 days, up to 90 days. So I got to have safety money. Okay, I got to get through the escrow. And we've already projected the income to be divided by A, 1, 2, 3, 4 people, and what the proceeds would be. Again, there we go. All we have to do is close an escrow. We buy existing businesses, and we target businesses that are auto income. So then we're building an income, which the world should actually look at anyway. I think everybody should focus on income versus building a business. Because if we had the income, we could free up our time and go get what we want. But again, that's just the way it should be. We get to play the game to win. But every time we turn around, we got to make sure we do not basically do what? Our problem is, you control the heartbeat. You control the up and down show. The up and down show is you with the credit bureaus and your score. In the beginning, they look at you. You are the heartbeat of your credit. You have to focus and follow through on that all the time and understand how to play the game to win. Because it's a game. Treat it like a game, like you're having fun. Even stress sometimes is fun because it's challenging. You challenge yourself, and that's what you should always do anyway. It's half the fun to learn to win the game of business. So if we do this correctly, okay, we got the line of credit. Now we look at a property or something, or storage or whatever. We line up things all the time. Every week we have about 6 different ones to play with, okay? We're going to get to a point we're going to have about 10 as the average. And that's what we're looking to do. But now we're going to basically think about something. If all of a sudden you have a corporation and a division's making some money, what do we do next? Here's the corporation management company. Here's the division. Let's say it's $8,000 a month. Okay, it's not a lot. We're not here to be rich. What I created was never to be rich. It was to create an income so I could free up my time so I could pay my bills. And if I did it again and again and again, the corporation itself could be rich. When you give money to somebody who's going to invest for you, you're usually building a retirement and maybe a little bit of income. Here you're controlling the bouncing ball. 8,000 a month. Okay, what do we do now? Let's say we now have more than one location and we're doing this umbrella here. Okay, now you have money coming in and out. The bank wants to see transactions. They're going to want to see eventually 30 transactions a month. 30 transactions, you pay in a bill, you pay in the bill, yes.
What is defined as a transaction?
Money coming in and paying any bill. Okay, you had a wire come in, you paid the house payment, or you paid a house payment or a piece of property. You paid a credit card bill. Okay, you Zelled money to an employee, you paid the payroll, you paid the lights, you paid the whatever. Transaction. So they got 30 transactions and just look at the average balance. If we have the 30 transactions here and our average balance is $3,000 to $5,000, that's the goal. Now, the problem is now you have 8,000. Let's say we have 10,000 here. We got 10,000 here. Okay, we got basically 28,000 coming in per month. How do we get to the next location? If you keep using credit, the bottom line is going to tie up credit. What do we do next? We leverage the money. The problem you have to realize is money has to be leveraged. Okay? If we play with the bank this way, and all of a sudden here, okay, let's say we have $1,000 just to start. And we put 1,000 here in a CD. This is a CD, okay? And they give us a line of credit off the CD, line of credit, okay? If you can fill out an application and you can show money in the bank, all right, CD, and you borrowed money, you have the pattern of 3. It's a reference of 3. This is very simple. It's like if I take $100,000. If we get to the point, because this is what I want it to be, I want this to be 100,000, okay? And all of a sudden you have 100,000 a month, your problem is going to be, you want to spend the money. I want to leverage it at least once. If I put 100,000 in the bank, and now this is 100,000 here, okay? And I borrow against it, I have 100,000 here. And I write a check back here. That is a reference of 3. So understand, why would I do all that? People are going to think you're crazy. Well, that's okay, let them think that. Why would you do this to borrow against your own money? Because the corporation, well, first of all, this is reporting to the credit bureaus that we established in the corporation. On a application now, it says 100,000 in the CD, 100,000 in the bank. So there's 200,000 of liquid, $100,000 of debt. You've now created $300,000 of verification. The bank's going to give you 5 times. That is $1 million of credit. Okay? Now, if you created the debt, you borrowed off the debt. Debt offsets what? Taxes. You take that $1 million now and you grow your business. The problem everybody does is they back themselves in the corner. You're spending the money coming in, it's never enough. Because as you grow the business, you run out of money every day. Every day you run out of money if you're growing a business. But if we leverage the money as we build the money, we get to play the game and win. The world was built on debt. Debt offsets taxes. So if we start looking at the corporation type that we have, what is our goal? You become a money-making machine, okay? So how are we going to do it? We have to rebuild you, corp divisions and subdivisions, and average balance on all these pieces. And then as we start to gather money through locations, we need to leverage money. Leveraging money is not just putting money there. You have to have transactions. You have to show the bank. Chase Bank will put you on tier 2 or 3. They will actually assign a banker to you, and they'll call it whatever you need. When you get that first property, first escrow or whatever, you're part of it, they're going to ask, where's the next project? Okay? All right, we'd like to be your number 1 banker. That sounds great. Okay? You're going to be number 1 banker. I'm going to tell you everything you want to hear. Jess, you're the greatest, fantastic. We're going to do all our business with you through this division process. or corporation. I'm going to B of A, say the same thing. US Bank and Wells Fargo say the same thing. Okay, I'm going to play this game at all the 4 major banks, period. Because I'm here to play the game to win. That's the goal. We have to win the game of business. Yes.
Do the divisions be filed with the state?
Okay, depends on the city, depends on the bank. Okay, all right, for instance, Oregon demands you do divisions at their state level. Okay, we're kind of good and bad at the same time. In California, Sacramento, we can tend to do divisions here and put them on any bank in most states. Okay, that's not a problem at all because California allows us to do it, probably because I'm the guy that created it in the first place in the 80s. So it works pretty good. But if a banker doesn't understand it, he goes, well, we need to file them here. If the banker says it, they're usually wrong. We tend to prove them wrong, and then the state says, okay. Certain states want you to file them in the state. That's fine. It doesn't hurt anything at all. Okay, we can file at their county recorder's office. Okay, all we want to do is create an entity that allows us to do daisy chain credit, get a tax ID, and have a location with an address. And now we have a credit file. Address and name is credit file. Address and name is credit file. And that's what we get to focus on. It's like, you know, I get a Linda or something like this, we get a project, and that Hyatt has 117 units. But here's the thing, 117 units, she hears that. But the thing is, she forgot one thing. It has a store. It has a diner. It has all these other, this is a Hyatt hotel converted to an apartment complex. So you need 140 divisions. Okay? Why? Because if you don't separate liability, someone goes to that store, they slip, fall, who do they sue? Lawsuits are the #1 thing in this world today. If I can disconnect the division and bankrupt it, I'm going to do that to the piece. I got to protect that whole piece. It's a great project. It's 27 million bucks. That's great. One lawsuit destroys your dream. Now you're older, slower, you're not as pretty as you used to be. Everything's all screwed up. It's no fun. Why do I push basically more about corporate credit? It's a write-off. A write-off. A corporation can write off all the credit. It's the goal. It's the dream. Why would I want to use my credit? People use their personal credit because they don't know any better. Eventually, we can circumvent all that, and that's what our goal would be. It's to circumvent the personal credit. But in the beginning, you have to be the CFO. You have no choice. You are the CFO to the corporation. That's the chief financial officer. But again, how aggressive do you want to be? I had a recent client tell me, Ray, you're too aggressive. Okay, I'm happy with my $30,000 a month. Quit pushing me to do more. Okay, I'm happy with my $30,000 a month. Quit pushing me to do more. Okay, I said, fine. I said, we'll talk in 3 weeks and see what you want to say on them. So I'm told, quit pushing me. I'm fine with my $30,000 a month. Okay, all right. To me, it's like, okay, what if one of these screw up? Okay, what if one screws up? Now she only has 20,000 a month. What if they all screw up? Okay, I'm a person that plans the problem. I believe in oh shit day. It happens to everybody. Oh shit, what do I do? Okay, so she's mad at me because I'm pushing her to do to the next one. I lined up 3 times for her, and no, I'm fine with the 30,000. Okay, you're fine. Corporate credit's a damn write-off. I can write everything here off, interest rate and credit card, and I can jack it up. Personal credit does not show up on personal file unless it's a Capital One Spark card. That's it. You're talking 99% of all cards never show up on your personal file, so we build corporate credit anyway. Why would we want to build more personal? All we ever need is 10 cards personally, 10,000 each, 100,000 of credit. That's it. Because we have to prove to the banks that we justify that we're a true CFO. We are a chief financial officer signing on the behalf of a corporation or division. And then we have to understand it's free money. Chase is crazy. I can tell Chase right now on a card, all right, your new card coming in with 0% interest, can I transfer my balance? And they'll give it to me. I have transferred one card about 10 times for the last 10 years. No interest at all. Just by getting a new card and playing their 520 rule. Again, I don't want to pay interest. It's fine. Okay, if they're going to say, fine, go for it. Chase has 5 cards and 2 of them I think suck. I like 3 of them. I don't like the other 2. Okay, I don't like that new Sapphire for business because it does not report. It does not revolve. See, this is what a client does. Well, we're underneath that Sapphire, get an invitation. No. Okay, Ray already did it. Good. Okay, Guess what? I said, you just charged it up $25,000. That's due at the end of the month. What do you mean? It's revolving. No, it's not. No, it's not. I said, you just backed yourself in a corner. How many times that you, online and here, have screwed up backing your assets in a corner? Because you, what did I say earlier? Steady and slow, learn to do what needs to be done. I went to Sapphire. They gave me this new card they came up with. Fantastic. It doesn't fluctuate. It means that whatever you charge, you have to pay every month. Every month. You just have to pay $25,000. Now what does he have to do? He has to play the Macarena. He's got to juggle. Ooh, here we go. We want it revolving. We want the unlimited. We want the cash. We want cards that have fun, not that's due at the end of the month. So we got to dissect what it can do. Okay, that's important. It's like the American Express cards. If we start dissecting these, we're going to do that as well. They have a POT. I got them to do a POT. It's a paid overtime limit. It's a double card. But these things don't fluctuate. I got a no shit moment. You know I'm going to charge up these suckers. I'm charging these every time. Why? Why would I want to charge one? All right, it's basically the end of the month it's due. The other thing, it actually brings my score down. See, as you build corporate credit, when you take the American Express business cards more than 50%, they won't increase the limits. They won't increase the limits. If they're at 50%, they will. When you go on American Express application and their dashboard, when you sign into your account, you can find offers. If you know how to go through it, you can find offers. They say you can get these free cards. I found offers for you. That's how I got you the last couple cards. Boom. There's no damn inquiry. It's an offer getting more cards. There's no inquiry. What am I trying to say? If inquiries, you're allowed 6 every 180 days. We've got to make sure we don't get more inquiries because we're going to bring our score down, not up. We're defeating our own purpose. It's free money. I'm not hurting the family. I will roll the dice and I can't hurt the family. It makes no sense to me. Divisions are line of defense. The greatest gift that I did about a division process is the first reason I did them for me, and I got them to agree in Sacramento, and they changed the form 5 times. Very simple in 85, 86, is because I didn't want to pay franchise tax fee. That was all it was. I don't want to pay that per location and corporation. No. Why? Division process solved the problem. Then it's like a business has its own heartbeat. It actually starts creating its own life. So all of a sudden, divisions, I got 89 ways how to use it, not abuse it. Damn, I like the division process. My name's not on it unless I name it me. But again, it's like building that legacy. My son and my 5 daughters will know one thing. When daddy dies, they get nothing. They get nothing. Okay? They get to be the president of the company. When you basically change title with somebody, they don't have to pay tax. They control the same assets that I built. That's a legacy. You do not transfer an asset because that's called stupid. Every time you transfer an asset, oh, I sold my house. Well, I'm going to do this 1031 exchange. There's tax. They got a record of money. What if they get to control everything daddy or mommy built? And they don't have to transfer it. What if it went to generation and generations? Oh, that's the Kennedys. That's the Gettys. That's what? The Hiltons. Isn't that what they did? All right, look at their kids. Are their kids poor or rich? Okay? See, when we get something from family that passed away in a better place, we get a house, a little bit of money, and now we're in probate. If we would have got daddy's business, we could have controlled the bouncing ball. If daddy and mommy had a Wendy's restaurant, hell, we'd have it for life. Okay? I mean, Jack in the Box, McDonald's, whatever. All right, hard asset. If you're all jacked up, you go to Best Buy like I did. That's what I did. Best Buy will give instant credit as long as you have a DUNS number to a corporation. Instant credit, usually about $51,000 when you break it down. And what do we have to do? That turns into supply, turned into cash. And all I did is I turned it into cash. Okay? I need to do one thing. Okay? I need to reduce my debt. There I am. Reduce the debt. See, when I got to this process and combing crap, okay, I have a credit file that's all screwed up. See, I filed bankruptcy. I bankrupt all the debt in 2011 because my credit file was a piece of crap. It was shit. I mean, in a coma, it's all crap. Nothing got paid. What am I going to do? I got 2 other files. I have my 3 divisions of me. What do I have to do? Again, what are we measured by? A number. We're measured by social. Tax ID, credit report were measured by our 1040 tax return. So again, I got my two other files as my backup. Now I went back to that bankruptcy. Let's understand something. Bankruptcy is a Federal Protection Act public record. It's automatic stay. Now, I don't like what people tell me, okay? You file bankruptcy, what that you? No problem. I said, I'm gonna go back and pay them later on. Okay, and they go, you're crazy. You did this chapter 7. No problem. So I went back and I paid them all and I started making money. I sent them a check, whatever I could do. American Express and Chase will not forgive you ever if you screw them up. They won't forgive you. You're punished for life. My other divisions and me have those cards, no problem at all. But the one that got screwed up. I paid them back, no problem. You see, I don't like bankruptcy. Bankruptcy meant it took advantage of something. I don't want that. I don't want that over my head that I took advantage of something I didn't honor. I have to honor the debt. So that's just me. But again, there's one thing I didn't like. It says Federal Protection Act. That means automatic stay into the federal government. It's public record. So I went to the court and I said, I'd like to seal my record. I just came out of a coma. Someone did identity theft, which was true. We went online and he had 14 people pretending to be Ray Reynolds, the Godfather credit. Robert Philhig, my attorney, had to go after every one of them. Quit pretending to be, I represent the real Ray Reynolds. We found out there's 14,000 Ray Reynoldses in the world. Damn. All right. So again, what do we have to do? So we had to get rid of that crap. Okay, to get past that. Again, our goal is very simple. I go take the creditors. I went there and I sealed my record. Okay, there's a company called Statewide. Write down Statewide for all of you to know in here. Statewide is what reports something to the credit bureau, all right, from a court. Courts do not talk to credit bureaus ever. State or federal courts do not talk. It's called Statewide. They feed the information to the credit bureaus. I sealed my bankruptcy because I could prove I had an identity theft problem and the bankruptcy never showed up on my file. I went back to every creditor and I paid them. And I actually reestablished most of the accounts again. I explained I was in a coma. Here's the doctors, here's the information. And I fixed it, okay? So for me, I don't want something negative holding over me. And that's what I did. I sealed the record. I don't understand why people don't seal bankruptcy when they file a bankruptcy. It is public record. It is under the Federal Protection Act. It means it's supposed to protect you. Now, these are the banks I want you to play with. I want you to dissect every bank and understand Chase is great. You have a Sapphire and you have a Freedom card personally. Okay, Sapphire personal can be up to 50,000. So can the Freedom card. And the other side, they have corporate cards. They have 5 ink cards. Now they have 6. Okay, 2 I don't like, 4 I do. Very simple. Chase is not going to give you a line of credit unless you have personal cards, period, or business cards. Chase always comes back to my clients because they'll come back and the client knows more than me always. And they go, Ray, they turn me down. What do I do now? I said, well, you should listen in the first place. All right. Chase wants a personal account and a business account. They turn you down for line of credit. They'll say you don't have a relationship with our affiliates. Their cards are their affiliates. So I'm always going to say, if you do what you're told, if you got a personal Chase, Freedom or Sapphire, and an ink card, and we have our average balance of $3,000 in 90 days, they'll hand you $50,000. That's all you got to do. They hand you $50,000. One of our clients about 2 months ago, he says, Ray, my loan at my house is at Chase. I said, good, let me get you $100,000. What do you mean? I said, you got a corporation, no problem, line it up. If Chase saw the mortgage that they did for him, the mortgage is there, got the cards, no problem, average balance, he walked in, opened his bank account, would you like $100,000 now, sir? They gave him $100,000 line of credit right there when he opened the account. Okay, so now how fast can he do some auto income? Pretty damn quick. We don't want to take it from the credit cards. Credit cards for people, corporate divisions build score to get more. Credit cards for us personally, business and divisions are to build what? Credit cards to get more of lines of credit. We want to write a check to escrow. Escrow gets a check. Now you're going to be told, okay, let's say we take this one here. All right, here's a car wash. It's lined up. All right, now understand, I'm going to show you something today, how we've allocated $10 million already. 10 million allocated. So when we send the letter of certification from attorneys and escrow, there's $10 million sitting there, they pay attention to us pretty quick. Okay, so we get, oh, you're a serious buyer. Okay, we're pre-approved for 10 million bucks. Okay, so if all of a sudden we say, here's one, and all of a sudden Santos reaches out to 4 of you, email or Zoom or whatever, and says, would you like to be part of this? It costs this. We need $25,000 in this, and you're gonna get this. If you do the 25, I might need 2 more people to do the 25 because Mr. Reynolds is already doing 25. All right, I might need 2 people, 3 people, 4. It's in the program. Here's the income, no problem. You don't write checks to us ever. We don't want your checks ever. You write them to the escrow. You're going to be in touch with escrow because that's the bouncing ball. All right, there's too many companies gathering money, doing investments for you, and most of them turn into Ponzi's. Okay, no, I don't want that. I don't want that crap. You're writing a check from your line of credit that I taught you how to do and lined it up for you, and now you're in an escrow. You maintain that line of credit based on what I've taught you to do, and what happens is all of a sudden it closes escrow, you get your money. Now, you're going to have to hear what I say. You're not getting all of it. This is what I tell everybody right up front, and I got Mickey who was mad at me a couple months ago. Out of a line of credit, I got her payment for the line of credit, it was a basically blueprint loan, it's $2,000 a month. She got $4,200 a month, okay, out of the first deal, okay? All right, there was actually $8,900, but I wouldn't give it to her. Isn't that terrible of me? Okay, all right, no, what happens is I tell you flat out, you're getting about 40, 50% of the money. The rest of the money stays in a trust account. We build a trust account. All right, if we build trust with these people, they're involved, and it could be you, 3 other of you who use, what do we have now? 6 months later, we're doing reference of 3 times 5. We're going to run out of this. We're going to run out of this. We can't tie it all up. We can't keep dropping the damn score right over here for personal incorporation because we got to get more, right? If we leverage the money to get to the next location, it's easier. You never run out of money. You don't back yourself in a corner, yes.
Do we put the money, into escrow before we have a deal, or does it come out?
What, for the extra money or anything else, what?
Let's say Santos calls today and says, here's a deal, you'll need X amount of money. Have you already got the money in escrow, or you send the money?
We've already showed them, we have the proof of 10 million. They've locked it in. We've got the escrow agreed with. We're starting escrow. We're asking 1 to 5 people, would you like to be part of this one? Then they send a commitment letter to you. You sign the commitment letter. You have your line of credit ready to go. You're writing a check or wiring into escrow. I'm going to say check because that comes from a checkbook of a line of credit. So you send a check overnight to escrow. Okay. Now you're part of that escrow. You're getting a copy of escrow instructions. You're getting DocuSign, all those other pieces, and we're going to see how long is the escrow. If it's seller finance, is it 90 days or 60-day escrow, and then escrow closes. All of a sudden it says on your piece of paper you're getting $9,000, $10,000 a month, but for 6 months you're getting $4,500. That $4,500 is going to pay $2,000 of the line of credit you borrowed it from and give you a gain of $2,200. And that's what she was mad. She wanted all of it now. I said, no, you signed this. That's what we're going to do. If you want, I'll buy you out. Okay. We have to have reserve for next escrow. This is not getting one and be happy with $8,000 a month. I never designed it that way. It's not acceptable that way at all. So again, Ray, I'll be okay. No problem. Well, you get $2,200 a month. Now understand, I want that money going into your corp. All right. Your division is the one that actually is doing this. Your ownership is the division in the corporation. Money's coming in, the debt. You built the debt on the division or the corporation. It pays it, you have leftover. The goal is to take leftover, and I try to get all the clients to put it into a savings. When you start getting things like this, you're going to have your corporation have a savings account at the same bank. So the savings is the leftover, okay? Your goal should be in the back of your mind, let me do my own reference of 3 times 5. Let me create more of a line of credit for myself as well. I'm doing it for the project. The 3 or 4 people who's in that project, no problem. We're going to build this and leverage the next one. Your extra money, the problem when people get money, I always ask the question, if I have you $1 million, what are you going to do with today? First saying, oh, nobody call. Stop. If you piss it away, you'll be broke tomorrow, the next day. We cannot spend money. We have to leverage money to more money. We're trying to build an income, not to be rich. The world's wrong. They don't want to be rich. They want to get income. So again, our goal is to focus, but you thinking about putting in savings. Now you got bills to pay, no problem. Okay. We got money in savings. Savings is your overdraft protection for your corporation anyway. It should be. So you're diving money into savings, you're paying the bills, you're looking at the bank statement. You log in, oh, we're good, we're good. Oh, I need to transfer, no problem. You're juggling because you have to juggle through the process. Okay, now how do we get the next one? 8,000 a month, 10,000 a month, that's good. Okay, no problem. But again, do we want 20,000 a month? Then we want to do it per division, and that's the goal. Well, Chase is going to be my number one bank because of all the things I just mentioned for you. Wells Fargo, as we all know, it's the most indicted bank on planet Earth. They've had to pay $18 billion the last time they stole identity. They did mine twice while I was in a coma. But again, they have some good things to play with. Okay? Wells Fargo is kind of the same thing. They'll give you 50,000 line of credit. They'll give you credit cards for 20 to 30,000, personal business, but they will come back and say, you don't have any affiliate relationship. Their cards are their affiliates. So in the back of your mind, if I want B of A, I better have a personal business card, average balance of 90 days, 3,000 and 5,000. I got up to 30 transactions and now I get a line of credit. That's our goal, okay? If I position Chase's first, Wells Fargo second, B of A. Now, I use B of A for blueprint loans. Now let's understand what B of A does. They almost got in trouble, and I won't say, they almost kind of pissed me off, I guess, the way to say it. And I was a consultant for B of A for 29 years. How's that? What happens with Bank of America, okay, they open the bank account, and if you have a division, they give each division a separate account number. That's okay. Okay. So again, it's still tied to the same bank. It's still tied to the SS4. Okay. But they're assigning you a division bank account. Okay. So if you go to B of A to do that, remember they're going to do that for you or with you because that's how they set it up. Okay. I use this on purpose for one reason. If I'm doing a blueprint loan, let's say for Wanda here, okay, or not Wanda, Walker, okay, all right, Mrs. Walker here, I'm going to do a blueprint loan. I'm going to take her corporation and I'm going to file a division into my corp. Make sense? I'm going to clone her corp, XYZ company, under my corporation. I add it to B of A. What does B of A give me? An account number for that name under the same bank account. Make sense? When I go after a blueprint loan at American Express, they have to log into a bank account. If they see all my transactions and I log into a bank account that's her company name, I get a blueprint loan. If I get the blueprint loan, I can take my fees and I can transfer that division to her corporation. Remember I said I have Ray's credit 100, 12, whatever? Now she'll have the same thing. Transfer that division back to her same corporate name, but it has a number to it. Okay, 100. All right, I transfer minus the fees, but here's the problem. If I do that to basically Miss Walker, I just caused her a problem. Okay, most people want the money and you got to pay me, blah, 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 blah. No, 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 no. If I take the money from that account, that blueprint loan, hand it back to her, she's got a bill she can't pay. Make sense? I'm going to force her to go fall off the cliff. Okay, I'm going to make sure that payment starts coming out of an escrow. I'm not transferring to her until I know there's an escrow in place. I've had 2 clients this last year, this 6 months ago, pissed off because I held the money. I wouldn't give it to them. I knew one thing. One says, oh, I don't want to partner with you. I got to close the account. I use my tax returns. I use my bank account. I can't do that. The other one's pissed off because I made him wait 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. I can't give you a debt that you're going to have to pay. It's got to go through escrow. It's got to maintain the payment. So my clients get pissed off at me all the time. I piss you off sometimes. Yep. We fought all the time. No, I'm going to tell her what to do, period. Okay. I had to get her from crap to where she needed to be. Yes.
Does it make sense to open accounts at all of those banks?
Yes, but wait, there's more. Now watch. Okay. I was going to go into that next. You do not open more than 2 bank accounts every 45 days. So let's make sure. Yes. The question, all right, Lynn asked, should I have banks, all these banks? Yes, yes. I would say yes for the corporate divisions. I would take my corporate divisions and cloned it every bank I could. Because I'm going to position them, all right, for locations. I plan on getting 10 locations. Now, I was being smart because I think I'm a smart guy most of the time. I came from one of my big events from the Bonaventure on a Saturday. We had this 3-day event. I got like $100,000 in checks. And it's like in my hands, damn, okay. Well, off the 57 freeway and Imperial Highway, the banks are on this little U. Okay, here's all the banks. So I went to everyone and opened a bank account. Had my folder, everyone. Open all the bank accounts, fantastic. I don't have to carry the 100,000 with me. No problem, it's in the account. 3 days later, hi, Mr. Reynolds, this is Check Systems. We're closing your accounts. You open, we think you're kiting and floating on money. All right, they said, listen to the words because I'm a good listener. You're not allowed to open more than 2 bank accounts in 45 days. Could you repeat that one more time? See, they're telling me their rules, correct? I cannot open more than 2 banks every 45 days. If not, Check Systems will shut you down. So you now know how to do your banks if you position yourself right. Because every bank has a good thing or a bad thing. All the banks are going to do divisions. The only one's going to have separate bank accounts is B of A. And I use that for the bridge loan, the blueprint loans, because I get a separate account in that division name. It gives me that pocket, okay? Because I want American Express to log into that account, like I did for the other 2 we just recently got, or the one I did for Linda the other day. We logged into my account. There you go. What do they see? They see all these transactions with the name that matches the company we're applying for. Okay, give them what they want. If we're really partnering into something, it's like the client got pissed off. Well, I don't want to partner. I just want the 250. I only got you 250. I want the 240. No. If I use my accounts and my bank statements to get the loan, you're partnering with me, or I got to close the damn thing. You piss that away, you're going to blame me because I gave you my bank statements. Okay, and then if you get in trouble, they're going to beg you, who did this? Ray Reynolds. I don't need that on the news. Come on. No. We partner up. We're going to finish the damn job. You want me to buy you out? Hell, I'll buy you out. Or you want to buy me out? I don't sell. I keep everything I can forever. Okay. All right. I went home one day. My beautiful wife for the last 20 plus years, decades, I had my kitchen wall, every location's on the map. The wall is full of everything. That's why I focused on it. Came home one day, it was missing. It was missing. What does a man usually do? He acts like an idiot. He yells and screams and says, blah, blah, blah. And he said, shut up. Bite your tongue, love longer. Honey, where's my wall? I had my friends over. We took a picture. Let me show you. It's exactly from the picture over here. It's in your office. I said, but it was in the kitchen. She says, honey, I love you, but you're not allowed in my kitchen. What did I just hear? You're not allowed in my kitchen. It was my kitchen. No, it's my kitchen. I'm a gourmet cook. You're not allowed to cook anymore. What the blank? All right, I get to do something. My wife, stop. I'm not used to someone taking care of me. Okay, come on. It's weird. Okay, so my wall was moved from the kitchen into my office. Okay, every piece was perfect almost. Okay, I could have screamed and I could have blew up like most men do, but I bit my tongue and I shut up until I listened to her. Listen better, shut up more. That's why the book I wrote is called Bite Your Tongue, Live Longer. Okay, my wife says, bite your tongue, live longer, because I'm Colombian. So you got to be careful, Colombians, okay? So now understand, B of A's got good things. U.S. Bank, they're nuts. U.S. Bank is stupid. They're the dumbest bank I've watched people. They gave one of my clients who's on retirement a line of credit instantly for $150. What the hell? He says, I put 10,000 in. I said, I'm going to grow my business to $1 million, and they approved 100,000 right then and there. What? It was nuts. Okay, he's literally retired. He's on Social Security. We're buying him franchises. Now he's making money. But then we have to make sure we don't get involved with the Obamacare, the medical, how much money can you make and all this other stuff, and how much you're going to donate, your time. Because you have to be careful when you get older, slower, not as pretty as you used to be. You got to make sure you don't get violation of any rules. Okay, that's how it works. So U.S. Bank, nuts. I helped U.S. Bank come to California. Her name was Gail, their president back in the 90s. And that was fun. But remember, they're closing locations as well. So we have to look at basically U.S. Bank is great. Okay. Navy is just as silly as U.S. Bank. Torrance, one of my clients, he's jacked up 99% of all his credit cards. His score is 550. I line up U.S. Bank and I line up other things. And I said, we're going to go for Navy first. and what happens if you line it up correctly. If you have someone in military, or you or access code, thank you for your service. If we get someone who's got an access code, because a family, you get your own account now. Doesn't matter if it was your great grandfather 100 years ago. They can find it in the system, you're fine. Navy is what we did to refinance your car, got it paid off, house and everything else. Navy's nuts. They handed him $20,000 and his credit score is 550. He's 100% jacked up. Now, 20,000, not a lot, but what did he get to do? Relieve the credit cards, right? If we can bring down the debt to ratio, what happens to the score? It goes up, okay? Utilization goes up, up, up and away. Our goal is to get him to that 750, and that's what we did. The next thing is Navy will give you 80,000 in cards and 50,000 on a line of credit. That's their limits. As long as you have $1,500 in the bank after 90 days or so, or a couple of weeks, if I position it right. Now, Richard, I position, I got him 30,000. Richard tells Santos, I don't need Ray anymore. I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I don't like him anymore. Okay, he goes after a Navy and they give him $500. It wasn't lined up, Richard. I told you, listen, there's real, okay? 30,000 or 500, you wasted, listen to my words, you wasted an inquiry. We do not want to waste inquiries because we're only allowed 6 every 180 days. If I get Chase to do the, all right, Sapphire and the ink card like I did for the clients the other day, if I get 2 inquiries on the same day, I get to call it a duplication. And then we'll remove them because of the duplication rule. Simple. I got the account, it's on the same day. It's a duplication. So I'm getting down to, I need less than 6 inquiries. And again, I have to position this because who's the CFO? You. You're the CFO, they're the CFO. And if we get more inquiries, we slow down our process. What did I say? Steady and slow, steady and slow. That's how we have to go. We're trying to build long-term auto income. This is not a quick buck. This is not going to make you rich. I don't want you to be rich. I want your corporation doing 100,000 a month. Then I want you to learn how to leverage that to 100,000 a month. And then I want you to leverage to 10 million, then 100 million. If you get to 100 million, you can turn that into $1 billion in a week. 100 million in 10 days turns into $1 billion if you know how to leverage money. Not bad at all. All right, we're going to take a 1-hour break, go to lunch, all that good stuff online in here. We'll be back to have more fun. All right, so we'll see you back in about 1 hour. It's 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time here. All right, if you need anybody at the office, 800-254-9506. 800-254-9506. Talk to your specialist. We'll be back here in an hour for you as well. So have a good lunch. We'll see you soon. And a division of me explained to Robert and Jones Associates, division of me to do what? Okay, let's ask more questions.
That will be Robert Jones and Associate.
Okay, let's understand. When you do a division of you, use your name and you're gonna have to put CO at the end of it. Okay, simple. No, I wouldn't, a division of me saying Robert Jones and Associates, no. Robert Jones and Associates is a company, okay? A division of me is using, like I said, my first name, my middle name, no problem, okay? If I'm using it for credit purposes. If I'm gonna guarantee something, they wanna see a name of a person. So a division of you, Robert Jones probably has a middle name. I might have a division for whatever the middle name Jones and use it that way as well. That would make more sense to me, okay? Is that it? All right, we'll come back and ask more questions when we're back online. And I'd like to ask the questions and answer the questions in front of everybody because they're gonna have the same answer as well and the same question too. Okay, so we'll be back in an hour's time. All right, we're back from lunch. Just had a good time. Hope you got to rest a little bit. Don't get too comfortable because we have to now rebuild you, corporation and division process. Keep in mind the goal is very simple. We've got to get to the point that your credit score is a 750 and above. If you do what you're told, we're doing that an average of 90 days right now. 90 working days, most of our clients are at 750 and above, so they qualify as a CFO, Chief Financial Officer. So let's understand what we're trying to do. Now, there's only 10 credit cards I like. I think the rest are terrible. I don't like the rest, so that's what we're going to do. Now, the first card I want to play with is because we build a relationship with Capital One. Now, understand, personal cards, business cards, we have relationships with both. Why? Because we want lines of credit. Capital One Spark card. They have 3 Sparks. 2 are at about 30,000 to 50,000 average revolving charge. The other one's 100,000. The 100,000 has to be paid at the end of the month. So be careful when I give these for you as well. If we build it up, or you do it yourself. Keep in mind, the Spark card is the only card on business credit that shows up on personal file. So we never go past 29% of these cards. The only one you have to be concerned with at the same time. So they have blues and they have greens as well. So again, what do? Our goal is to understand how to play this game and to win. So let's go back to the corporation again. We are a management company, and that's what we want to be, because we're going to build an umbrella. That's the ultimate goal, as each division is processed. So understand what we're trying to do is build a line of defense. We don't want the corporation to do business ever. I want the corporation to manage companies. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, and we want 9. The reason I always pick on 9 divisions is if the corporation has 100,000 of credit, and I take that 100,000 and I go times 9, okay, now I have $1 million of credit. 100,000 per what? All right, times 9, that's $1 million of credit. I believe we should always have $1 million of credit, because the goal back in the 80s and 90s was having, $1 million corporation. That would be the ultimate goal again. But again, what do? Here's a credit card. It's called a Spark Green. Once again, they have 3 cards, 100,000 and 2 at 30 to 50. The goal is to take that card, those 3 cards, and times it by 9. If we take the card times 9, remember, we don't want a tax ID for the division at all right now. What we're going to do is add these divisions to that same card, and we're going to have 3 to 5 payments. At the end of that, it'll equal SS4 only if we ask for separate billing. Separate billing. Let's look at it this way. If you had a card for you personally and you wanted an authorized user card for a friend and family member, I'd say that's crazy. I wouldn't do it. But again, for the corporation division process, it's kind of the same thing. So the goal is, let's get this card, these 3 cards, and go times 9. So that what? Now understand what we're trying to do. If we make 3 payments, 5 payments, and we daisy chain the credit here, this credit report now has a score. Okay? What did you try to build for you in the first place? A score, so you can get more. Personal cards, business card, division cards. Get it in your head. Personal cards, corporate cards, division cards. So if we're going to build score, each one of these are going to have a score, which builds us to have more again and again and again and again and again. We don't want tax ID yet. All right, once again, 3 to 5 payments. Okay, then we'll ask for tax ID. We'll ask for separate billing. The separate billing process is the key, because now each one of them are independently. So if we look at this 1 card set from Capital One, personal and business, the goal is we build it up and away. Our goal is to build credit files with scoring system. Okay, like when I helped set up the system with Yarborough years ago, oldest card, okay, very important. And then from there, what do we look at? Revolving charge. Oldest card and that 29% rule only on Spark cards. All the other business cards don't show up at all, which is the goal. Now, as we break it down, the goal is B of A. B of A has personal cards and business cards. They have 3 business cards that I like a lot. So if I got those cards for the corporation again, what am I going to do? Okay, times 9 again and again. If I want a line of credit at B of A, I'm going to need a bank account. I'm going to need my division set there as well. They're going to want a personal card and a business card. That is what they call their affiliates. So the goal is to have that relationship as we build it up and away, which is the ultimate goal. So again, what we're doing, we're taking 5 credit cards out of the 10 I like. I only like 10, okay? I don't like all of them at all. Next, I'm going to take the next things like Wells Fargo. We're positioning the banks we want to be with anyway. Wells Fargo, they have checkbook money. That's a debit card and a line of credit. If I get personal cards and business cards, good. Again, what am I going to do? Okay, I'm going to times, again, 9. What am I doing? I'm adding more credit up and away. Next thing, we're going to look at the next one that's easiest to go get. We look at the Chase. Chase, we want a Freedom personal card. We want a Sapphire card. And then we want the Ink cards. And we need to get to know these cards because we want to break it down pretty easy. So if I get the Ink card, there's 5 of them. Let's add the 4 I like. And take those 4 cards times the divisions. See, when Chase has this rule, which is 524, you can't get more than 5 cards in 24 months. it's going to shut you down no matter what your score is. If we do this correctly and we get their 4 cards that I like and we daisy chain it first, then we ask for separate billing, then the 5/20% rule doesn't affect it. The next thing is, as we look at credit, as we go through the credit files, we're going to look at basically the dashboard, which gives us invitations of basically offers. Offers don't tend to give you inquiries at all. All right, like the Chase card or American Express as well. So again, what do? The ultimate goes like the American Express. The American Express personal gold in business, all right, gold, great, and platinum personal and platinum for business. Keep in mind, the only 2 cards that do not really fluctuate. Fluctuation is the key to everything. Every one of you online or in this room have played the up and down show with your credit, and you didn't understand what you're doing anyway in most cases. I think well, it's 50,000, it's 5,000, it's 10, right? Let's just max it out. Then your score drop. You have to be crystal clear that if you go past 29%, your score is going to go down. It's like when I get to people to 770. They gives me 20 points of basically inquiry base. In other words, I get everybody to 770, it never goes below 750. And that's the goal, to have that 20 points to play with. But then it goes up and away again 2 weeks later. Inquiries, I'll tell the client, you stole my inquiries. What the hell are you doing? Because they went after this silly, what is it? Let's say it's a Navy for $500. We do not want to waste inquiries because we're entitled to 6 of them in 180 days anyway. So we have to watch. This is a numbers game. We have to play the numbers to win. If I get an American Express card, they have an expense card. They have a division card. They have all kinds of different cards. This card is going to help me get 9 more. When I go to the dashboard of American Express, okay, or Chase, personal or business, I'm looking online because it gives me offers. The offers will say we recommend the following cards. If you take the recommendation that they're recommending to you, those are not inquiries. And I help people line that up all the time. If you want, I help you with that as well. So now we literally have 5 cards out of the 10 I like. I don't like, besides those 10 cards, I think the rest are crap. Okay, I don't like them. I don't like Citibank. Okay? It doesn't do what I want it to do, but I have it. I have every card you can think of because guess what? I'm the duck and the sheep first. I never tell a client to do anything unless I did it myself, like the Open Sky card. I tell them, get an Open Sky card. Don't you ever get a card called Secure to start your file. It makes no sense. $200, $25 utilization, that's it. See, people make things difficult. They always just say, it's a secret. No, it's not. So we have these 5 cards. We actually, understand, we got the 5 cards to get what? Personal, business, line up to have the affiliates, and now that's up to $5 million. Now it's the time to play with the bank. The bank, for instance, this is Bank of America, what they say. They call it bridging the gap. In other words, a line of credit, okay? You will get to a point, your bank is going to all the time if you just do what I ask you to do or tell you what to do. They will literally just kiss your assets. They want you to do all the business there. Now, this is bridging the gap. This is an advanced credit line. All credit lines expect 2 years in business. That is a 2-year corporation. If your corporation is not 2 years old, you will have to wait till it is. Now, when they're at the bank, you're at the bank with them, they're typing. They're looking on Secretary of State's website. They're looking at the SIC code. They're asking you questions. They're filling in the blank. You're going to say how much you're going to project in sales. We're going to make sure you know what to say, $1 million, if not more. Divisions justify that. 2011, I'm going to court, going through audits, trying to get all my stuff back. Fighting through the pain, no problem. I'm not going to sit there and wait. I have to go rebuild it again and again. So it's very simple. All right. They said that if you have a division, as I proved to them, you're allowed to project $250,000. They said, and I proved to them in the basis of that audit, simple. They asked me first, how did I basically give that projection? I said, government websites. I said, your websites. Why? Because it says if you get a line of credit for 150, you can state that is going to be a projection. If you can get a card 100,000, you can project that. So just a basic line of credit and a credit card, there's the 250. So I just wanted to prove to them exactly what they needed to know, the truth. So if we have divisions, we're allowed to project 3 divisions into 1 million in sales. Your goal is to understand something. You're working with the bank, they're asking your projection, okay? Divisions justify the projection in a court, in an audit that I went to in 2011. As long as you have division, you can project 1 million in sales. You're going to create a business plan. You're going to have a business plan of projections. You're going to basically say, we're going to make this. If you have 9 divisions in a corporation and each division has 900,000 a month, what do you have now? Okay, our goal is to build what? 100,000 a month per entity, But in the beginning, it's probably going to be 5 to 10. If I got 10 divisions, 9 divisions, I'm going to get 90 to 100,000 a month. Eventually, the goal is to have $1 million of credit per entity. Per entity, $1 million. If we did each card the 10 I like, that's actually $1 million of credit under credit cards per entity. If we get a line of credit, the goal is very simple. Line of credit is going to give us the ability to use projections and understand my 5 favorites. B of A. I like B of A because of the banks, so they give me different account numbers per division so I can use it for blueprint loans. It makes sense. Wells Fargo, they have checkbook money. So does B of A. It's a checkbook and a debit card. You don't have to pay until you actually what? Use the money, and then the payment's due in 45 days. If we look at basically Chase, again, that's my favorite one because I like free money up to 22 months. And if I get a Chase card, let's understand today. If I apply for a Chase card today, 0% for 22 months, I can do a balance transfer for a card that's going to charge me interest. I play with their own damn cards back and forth all the time because I don't like paying interest. If I can get away with it, why would I? Again, balance transfers then allows you to do these things. So we play the game to win. U.S. Bank is just nuts. I've watched them give up to $100,000 of credit to people, 150. All right, they're literally on retirement. They're, Social Security because they have a business plan. Okay, no problem. Once again, positioning personal and business cards. Line of credit 90 days. So if we have these in place, we got to figure out which one is your main bank right now because we have to look at transaction base. Do we have 10 or 20 or 30 transactions? Do we have an average balance of $3,000 to $5,000? We target one bank. Eventually, you're going to target all of them. So you're going to have locations everywhere. You want to be able to bank where they bank. And that's the goal. If I buy a Wendy's restaurant, okay, or a percentage of it, all right, through the escrow, I want to ask questions. I'm always dissecting the agreements. When I was on the phone with American Express with Ms. Walker this last week, she watched me just take over the conversation and tell American Express, get off your ass and do what they're going to do. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I took control of that call because I knew exactly what the hell to tell them to get my way. I do this as your CFO. I'm your attorney in fact. They will not get away with anything with me. I was consultant for banks for 29 years. We're going to play my way because I want to win. That's the goal, is to win. But again, what do we have to do? Line it up correctly. Now, again, that's checkbook money. Debit card, all right, checkbook. Navy's different. Navy, I'm going to use, not abuse, but I'm going to make sure I get an access code, or me or someone in the military doing that, family member, no problem. Navy, if I put $1,500 in the bank, all right, personal account, and I line it up, I have to line up my dashboard for you. Every time someone says, oh, I'll just do it on my own, they fall apart. They get $500, they secure card. No. Believe me, my dashboard lines it up right for verification purposes. The only reason I can't get you a Navy off of my cards is very simple. They make you log into their bank account, your bank account. So if I tell you to go to the pre-qualifier, and I'll send you the link for that as well, and you go pre-qualifier, it goes right in your bank account. I don't want to log into your bank account. Sorry, I really don't want to do that. So again, they do that immediately to verify you. If you do it correctly, getting your credit cards, understand, if lined up correctly, $1,500 in the Navy account, pre-qualifier, you're going to see 6 cards that say yes. If you don't, you wait till it says 6 cards. It will say that using 2 or 3 weeks. Before you get cards, you leave the dashboard open. If I lined it up, this is what you do. Because if you didn't line it up, the bottom line is very simple. Don't blame me if you got a $500 card. I normally don't line up, all right, Navy unless you're in coaching anyway, okay? So now it said 6 cards. I open the dashboard. I go and make a phone call. I call Navy. I'm on the phone with Navy saying, hey, could I qualify for that line of credit? It says $50,000 and they'll actually give it to you. They're crazy. Okay, up to 50,000, no problem. Okay, the average may be at 25, 30, 50, whatever it is. Okay, from there. Remember, they're never going to give you more 50 line of credit, no more than 80,000 on cards. Okay, it's like Kevin here online here. We already got him 85,000 and he's got his 50. That's no problem. They told him they're not going to give him any more. They wouldn't even increase the limits. That's as much as he can get. But he's got it. So Navy's a problem. It's checkbook money, but they're going to want to put it in your bank account. That means the bill's due in 45 days. I'm going to tell you, do not do Navy unless you're ready to pay the bill. Okay, it's not going to be something you're going to put into a percentage of a Wendy's restaurant. If you are, you're going to maintain that payment. So understand, let's say you have 30 to 50,000, figure about $1,200 a month right now. So if you're willing to pay and have to reduce some debt, you're going to do that. If not, I'm going to say line it up, don't do it yet. Get the credit card instead. If we get the line of credit, since you left the dashboard open for the cards, now you go back into flagship card, the combo card, okay? Long as the dashboard hasn't been shut down, the cards are ready to go. Sometimes you get the line of credit, then you go back, the cards are disappeared. It's like peekaboo. Again, this is the ultimate goal. These are my 5 favorites. I'm going to call it checkbook money because I get money in my bank account or their bank account and they give me a checkbook and a debit card. Checkbook money is what you use for lines of credit and also to buy a piece of a Wendy's or a storage unit or something. But the Navy, I'm using that to balance some debt, okay? As we play this game. This can be 5.4 million more credit. That's the goal, 5.4 million more different type of credit. Our goal is, again, we build credit cards for you, corp and division process, and that's the goal. I get a card here, I want 9 more cards, I want 3 to 5 payments, then I want separate billing. I will need tax ID after that fact. And SS4 triggers an 1120. Okay, what is your SSN, SS5 form do? Triggers in a 1040. Okay, everything we get from IRS is SSN, SS4. It triggers a tax return. Everything we're being measured by them anyway. So this gives us the ability, based on division process of a projection. You become a real CFO. You're in charge of the money to get the honey. And that's the ultimate goal because money gets us honey. That's what we're trying to get across the board. Again, divisions allow us to use projections up to $1 million. It's been proven in audits in court, not a problem. Just don't come out, I'm going to make $1 million a day. No. I'm going to make 10 million. No, stop. Let's go back to basics. If we build a true business plan and a true projection, our goal is auto income. The world has to stop trying to be rich. It's ridiculous. This world is built because we can pay our damn bills. Income pays the bills. Then we can decide what really to do. Okay? Everybody's chasing to get rich, and that's the wrong direction. They never looked at auto income to pay their bills for the rest of their lives. Okay? They were mean on the 1st and the 15th when I was a kid. Okay? I knew one thing. They were stressed out. They were mean on those 2 days. Okay, what do we do? So your corporation, we already had 2 people ask, should I change my corp to an S or no, nothing. You don't make any changes at all right, based on today, tomorrow, and the next day. All right, when you and I get on the phone, if we're in coaching or a partnership, then we make the changes because we have to hear it again and again. Okay, all of a sudden I got Lynn and I'm telling Lynn, you're going to put your house into your irrevocable trust. Then I hear it's a division. I say, no, that's wrong. It's heard again and again and again. We got to get it right. We cannot make mistakes. The mistakes were the CPAs and attorneys in the past. Now we're moving forward. Okay, we're going to do it my way for a while. Now, your corporation has 4 things. In my opinion, do whatever you want. It's up to you. Corporation buffers tax. Okay, that means it receives money. It doesn't pay tax until it's profitable. If we bring in $1 million and we spend $1.5 million, we're in the hole. If my division lost money and the parent company made money, or this division, they can offset each other. I want you to think about the word compiled return. Okay? Husband and wife file a tax return together or separate. It's your choice. When you sit down with your tax person, are you filing joint or separate? It's the same common question. Who's claiming the kids? How many kids below 18? Okay? Husband and wife and kids, that's a compiled return. LLC, C Corp is turned into an S, that's single filing. Again, single filing IRS rules. Again, we're going to understand all these things. We're going to hear it 8 times, if not more. Now, buffer tax, no taxes due to your profitable. You got a paycheck. You got the leftovers. Oh shit, where's my money? Where's my money? I made that money. I worked my butt off. The company told you, the IRS gets their cut, you get the leftover. You found out you get the leftover. They got their money before you got paid. Isn't that sweet? Who's in control? They are. So again, corporate credit. How am I born in a freaking taxi, no family, nobody to help me ever in anything I ever did, and I had to learn on my own. And I talked to grown-ups, and I thought they were all stupid. The book said this. She said, oh, no, what's going on? So again, corporate credit. How am I going to finance the damn business? It has to be, these cards don't show up on personal file. I can get 99 of these suckers. They will hand you 99 cards. That's $100 million if you want to play. But again, a little too much. But then we look at the corporate credit cards. So all cards don't show up on personal file unless it's a Spark, all right, period, from Capital One. They said they're going to change it, but I haven't seen it yet. Car. You buy a car. Well, first of all, like I said, in personal, if the car's registered to you, that's called dumb. I'm sorry, it's dumb. Why would I want to get in a bumpity bump at Sam's Club and they're going to sue me because I'm a registered owner? That car needs to be transferred to a registered owner as fast as possible as a division. The only thing you're willing to sacrifice is a division. Right now, you've been sacrificing you and your family. The only thing you should give that up a little bit, okay? Car, insurance, registration, driver's license. Mine always had P.O. Box on it. Why doesn't yours? I don't put any address on my driver's license. I get in a bumpity bump. Driver's license, insurance, registration, please. What the hell? Rebecca Schaefer was murdered at her front door. It's called the Schaefer Bill in California. I mean, she was on Sister Sam. I met her through Robin Williams. She was a client as well. So this pissed me off. They tell you a name on a mailing list, the DMV? Hell no. So we got a problem. Your problem is you don't know how to shut up. Okay? Your problem, I want to be rich. All right? No. I want to be the silent billionaire. You sue me, you get diddly squat, you can kiss my ass. That's how you play the game. You want to be in a duck and a sheep and be in a lawsuit? Go for it. How many rich and famous people get sued all the time? They're in court all the time. You see them on TV all the time. Okay, Mike Love, one of my clients from years ago, him and his brother, partner, Brian, they're suing each other about the songs. And that's the Beach Boys, by the way. I mean, good people that love each other, screw each other all the time. Cover your ass, ads, please. Corporate credit's the only way you can finance the dream and offset your taxes. Debt offsets taxes. Car? Hell, that car needs to be bought from a corporation. No, it's a division. I want the car to be purchased as a division because the division is a corporation. I get fleet pricing, but here's your problem. You go to the dealership and they sweat you for 5 hours because you like that or something, I guess. Okay, honey, leave the checkbook in the car. We're not going to buy today. 5 hours later, go get the checkbook, honey. There you go. See, you're playing the rabbit hole. If you call the credit cards and you call the banks and you call the car and everything else, you can buy a car at fleet price. I don't pay retail for anything. Why would I do that? Cars are marked up 60% anyway. So we're going to go through that process as well. Now, hotel. The next time you go to a hotel, all right, Hilton, for instance, go to Hilton's Rewards, go online and sign up for your corporation under your division of a tax ID. They have a corporate credit card under tax ID. Write it down, do it again and again. We're going to be members of the Hilton Honors Program. Hell yeah. Now, every time at a hotel, you see there's an application for American Express and you fill it out. By the way, they get $25 when you fill it out. That's why they do it. They get $25. They're called an affiliate. That's how it works. So I'm an affiliate too. I get $25 every application I ever do. My affiliate fees in 2006 and 2009 were $26 million, okay? Because as affiliates, I get a percentage of all kinds of goodies. So again, hotel, free buffet. You walk up to the counter, ma'am, you read their name tag, it's right there. Hey, Mary, congratulations. Thank you for serving me. I really appreciate your time. All right, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Fantastic. We got a corporate rate, is that correct? Fantastic. She's looking at the computer. By the way, do you have any suites available? You do? Fantastic. How many you got? You got 5 suites? Fantastic. Good. Could I talk to your manager, please? Well, no, that's okay. Manager walks up. You know, Mary's been so sweet and lovable. I think she's fantastic. I think she deserves a raise. She told me she had 5 suites available. I'd like you to comp me one for no extra cost, please. And then you shut up. I have never, ever not got a suite. By the way, while I get the suite, they're going, could I have the free buffet for my family? We want a business trip. See, you're in control of this, and you don't be in control. You bought the car, you let them tell you what to do. You bought the house, you let escrow tell you what to do. Hell, escrow works for you. What's wrong? Are you never going to man up, woman up? Ridiculous. I got her a card, American Express Platinum. First thing she did is she went to Paris on a damn business trip. Correct?
Yes.
A business trip to Paris. If you go into the airport, you're in the lounge. Ooh, they're going, All right, you go to the gate. All right, do you have any first class? How many? You got 9? Okay, fantastic. I really appreciate that. But I'm an American Express or Platinum member. All right, would you basically comp me for first class? Every damn time. You're in control. Are you ever going to be in control yet? What do you have to lose? Nothing. Hotel, buffet, all right? Car, fleet price. Division is a line of what? Defense. You screw up you in the corporation all the time. Stop it. It's ridiculous. I need a line of defense. They're cheap. They're multiple functions. Every division can do something else. I got a Wendy's, I got a Taco Bell, I got a Dwayner's, so I got this, I got this, I got an apartment complex, I got all these pieces. Up here, you're naming your corp after you. It's dumb. You name what it does. Wow, all you do is what it does. See what happens? You locked yourself in this box and you got to get out of the damn box. Multiple functions every time, all wholesale price. I'm doing flippity dippity doos in real estate. I'm 17.5. I drive my Lamborghini over to Orange Coast and I drive my Lamborghini to Lamar on a carpet mill. I want to buy a car at basically wholesale price. They look at their list. You're not on the list, sir. You're not an authorized user for wholesale pricing. I'll be back. I went over to Norwalk. I helped set up the DBA store and all those goodies years ago. They were clients. I followed a division, an entity, call it wholesale carpet. I went back the same day. I'm on your list now. Yeah, you are. See, carpet is by yards in an open account called purchase order, PO. I want so many yards delivered as I needed it. Now, here's the problem back then. You got to find employees and everything else. I use what's called Biscayne Center, the sheriff department, up to 10 freeway. I got 16 people coming out of prison right now that I'm helping rebuild. Because when they come out, I want them to be on top of the game. And that's half the fun because they know how to listen. People coming out of prison, they want a job, they want to show up, they will. Isn't that fun? Work furlough program. I heard them all the time. I got the carpet wholesale price as I needed it. Then I showed the world how I'm using the creditors' credit to finance it and do the properties and freezy paint and wood and everything else. And the Daily News wrote a shitty article about me. You're floating on their money. How dare you do that? I thought it was kind of smart. They got paid when the escrow closed. Isn't that a good thing? All right, they're giving me crap. What else is new? The whole world wants to give everybody crap no matter what you do. Multiple credit reports? Damn. The corporation just had 9 babies. Ooh, 9 babies that have up to $1 million of credit. That's $10 million. I wonder if we build the foundation first and have the money, can we get the honey? The problem is everybody's doing a half-assed job and falling them in the face most of the time. Sorry, but it's true. Real estate. How many people are you going to rent? Would you rent a piece of property to a friend and family member? Would you? Would anybody do a friend or family member? Come on. Hell no. Is that true? Yes or no? It's true. Okay. Would you loan it to a stranger? Oh yeah, no problem. It's amazing how friends and family take advantage of everybody. Isn't that terrible? What do? We did a line of defense. Line of what defense? So if we today did what I said to do right here, okay, let's watch, because we're going to go through this more than once. Here's a piece of property. Who should lease it? The division. Who should have bought it? The division. If the corporation buys it and they slip, fall, and sue, who do they sue? Corp and you. Corp and you. No, I don't want to be a duck and a sheep. I want to have a division because I can disconnect, isolate, incorporate. I can throw that sucker away. Okay, because I got to plan the problem because there's always some turd trying to get in my way. And I just got to plan the problem. But here's a property. Now I'm going to lease it out. I got exhibit A, all right, and exhibit B. Okay, it's 1 and 2. Here's A, here's B. Now, the problem with people, houses, is you putting up with people who may not pay the rent. Well, I like to win even when I lose. Is that okay? I like to play and win the game of business. So I have an exhibit A and B. I provide renter's insurance. It costs me $7.95 a month. If it burns down, you get all your furniture, brand new stuff. Is that good? Then I also put number 2. That's a UCC one. It's a chattel mortgage. Write down chattel mortgage. See, you're leasing a piece of property to somebody. Your property is probably $500,000 to $1 million, but they give you first and last. Wow, they gave you $8,000 and the liability is on you. You're a duck and a sheep. So they're going to sign the agreement and they agree that I will reimburse them for their furniture if it burns down. And a chattel mortgage is very simple. They're using their assets that move into the property as collateral towards the rent. If you put a collateral agreement together called a chattel mortgage and you file a UCC1 when they don't pay, you own all their shit. Isn't that terrible? You own everything they got. I had a Dodger player, had to take him to court in Fullerton, California, public record. The guy's making $100 million a year and he won't pay on time. See, you're trying to time it. They pay on the 1st and then the bank takes their payment on the 5th and you get the difference and put it in your savings account. Wow. This turd would never pay on time on purpose. I took him to court. I said, you're going to pay or going to take all your goodies. The judge says you have to move out. You have 3 days. And by the way, Mr. Reynolds owns everything in that place. You can't even move your furniture. You just lost it all. You can take your clothes and you're basically silverware. That's it. The wife smacked him. She hit him in the shoulder so damn hard, he's going to fall down. And he's a big dude. This little turd lady's going to kick his ass, Edge. You're losing my shit, honey. I don't love you no more. She knocks him out practically. It took the bailiff to grab her. No, I don't stop. It's okay, man. Your husband might be a jerk, okay, but I'll let you take all your stuff. The moment they took the stuff, the insurance company gave me $65,000 check. I own the assets. They took my assets. I get an insurance claim. $65,000. When I lose, I win. Don't you want to win the game? Is this a game to play to win? I don't lose. Why would I lose? It's my game and my party. I want to play if I want to. So again, you might want to think about a homestead blocker, okay, and a UCC with chattel mortgage. So we're going to win no matter what happens. And I don't want a single property house anyway, because there's not enough damn money in it. It's $600 to $1,000 a month if you're lucky. Fourplex, duplex, okay? Fourplex, it'll double the money. It's up, and away. Makes more sense than an apartment complex. Your corporate umbrella is to realize one thing. If blank hits the fan, they're going to chase the division and not the corporate, the family. That's the way to play. I'm going to disconnect, isolate, incorporate. Then I'm going to bankrupt the damn piece. I had a problem in the 80s and 90s. They're telling me loan to value. I remember I just wrote a check for $10 million. You ever wrote a check for $10 million? I did all the time. $10 million bucks. Okay, no problem. I write a check for $10 million. They won't let me get the next property. What the blank? Are you people stupid or what? Loan to value. Okay, well, let's see. Properties in all 5 islands in Huntington Harbor. When I put them in the divisions, it's called peekaboo. They couldn't see it. No more loan to value problem. I want to play peekaboo because these ding-dongs don't know what you're doing. Okay? My way works. Corporation, I want to be rich? Hell no. You want to be a millionaire? You go talk to somebody else. That's not me. I will not make you a millionaire. I'll make you a corporation rich, not you. You're now the puppet master. You now have 9 divisions and 9 locations of something. Now you got 100,000 a month. Is that okay? Okay, it's okay. All right, then we play the game to win. I'm not rich, but I have all the keys. That's the goal. Problem I had when I created the book called Buckets of Money. Buckets of Money was fun, but I had a problem. Here's my problem. They're shrinking my credit limits. If you don't use your credit limit, they'll shrink the limits, or they'll turn around and say, you're not using the credit, I'm not going to give you more. Happens all the time. So you keep that 25% utilization, you'll be fine. Okay, again, this is how the system reads it again. So I dissected 4.6 million out of 53 million because they're shrinking my limits. Goal for me was go to the library. We couldn't ask our phone anything or AI right now at the time. So I had to do some research. C191D. It allows me to loan money out privately. Okay. So I run ads and I have all these things happening and I'm on radio and TV all over the place. Anybody losing your house? Need to catch up your house payment? No problem. Let me know. I loaned everybody $10,000. Did I give them the money? No. Did I pay their loan? Yes. I won't hand people money because they'll screw it up. I will not hand people money ever. If I'm catching up a house payment, I'm paying the house payment. Okay? I'm not paying that person ever. So what did I do? 4.6 million became 190,000 a month and the credit cards grew bigger, up and away. What did I do? Well, let's watch. Here, I loaned them 10,000. They own a house. I filed their homestead. Okay, I own the homestead on number 3. What this does, homestead's worth 175,000, 170,000 per person. It's husband and wife. I'm gonna file it twice. I'll put a second trustee for that 10,000. I put a UCC homes for a blocker on their assets. It was 65,000. I got 65,000. I got 170 times 2, and I got 10. I was getting notes for $300,000 when I owed them $10,000. Is that good? Back then, I was working with Russ Dalby. He was doing the notes, the notebook, and info commercial crap as well. All right. So what did we do? $1.1 billion in notes. It was fun. It's a game. I like to play. Don't you like to play and win? Now let's look at that SS4 you didn't pay attention to, all of you. The SS4 was designed, if you go through history, it was designed for people, corporations, employees, employers, everything. This was a universal form that the IRS created for this purpose, not your SSN, okay? Line 1, legal name of entity or individual person. That's right there. But again, you fill it out wrong anyway, okay? What do? We look at the corporation and the division process. If it's a corp and corp, that's subsidiary, no problem. If we have basically the corp and division process, after I daisy chain credit, then I want a tax ID because I'm entitled to separate the billing. By the time you're done, you might have 100 different credit files going at once. That's okay. You don't have to really pay attention, just maintain the score. But automation works. If I got money coming in here from a division to the parent company, the leftover goes in savings, I just make sure there's one thing. In other words, I'd have every unit the same name, but in 101, 102, 103, whatever. And then I just track it from that one, color code everything. It was easy. But what happens with you, because we're winning the game of business, you're so busy, I'm in construction, I do transportation, I shut the door. Your corporation does nothing. It's a management company. Okay, it has to be a management company. It's not retail, it's not manufacturing, it's not fences and financing, transportation. That's BS. That is high risk. That's why you generate high risk SIC code. No. It's a management company. We have a management company. Oh, step of the way, we'll start a business. Oh, good. What do? Banking and credit purposes. Banking and credit purposes. So if I have divisions, I can put them on the same bank account. I can build an average balance more than $3,000 to $5,000. I can take transactions. See, that was one of my arguments basically in 96. If I have all these bank accounts, how am I going to have an average balance ever? I kind of convinced most of the banks, yeah, it makes sense. You say average balance builds lines of credit. You want me to have 10 bank accounts and have 10 divisions. Let's put them on the same account. Average balance builds lines of credit. Okay. It solved the problems, what it did. So here we got. You have to look at you as a person, corporation, division, subsidiary. A corporation can have a division of you, that's a person. A corporation gets a tax ID. A corporation division tax ID. A subsidiary is a corp owning corp. That's what your banks, grocery stores, and cities do all the time. So the corporation, all right, the division process, what are we going to do? What's the only thing that can file bankruptcy on? SSN, SS4. It's only 2. Bankruptcy code says these 2 things that can file bankruptcy. The SSN, I only get 1. The SS4 gives me as I need to, right? The auditor looked at this car right here. The keys right here. The doors say Ray Reynolds University. So is the back, all over the place. All right, he was so busy trying to be a jerk, he didn't realize that it was a marketing tool. Then the next thing he didn't realize he was actually purchased to a division of a corporation. It wasn't in my car. He's trying to give me shit, all right, and go, da, da, da. It's not even my car. It was bought as a division of a corporation. It's not even my car. I'm told to basically drive the car for marketing purposes. Isn't that terrible? You know, in Huntington Beach, people were paid to drive cars up and down PCH for marketing purposes. They paid an hourly salary to do that. There's my marketing tool. Sign a lease of a building. Do I sign it as me, SSN or SS4? I think I'm going to have a couple of divisions, especially if they're going to have a lot of liability. What if the building doesn't work? What if something goes wrong? What if we had all these dreams and all of a sudden it went up and away and it fell on its face? Now what do? People get stuck in leases and payments. The building over here, we were in that building over here for about 3 years. One of the guys has these 13 Domino's pizzas in Riverside, California. During the pandemic, he lost 3 of them. Because he signed it as the parent company, he's still to this day paying leases on 3 buildings he does not use. That landlord will not release him to something else. And they would not let him do subleases, which sucks. Okay? He got him by the, you know what? The hairs. It's ridiculous. If one of those locations are all with divisions, what could he do? Bankrupt, 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 go to hell, leave me alone. Next, next, next. Who's in control? He's not. Okay, yes.
But the division, when it buys the property, if he gives them a check on the corporation, that's a problem, I would think.
It can be, but if the division buys the property, is the division going to buy the property? Yes. But again, are we going to put that property upside down? Yes. We're going to basically maybe an assignment of mortgage. We're also going to turn around and dissect it in pieces, and the difference how we set it up. We can also do basically a deed of trust assignment of rents. We can suck out the equity. I don't want to sell the property ever. Okay? I want to keep it forever. Okay? Because it's going to go up. Property always goes up. I don't care what anybody says, it always goes up. Okay? An ugly house that they paid $16,000 as a kid is worth $2 million right now. Ridiculous. It's a shack. But again, that's what happens, especially in California. So again, as we position, is the house going to stay into the division? But could I turn the division into a corp and sell the division that became a corp? And the proceeds go back to the parent company. That's how we can sell it from there. The corporation absorb the money. See, people like to sell things to get a 1031 exchange. Okay, do that. But again, once we're in our house, all we want to do is look at the offset of taxes and grow the business based on the income base. Your lifestyle is your income. If we focus on income, what house can we afford to live in? And then we can break even. If we want more, then we better have more auto income. We can't buy something we cannot afford. That's what the ding-dongs did in 2008. I don't understand stated income and countrywide and all that crap. They all screwed it up. But that's them. I'm yelling and screaming. They're not listening to me. So we could play the game to win, and that was the ultimate goal, is to win the game of business. Real estate, house. If I buy a house for me, it's different. Okay, like I said, escrow, closed, homestead, trust, but I buy it through the trust. Okay, the moment we bought the estate we live in today. Okay, it's not a house, it's bizarre, it's ridiculous. Okay, it's bought through a trust. I take out the mailbox. I don't want mail. Why would I want mail? I don't accept mail at my home because why would I want mail? Nobody knows I live there. It's none of their damn business. I bought it through the trust. You can go away and leave me alone. That's how it works. When you bought a house in your name, you got junk mail the rest of your life. Would you like a pool? Would you like some fencing? We like this. You told the whole world it's your house. Wow, celebrate that until they sue you. And that's what happens most of the time. They want to sue you and they just do a title search. Wow, there you are. It's amazing. I got a client on the phone the other day. He was in a bumpity bump. He gave him his driver's license. He goes, Ray, they knew 5 minutes from when I get the bumpity bump where I live. How'd they do that? Have you looked at your driver's license? Oh, it's right there. He called his attorney. And his daughter was his attorney. Damn. Ay, ay, ay. House. S is for. If the corporation receives money, it pays tax when it's profitable. If we create debt that offset taxes, can we grow a business? We receive money, we're taxed now, and we get the leftover. Corporations tax on the leftover. Now, how do we finance it? Well, we know these will give us 99 more cards. We can daisy chain credit. Every division can have its own credit file. Every division can buy a piece of something. I look at the divisions as creating the line of defense. The line of defense protects the corp and my family. This is the form that got created because of 17983 back in 85, 86. The form existed back then. It was called fictitious business name. This is where they called it a DBA for you, sole proprietor. Sole proprietor, DBA view. I don't believe in that. That's up to you. But again, I was given a choice, set up a form, modify a form. What it said on chapter 18, I'll show you again many times this weekend. It says it's not required to file. But where's my options? Now, a corporation, are you the officer? Yes. Are you on the bank account? Yes. Are you seated on Office of Secretary of State? Yes. So they sue that, they sue you. A division, your name's not on the form. So if we file it here or in your state, where we got to file, we're going to file it. What does it do? If I create an entity, let's say the word entity, write it down, entity, entity, entity. If I create an entity, I'm entitled to a credit file. I'm entitled to a tax ID. I'm entitled to separate liability. I'm allowed to do a line of defense. It affects all these things. Line 2, we put first file, which new file would change. Line 2 allows 3 names. Why did I want that? Because you have a previous one. You have a division or DBA view sole proprietor. You would cancel it, statement of abandonment. You would add it to line 2, and now you would change the name, add a new name, and you got the history following. History follows. Like when they ask how long have you been in business, probably 10 or 20 years. Now your corporation, how long is it? These questions, I kind of get you ready to answer the questions at the bank because we know exactly what they're going to ask. Again, line 2. Line 4 isn't you now. Line 4 is a corporation. If line 4 is a corporation doing business as another name, it's still a corporation. But again, we're marketing the division process to create a line of defense. If and when I get separate tax ID, then I have a division and a process of credit and separate liability. Location. I had the largest manufacturer installation company for satellite television in the world. George, who started this, all right, I was my partner in all kinds of stuff. Every truck for NASDA, that's National Association or Satellite Dealers of America, every truck was a division. One of them got in an accident, okay? Larry Parker's on the phone. He wants to sue. His client was guilty, but here's a bloodsucker attorney, God rest his soul, he died this last year, but he was #1 bloodsucker in California. I'm Larry Parker. He got me 2 points. This guy got hit by a Mack truck. I would have got him 10 million. They settle every case. If they can settle them, they don't fight anything. But what happens, what are you gonna do? You're gonna sue the insurance company? Your guy's guilty. We're gonna squeeze the insurance company, get what we can. That's the mentality of the bloodsucker attorneys today. When I was a kid, they were called ambulance chasers. They were against the law. Now they're allowed to do it. So what do? Here's our problem, okay? Everybody wants to sue you because you got goodies. What do we have here? Simple. Line 2 is a division. Line 4 is like the bank. They don't sue the bank in a car, right? You get in a bumpity bump, they sue the retro, that's you. What if it's a division? What if I can disconnect Access Incorporated and have to bankrupt and I can tell them to kiss my assets and go away? That's what I did to Larry Parker. We disconnected, isolated, incorporated the division. He wanted to waste time, which would cost $25,000, and I bankrupted instead. Boom. I don't play that game. I wasn't willing to play the game. Attorneys sue to see who can rattle their cages. Attorneys name everybody they can. Why? Because they want to shake everybody up. All right? And all of a sudden make you turn on your own friends and family. It kind of sucks. So here we have a thing. Let's watch. I'm willing to sacrifice a division, never the corporation. If I have a corporation, manage a company, my divisions are my ducks and my sheeps. I'm going to get credit. I'm going to times it. I'm going to get property. I'm going to do this. I'm going to play. I'm going to get me $8,000 a month. Then I'm going to do it again and again. We're going to focus on auto income. The world needs to focus on income versus being rich. Okay? I don't want you to be rich. I want you to own a piece of something. Line 2. My first name's a freaking girl's name. That sucks. Do you know how hard it was to go to school in Watts, Torrance, and Long Beach and all those good areas? Having a freaking girl's name? Especially my first coma, I was basically 5.5. This is a silver tooth. It went straight forward. So now I got silver teeth. I'm not the tallest guy in the world, and I got a girl's name. I got air called everything in the world. You had to learn to kick ass or run. I'd rather kick ass. That's just me. So what do? Middle name, last name, all right, first name. Now, if you're Latin, these Latin people are weird, especially Colombians. They don't have middle names, right? They have last names. They do on and on and on and on. Wee. My wife doesn't have a middle name, but she's had a couple last names. That's how it works. So we can position a name to set our credit file as long as we have no intent to do fraud. You got a capital one. I'm going to go through this exercise again when we go through the applications and credit as well. Capital One card that I have personally, I ask for a division card from a middle name. It doesn't ask for social, it's an option. I pay this payment, it builds score. Once I have score, I add a tax ID, and now I've got a credit file. Now I have a division of me that can apply for credit every step of the way. Again, no intent to do fraud. Middle name, last name, business name, okay? Wholesale name. I had wholesale paint. I was buying paint from Freezy Paint. That's the manufacturer of paint. I bought from Louisiana Pacific. That's the mill that gives wood to Home Depot. Okay. I got carpet at the mill. I want to save money. If I'm going to do flippity dippity doos, guess what? I'm going to save as much money as I can. Nowadays, it's going to be a fourplex in California because anything past 5 is going to be commercial property or an apartment complex. I want to gather the money. One house at a time. No, thank you. It's no fun. Remember that 179 I told you earlier to talk about and write it down? There you go. Section. Let's write down section 179. One of the best tax codes you're ever going to play with. Equipment up to $1 million. Here, you get a paycheck. You got the leftover, and you're trying to pay your house and survive with your family. Back in the 80s, we used to write off credit cards, if you don't remember that, interest rate and everything else in school. We could write off all kinds of stuff. But what do they do every time they have a problem? Let's take it away from people. Let's hurt the people. Let's hurt the people. That's all they do, hurt the people. So if you learn to play their game, you could be a corporation. They can't change it because they're playing that game too. So let's play all together. Let's take that 1%ers and make it 99%ers. We get to play it offset taxes. Now, once again, when you get a corp, why do you do this? You name it after you. No, stop. I only do it for marketing purposes. I don't create liability. I have all kinds of corps that do other things. It's marketing. My wife hated the fact I'm putting my name on anything after the coma crap. All right, don't name it after you, honey. You know everybody's going to help you. We have clients for 40, 30, 20 years always calling. I love Ray, I love Ray, I love Ray. I never screwed anybody over. I did have 13 turds on the line putting me down, and I sued them all. I mean, I don't like liars. I'll help the devil if he showed up right now. It's simple. It's how it works. So when we get a corp, it's free. Would you ever pay for a corporation, unless it's a shelf corp or I'm building credit to it or something? Articles are free, and this is where you all screwed up. Because you got to pay someone thousands of dollars to learn diddly squat. You don't name it after you. You do not use your home address. 41% of you today have your articles corporation with your home address on it. I think I have, if I was you, I'd be inspecting myself. You never put your address, home address of your corp, all right, your address on the corporation. Every state sells mailing lists. I get to buy them all the time. So I knew exactly when there was a DBA, a corporation filed all the time. I know where you live. Should anybody really know where you live or go, shh, none of your business. Never use home address. Never name it what it does. Never name it after you. And don't let it do business. Let it be a management company. Set up the divisions, please. I'm only willing to sacrifice a division because I have a problem with the bankruptcy code right there. The only thing that follows bankruptcy is SS and SS4. If I plan the problem, I'm not going to bring the pain to my family. Now, I went through hell, all right, coma and all that crazy stuff too. God wanted me to do that to show myself as an example to the world. That's fine. Okay, POA got signed. Okay, it's what happened. But am I going to cry about it? No, I'm going to take that and focus on that energy. When I'm pissed off, I focus better when I'm pissed off. I'm here trying to prove to the world they're wrong, I'm right. I'm pissed off. I got screwed up. I'm going to win. How do you win? You just show what you can do. All right? If you can prove to yourself and to the world you can win, then the hell with the rest of the people. That's how it works. You have to be true to yourself. All I know is bankruptcy. Okay? I will bankrupt a division in a second, not the corp of my family. I don't want to be in front of a trustee raising my right hand going, oh, it's me, look at me. and all those creditors trying to beat me up. We had a problem in 1932 called Prohibition, way before we were born. 34, we had the Gold Act. Roosevelt had the Gold Act, which Nixon took out in August 71. Now, you need to understand these two things. Why? Because you did an SSN when you're 14 to 16 because you were told to. You fell out an SS5 form. All right, mama, who had a baby since 1971, has to fill out the form mandated at every hospital. We're bonded up to 35 million apiece. We got no choice. You have to understand how this plays, and we have to play the game to win. Got it so far? We're bonded for 35 million apiece. Then we got 1937. Okay, 1937, they create the SIC code. Write down siccode.com. You got to tell the bank what your business does. You got to tell them the SIC code. If not, they're going to, we're going to pick that one. They pick high risk for one reason, because they get a commission. Everyone at the bank's on commission, by the way. So let's see, we have a question over here. If a corporation has a last name and you say home address, I'd jump up and kick myself in the assets, okay? I'd say, I'm stupid! Oh, sorry, that's just me. Okay, does Secretary of State allow us to amend? Hell yes. I would change that like yesterday. Okay, change the name, modify it. All right, and top of that, change the address because you told everybody where to live. Stop it, please stop that. Okay, that's no fun. So the answer is yes, let's change the name, let's modify it a little bit, and let's use a home address. No, mailbox, etc. No home address ever. Okay. All I know is in a court of law, they're going to do one thing. You named it after you, Ray. It's you. It's you. I don't build liability to anything on my name. It's a division. What is bankruptcy code? Automatic stay. Federal Protection Act. See, they got rid of debtor's prison in 1789. There's debtor's prisons in other countries as well. We don't have it here. So we got to look at the SIC code. They started these risk scores in 1937. So we can design the risk score to make sure we can get some more. But again, what do? I'm in construction. I'm in transportation. I'm in stop. No. Your corporation's a management company. Auto income, auto everything. Now, listen very carefully. If your bill comes in the mail, utility bill, credit card bill, you're on a mailing list. If you are paperless and automatic payment, you need to call 888-567-8688 and opt out 5 years or a lifetime to get off the list. If not, you're going to be on the list forever. You have to do that yourself. That's how it works. I believe everybody needs 2 bank accounts. Yes, Len?
If you buy 3 Wendy's, will you put each one in a separate division or will you have a Wendy's division as such?
Nope, I'm not going to buy them at all. Because you said the word, if you buy them. If a division buys them, would it be separate divisions? Hell yes. I was part of a McDonald's. All right. About 18 years ago, that's where the guy over here in one of the areas in the cities over here came with a shotgun and shot everybody. He killed everybody at the McDonald's. Okay. That was a division. They wanted to sue everybody who was involved in McDonald's. It's everybody's fault. Shit happened that day. Sorry. God rest their soul, but they all died. Okay. It has to be a division. Okay. I don't care what happens, all right, in the world. I care about a lot of things. But if there's an issue, it's got to be isolated. It's got to be a division. If I own 25% of 3 Wendy's or have 3 Wendy's, that's 3 locations. So understand, every Wendy's has a store number. Every Wendy's has a name and a location. Divisions. Has to be divisions. I've got to plan the problem. Because if you had them one, when you sold one, you have to sell all 3. No. I want to sell them at a time if I do. I want to leverage them each. Okay? So it's like bills. You need 2 accounts. You pay your bills automatically. Paperless, no problem, leftover in savings. My wife and I agreed to a lot of things over the years, and we've been married for decades, okay? If I died today, hopefully I got 15 more years, we have an insurance policy of $1 million. We carry less than $1 million of debt, okay? I'm comfortable in a certain amount of house payment. I would tell people years ago the house payment I was like is $3,200 a month. Okay, I don't care what I live in, I don't want more than that, even though it's not my house. Okay, and what do? Behind everything in a driver's license, I have to find one thing. This is safety. I have $100 bill behind my driver's license, don't you? What if you run into an oh shit moment? You better have $100 behind your driver's license for the hell of it. Okay, because that's what you need to do. All right, you never need when you need $100. Then I look behind my license for being a pastor and I find another $100. Again, that's what I do. All right, got to realize what happens when I go home. My wife and my kids. This might be gone in a minute or two. Okay, got it so far? Now, safety is everything to me. Okay, all of you today need one of these in your pocket. This is a mace. Okay, you don't go anywhere without a mace. Simple. You don't go anywhere without a Kubotan. That's a keychain. Okay, you think this is a pen? It's not a pen. It's a stun gun. Okay, you have to understand this is a life defense. You have to be prepared to kick some asset. Okay, I might have 12 kickboxing titles behind me. That's great. Kicking and stretching, I can do all that to this day. It's not the kicking, it's the landing anymore. All right, my landing hurts my knees. Okay, just to be honest with you. In a real fight, I'm good for 5 minutes. After that, I'm damn tired. So I got to take him out pretty quick. It's simple. We go to a restaurant, I walk my kids around. I move my family. They know it. They've got used to this over the years. We go to the Kennedy's thing, no problem. Guy's staring at my daughter. She's gorgeous. The wrong way. 2 seconds later, I'm in his face. He tried to look at her again. You know, I'll scare the shit out of him. Okay, you got to realize when I go to a restaurant, I sit in the corner looking around. I've already cased the place. I told my wife a long time ago, something happens, kids and you under the table, daddy's going to work. I'm the guy running to the gun or the fire. I don't run away from it. That's just me. Again, safety is everything. Line of defense is everything. Who am I going to protect? Wife, kids. That's my job. I'm a husband. I'm a father. Okay, that's the bottom line as a man. Simple. I die today, she gets $1 million. Why? We carry less than $1 million of debt. I don't want my wife to sell her zoo and her animals and all her crazy crap she has. I bought her the house, dream house, no problem. She made it a home, and now she leaves me alone. And I say, honey, I only have a little space. She goes, you're lucky you have any space. Well, that's just a woman, okay? That's what they all do, yes? Well, Ms. Walker's not going to agree to that, but it's true. All right, so I have term life insurance. Whole life. Whole life policy, make sure you can borrow against it. Borrow money is not taxable. I've had people, I'm getting ready to cancel my, no, you're not, stop it. Well, my attorney says I should cancel the policy. No, stop it. Your attorney's an idiot. You're canceling a whole life policy you paid in for 11 years, and you have to put no more money in it, and he wants you to sell the sucker and cancel it. It's the dumbest thing I ever saw in my life. You borrow against it. Borrow money is not taxable. Everything that you touch from now on in the future will be tied to irrevocable trust. Irrevocable trust, because no one can touch the trust. Okay, that's what we have to do. Again, we want to win the game of business. The way to know your numbers is look where you live today. If you lease or you finance, you look at electrical, gas, water, cable, you total all your bills up, you divide it by 30 days. If you go on a business trip today, you're going to look at how much it costs per night to stay there. Is that correct? What does it cost per night to stay there? When you go to that hotel in that business trip, everything is charged to your room. Everything. You want to pick up the car you rented? It's simple. You ask for the $20 from the front desk. I'm using that for valet. There's the tip. I have a paper trail for everything. Why? Because the best thing that is an audit is a hotel receipt and your credit card. That's the best auditing thing you ever had in your life. Okay? They can't argue the point. And the business trip, I write it all off. So what do? We have basically lease or finance, no problem. Know your numbers. What does it cost to live where you live today, every day? Your paycheck. See, here's the problem with most people. I ask a group of people, how much paycheck do you want? Oh, I want $300,000 or $400,000 a year. Okay, you'd pay more tax. How about we look at the $300,000 and how much went into tax, how much you pissed away, and what it actually costs for you to live? Why don't we readjust the paycheck to pay for your bills to break even and give you the leftover a little bit? Let's put you on a budget. You pay less tax. House payment offsets taxes, so you know your numbers. Everybody, I want a big check. No, you don't. I don't get a paycheck. I haven't had one for 40 years. Mark Cuban doesn't get a paycheck. Elon Musk didn't get a paycheck. Facebook didn't get a paycheck. Why would you get a paycheck? What would you want a paycheck for? You don't need a paycheck. You never needed a paycheck. Okay, again, you can play the game to win. The biggest problem I have about some people here online and here, I got a Nevada Corp, I got no Wyoming. Stop. You do not circumvent your state. That's the problem. People want, I want to do this. We had all these people that 10 years ago in California had Arizona license plates. They thought they were saving money on the registered in the car. Arizona, fantastic. They did their tax return. They all got fined because that's where they live doing their tax return. They catch you every time. Why would you play this game? Nevada is only good when you're in profit zone. Okay? When you're in the profit zone. Until then, forget it. We don't want a Nevada corporation unless we're in profit zone. Unless we have one right now, we're running a business. Your business is ran through the corporation. That's great. What we have to understand is your state. If I'm in Texas, I want a Texas Corp. If I'm in basically Alaska, Alaskan Corp. If I'm in Utah, Utah Corp, California, okay, Arizona, whatever. I want the corporation to match the state that you're in. Because you don't pay tax until you're what again? Profitable. So why would you want to do like the big boys and girls do of doing a corp in another state? They're already set up in all states and they're filtering money. B of A, all right, has a Delaware corporation, so does Chase, so do all the banks, but they're filtering money because there are locations everywhere. B of A changes where you send your paycheck 4 times a year. You don't even know it. Unless you do it online, look at the invoice you pay for a credit card. It says P.O. Box out of state. Where they receive the money is where they're subject to the tax. So they're doing it the right way. And yes, in 95, when things changed, Delaware decided to disclose. No problem and have more tax. No problem. Everybody ran to Wyoming, Nevada. We need a Nevada Corp when we're in the profit zone, past $3 to $5 million. Okay? Because the goal is very simple. Your corporation, right here with divisions, we're building a corporate umbrella. I want 9 divisions and 9 subdivisions. You know that. That's just the middle number. We start to make money. We got 8,000 here. Okay, 8,000 here, no problem. 8,000 here, and we do it again and again. We did it times 9. Now the corporation receives money. This is liability line. This owns the Wendy's because they get sued. It does his. I can disconnect it. This is a piece of property. I can disconnect it. Again, disconnect it. All the money lands here. This has the money as average balance. If I get past the point of $3 million, $5 million, okay, I now are going to issue this stock to an LLC in Nevada. I'm going to issue the stock to the LLC. This becomes mama company. By the way, it sucks out all the money. It lands in Nevada. What is Nevada known for? Tax-free Nevada. So there's no tax due at all. So if we break even everywhere we go, and everything's a Nevada corporation, now what do you do with the money that sits in Nevada? Reference 3 times 5. Now you use borrow money to buy all the Wendy's and the storage units. Borrow money is not what? Taxable. So now you use that money and you leverage the crap out of it. You keep borrowing again and again. By doing that, if you notice, I was the #1 registered agent in the world for Nevada. I sold 10 times more than anybody on this planet. In 2009, that brought me to 2.6 billion to 3.7 billion, just by leveraging the damn money through corporate structure. Nevada is good when you're in the profit zone. The goal is getting to profit zone. What is profit zone? Should be $3 to $5 million. Again, as we structure the pieces. Nevada is known as tax-free Nevada. Okay, I like tax-free Nevada. It can work with other states and other countries as well. It's good. But again, they don't have any disclosure. And they're tax-free. I like that. But again, you get to play. Remember, all corps are good. They're all good. So before we change anything on a corporation, they're all good because they're a legal person. All right, then as long as we have divisions. The divisions are the line of defense. Yes.
Now, when we are in the partnership program and make an investment in Wendy's, you have 20% of it. Are you taking the division, or we all have?
You have your own division, okay?
Okay,
For instance, over here, let's say I have a corp
yeah,
and I have my division here.
Yeah.
And you have one of your divisions here. Here's the escrow. You're writing checks here. There are 4 people writing checks usually. Wendy's is closed. As that happens, the proceeds is ran through or it's called a forensic accounting. All right, they're actually debiting to your accounts automatically. You're gonna have automatic deposits in your account on a given day and month, period. So now you see it coming in, let's say it's the 15th or something of the month, and you know it's 4,000. Then 6 months later, you know it's 9,000. Now you have income. Okay, now that income is gonna be taxed if you don't create debt to offset the taxes. Okay, again, our business is growing. There's the leveraging of it, okay? So the goal is to own a piece of something. See, everybody wants a piece, but the problem is that piece, I can't afford 250,000, is what most people will say, or I don't want to invest 250 because I'm afraid to do so. Okay, I want you to do slow and steady, not fast and crazy. Fast and crazy go broke. Slow and steady work. Again, I'd rather have you own a piece than the whole damn thing. I have clients that get 3 or 4 escrows going at one time, and they say, I want to own the whole thing. Okay, well, okay, I'll line you up that way, no problem at all. Well, by the time we get through the process, I end up partnering with them anyway, because they don't really know what they're doing. Okay, their problem is they're guessing. Okay, I'd rather play with them so I can help and guide them. I want a 99% success rate, what I've had for years. That's what I want. I don't want to lose, but I want them to win too. My problem in basically 87, 88, 89, I have so many escrows going, it was just fun. I was having a good time. And to me, that was exciting, but I didn't have enough bodies, okay? Every time they were kicking my assets in the 80s and part of the 90s of loan to value, I needed more Mrs. Walkers. I need more Lynn's. I need 10 of you, because what did you give me? A CFO, a location, a person, a body. You gave me a body, I got another escrow. I'm just having fun trying to close as many escrows as I can. The best day I closed 16 escrows at one time. Just having fun, okay? So what am I doing? It was gathering money, that's the goal. The DBA for sole proprietor, no way. S Corp, C Corp, LLC, LLP, nonprofit, professional. We have to decide what we want to be, but you are who you are now. Leave it alone yet. Let's fine tune it. A corporation stays what it is until it makes money. Then basically the C would turn into an S Corp. We're gonna play the IRS's rules, okay? Now, see, they're gonna say a C Corp is double taxed. They're double, yes, they're double taxed. Of course they are. You're making money now. If you transfer the C Corp to the S, you're not double taxed. Okay? So you can say this today, but tomorrow I'm changing it anyway. Okay? I'm looking at structure. Why would I start C? It's the only corporation, if I screw it up, I can walk away and say the hell with it. Goodbye. Done. Just go another one. Let's go another one. That's it. It's like Rose here online right now. She's been a client for 25 years. Okay? She did what I told her to do 100%. Her bank accounts for 25 years at US Bank and Chase Bank. Okay? They bought an apartment complex of 20 units 20 years ago, I told them to do. And they're still doing the same thing, up, up, and away. Now it's, I want to do auto income. I said, why? Because you've been working your ass off and it's no fun anymore? I mean, making the money, getting the asset, that's fine, but you're working your ass off, right? If we get auto income, we free up our time and do more things. I think that was the key thing when I wrote it in 76. Your cell phone, you need a contact person. And your cell phone, your contact person is your corporation. I call some of you all the time. I call you in the coaching, or I call someone and pop in a card. Miss Walker, I got the American Express on the phone. Done. All right. Ray, I got American Express on the phone. I'm afraid to talk to them. Can you grab the phone, please? Is that about right? Yes, okay.
Yes,
I get on that phone and I kick some ass head. I'm in charge. All right, I'm going to tell them exactly what we're going to do. I'm in charge. I know how to play this game better than anybody. And we're done, we're going to win. And that's what we did that day. Because every American Express card goes through a review as you're pushing the cards up, up, and away. She passed the review, no problem at all. There you go. Because we're lining up a blueprint loan. Your phone, corporation, address. Never, never home, ever, 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 ever. You need a mailbox, etc. You need a UPS store. You need a shared office space, or you need the office here. I don't care what you use, but you're not using home. We bill credit to home most of the time, yes. Utility bills there. It's called build, move, no problem. You're in control of that. Charter number. Every corporation has a charter number, okay? We need that in that phone. We need everything ready to go. The SIC code, I need that as well. I need every division lined up too. When I start daisy chaining credit, like the other day when I sold Miss Walker and through Brandy, I want the division cards, I want the cards ordered for me. order me cards. Then Miss Walker's going to basically buy, they cost money. No, they don't. Look again. Oh, I found it. It's an expense card. It's free. It's free. All right. I want expense cards. What? You want take it? That's what it's for. If any of you want to take pictures of anything we show, you take a picture. Okay. You know this stuff back in and in. Goal always. Okay. The SIC code. Okay. Now understand, Dun & Bradstreet's one DUNS number, one, because and then under the corporate umbrella. Every division in corporation is tax ID based. That's the thing we're going to understand. When you build a matrix of 10 divisions with 10 lines of credit, you're going to go, shit, how do I control that? It's a mess. No, it's not. You have your books on your cards for cash. You have your Dun & Bradstreet book. You have your personal book, and you have your division book. Okay. And everything should be automated, automation. Okay. Now remember, some of you get those BS letters from the creditor. You paid minimum payment. Automatic payment, always minimum payment during the month, make an extra payment. It is called fast pay and quick pay. We're going to go through that process again. We have to understand they give us a silly letter that says all these reasons and excuses. If we fix all the excuses, there's no letter to give you besides an approval. That's what we're going to do. Okay. We're going to play the game to win. C Corp. C Corp is closed, privately held, privately owned. That's how it is. So again, I can throw the sucker away if I screw it up. But it builds supply and cash credit. That's what I want. If I make money on the C Corp, that's when I turn it to S. I do not go to S Corp until I make money and got to get my tax return done. In the beginning, it's double tax. Yes, if you make money, but again, you're going to transfer it under the 1244. Okay. So C is going to take the stock. You have a minute book. In your stock kit or minute book, you have one of these. This is a corporate seal. This is the original document signature. Everything you seal with this is the original document, and it pierces that. It embosses it. You're going to be using this a lot. Your minutes and bylaws, or to keep you out of trouble because old blank will hit the fan once in a while. Stock is suspended. We suspend the stock purpose every time. Come on in. So when we suspend the stock to further notice, I want to suspend it to further notice because I don't know when I'm going to issue it. Sometimes I won't issue it until I issue it to the LLC in Nevada. Okay. If the corp in Nevada owns this S Corp or C Corp here, then all the money goes there. Then I can create a UCC one of ownership of asset. We're going to go into that as well. All right, you ready to take your 10-minute break? Is that what it is? All right, 10 minutes. We'll be back. Yes, sir.
The stamp, embossed versus ink, it doesn't matter.
I want it to emboss. I don't want the black ink, okay? Because the black ink has been so they can copy it in a court of law. This embosses so they can never copy it, okay? So I rather prefer that, okay? All right, 10 minutes. We'll be back. All right, let's play. There's a question over here. I set up my LLC through LegalZoom. I don't want to tell you about LegalZoom because Robert Shapiro and I kind of set it up years ago. And I got kind of screwed up in that too after coma, but that's okay. All right, and they sent me a what? Emboss tool. Fantastic. All right, all paperwork, my LLC. All right, the sheets, etc. I'm going to change the name and the address. All right, no problem. All right, LLC should be doing that through them. Well, they set it up. You can do it yourself. It's up to you. You can have us help you. You can guide it. You can do it yourself. See, one of the things about me and corporations is I don't know why people pay people to set them up. I have a corporate two left from last year. That would make sense why you want one through me. Why? Because it's aged, in other words, okay? Let's say a person, they want the 2 years, okay? I set up corporations every year, extra ones for the heck of it, because someone always forgets to do something. The other thing is I set up divisions that are aging. What I used to do is say, pull it off the tree. I'd set up 1,000 divisions on a corporation, and I could actually re-pull them off the tree and add them to your corporation and have the age and the history. So that's what I did. It's like today I got a corp that's got 3 divisions, 3 subs, and 1 basically C Corp with no divisions, because I set up extra ones all the time. But I'd like you to learn to do things yourself, okay? For me, corporations are easy because it's Secretary of State's website. Okay, it's not hard, but again, if your home address is on it, you've told the world where you live. I like using a mailbox, etc. One of the things about some clients, sometimes they think, well, I have a registered agent. I got protection. No, you don't. A licensed registered agent has to disclose who you are. They're there to receive papers on your behalf. They're the ones to be served. Okay, they don't hide and say peekaboo. There's the problem with like people doing Wyoming corporations. The bank wants a real address. All right, I get people all the time, well, I get the bank can't open, there's no problem. Then they find out it's not a real address, it's a mailbox, etc., shared office space. Then they come back and say, we're going to close your account. It happens all the time. We hear it all the time. They want a real address because they've been ripped off by a lot of people over these times. Okay, and that's the thing, they're trying to protect themselves as much. That's why American Express does a review when you're pushing things up. As long as you answer the questions and give them what they want, usually a bank statement or two, it's it. Okay, that's the ultimate goal. So again, you can go back to them, you can do it yourself, it's up to you. Okay, and again, this is what I like to look and assume. Secretary of State, again, we can even send you the links. We're always going to help every client as much as we can because we want you to learn things on your own. I feel the whole world's been ripped off by attorneys, CPAs, and corporate services because they didn't teach us anything. Okay, I mean, I have clients that spend $5,000 for a corp, they pay the filing fee, and I'm going, what did you learn? Nothing. Then why did you pay them to do it? I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. That's why these two attorneys gave me crap for years online saying I'm a bad guy because I give corps for free and they don't like it. In Newport Beach, they sell them for $10,000. I mean, are people dumb enough to pay that for a piece of paper that's free? They do it every day. So change it all. All right. Taking my dog for a quick walk. Okay, no problem. Okay. Just make sure you carry your baggie with you. Well, you have to. Okay, it'll be called littering. Then you get a citation. Then you get sued. I keep telling my wife, and she's probably watching today like she always is. My wife, my beautiful wife and my kids, one of our dogs had 11 puppies. She goes down to the beach and gives them away. She got cited because you're not allowed to be on the public beach and give away dogs. Okay, she's helping people. She just rescues things. She's just nuts all the time. I said, honey, you got cited. Someday they're going to have to call. They're going to call me and say you've been arrested. You haven't paid care of the citation yet. Would you please do that? Okay, I keep reminding her. That's no big deal. Okay, you ever try to tell a woman what to do? You ever try to tell a Colombian woman what to do? Okay, and good luck with all that stuff. So it's all the same? Yes, we know what we got for a rib. We're in trouble ever since then. No problem. Okay, gotta have fun, people. So a C Corp converted to S if we make money. Until then, no. Okay? In case I screwed up, I want to throw it away. 87% of corporations that are set up, nobody does anything. They don't know what's next. My brother, my cousin told me to do a corporation. I did, and what do I do now? I don't know. It's silly. S Corp.
If you're not profitable.
You file a tax return the moment you get an SS4. You have to. You agreed to do this. The problem is everyone didn't. When Biden took office, he said he was going to hire 87,000 IRS agents, if you remember this. Okay? And that's why he threatened the whole world. First thing he said is we're going to go after everyone who didn't file their 1120. That's exactly what he did. When you get a tax ID, it's called an 1120 tax return. We're going to be talking about that. You have to file it with or without activity, period. You have to. You're supposed to. My daughter's 18 the other day. She doesn't realize she's got to file a tax return. She's an adult now, even though she acts like she's 6.5. Okay? That's okay. She's always going to be our baby, as my wife says. She's going to live with us forever. Colombian women are different. Okay? They're just weird. Okay. S corporation is single filing. You and the corporation. I like to file it and get to what? Here's my problem. And I need you to understand, in S corporation, you're telling the IRS you control and own it. You're telling them right up front of the S 1244, you own the corporation. Because that's what has happened. You and the corp, or you and your spouse filing on the S corp. Oh, that's it, single filing. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as you run by divisions. Okay? If you sue the S corp, they sue you. They know you own it. Every corporation, they sue the owner. You're the voice. If we build division process, guess what we get to do? We get to win. So always remember, C corporation will turn into S corporation. So C, making money, equals S corp. Simple. Why? Because then we can file a tax return and offset all the taxes. But again, the divisions. If the S corporation has a division here, every division is a line of defense. What are we building? We're building a corporate structure. We're building a line of defense, a line of defense. Okay? It's your banks have branches, stores have branches, all right? Cities file bankruptcy, Chapter 9 bankruptcy, because we have 50 corporations, 50 states, and cities are corporations as well. Supreme Court deemed a corporation as a legal person. So again, we get to play the game to win, but we have to use divisions. The only way not to hurt your family is a division process. If they sue the corp, they're going to sue you.
Do we need to set up some kind of QuickBooks or something to track all the expenses?
As we start doing things, we're going to be talking about, like in the partner and somewhere else, you're going to get basically a QuickBooks program. Okay. In my building before Coma crap, we had an office, one of the buildings in the office had ADP. Okay. We had franchise room, we had Chase, we had B of A, all right, US Bank. They're in my office doing bank accounts for everybody. My classroom held 800 people. So as I'm doing a class like this, I'd walk out, they'd do an event and do an event. We'd be going through this. You want a business plan. You're going to want a QuickBooks program or something like that to track the income. Okay, I just got a note from my CPA tax attorney. All right, I want you to put it on a better spreadsheet. Thanks. Log into the account, do it yourself. No. Again, hey B, guess you got another project. He's the head of accounting. So anyway, I want to make sure we're auditable. Okay. And that means we track every friggin' thing, always. Okay, no matter what it is, we track it because the receipt or the invoice, we have it. C is S Corp. What do? We focus on 1244. Everyone should actually research, it's called a 2553 or a 1244. It tells us the IRS says we can file a single tax return with me and the corporation. And this is where a tax attorney, I don't like hiring CPAs as much as I like tax attorneys. I want client privilege. I want the shut up clause. If I have an attorney, he will put the CPA under client privilege anyway, under the umbrella of that. Okay, because I don't want any disclosure anytime, anywhere, because I want privacy. 1244, I can do up to $3 to $5 million. I can do more, but I don't want to say, I'm going to do 100 million. No. I got to get people grounded more. I got to focus on income, 3 to 5 million. There's our goal. Okay. Now we look at division process. We keep it simple. I believe in the KISS method. Keep it simple. Stupid is what it was stood for. And that was our goal. Our goal is to be winning the game of business. Always, always, always. It's a game. Yes, Lynn.
When you acquire something, when the corporation acquires something, does the Wendy's or the whatever have their own bank account that they're doing normal transactions with?
Usually the Wendy's restaurant has a LLC or partners into this. They're selling it or some, maybe one person or something. They're wanting to retire. They want their investment out of it. Okay. Escrow facilitates everything. For instance, when we, because I was going to go into it anyway, when we go into an escrow, this is our attorneys and the escrow company showing we have $10 million set aside. We've already put $10 million aside. Okay. So what happens is, because we're not to the slide yet, all right, Santos will show we want this one or this one, and he's looking at the numbers. He'll send the certificate of verification of funds right here. Who gets to the top of the list? We do. Okay, we already allocated 10 million bucks for it to play. So they have to look at us first. And that's how we get accepted over other people a lot of times. So all of a sudden now we're accepted, and then we give them the instructions of escrow. Okay, this escrow here is basically going to want to make sure funds verified. It's right there. When you buy a house, you got to be verified. There's 10 million. Okay, no problem. So all of a sudden now in the escrow, we're going to say, here's 3 people. There are 3 corporations are in a partnership. Okay, we're going to close escrow. They get ownership. So that entity, that division is going to get ownership, period, of a piece of this. See, what happens with partnerships, I think they suck. I think partnerships don't work. Because most of the time you do a partnership, it's your friends and family. And all they ever do is argue about money. It's need and greed and crap. If we all of a sudden take 3 or 4 people to partner in this Wendy's and we're independent divisions, we can get mad at each other, we can hire each other, we can buy each other out, but the reality is we didn't share our pieces. When you share your piece with other people, there's an argument. Okay, if you have a partnership with your brother, 2 corps, division share. You have partners, all your friends, all corporations share the division. The division was designed, and I designed it many ways. Last time I designed it was 2 partners, and they were actually brothers arguing about a Ferrari and a Lamborghini and crap and Cadillac crap. They destroyed a $5 million company being stupid. Okay, typical. There's a 4, there's a 4A, B, and C. We can have basically every one of you share a piece of something. I looked at it this way. Why are people not buying a Wendy's or a storage unit or something? Because it's $200,000. It's $100,000 down. They don't have the money. So they're not even paying attention when they drive by it. It's like, no, no, no. Let's get 3 of those people. Let's have 3 people get through an escrow and get a piece of something. I'd rather get them 5 to 10,000 a month, all right, because they can't afford the 250. They get 8 to 15,000 a month. So let's give them that piece. A piece gets to another piece, another piece, and a piece. The goal is we need to convince the world to look at auto income and look at what? Income. If we looked at income, we basically don't have all the stress we have. Okay, all we have is the money coming in, pay the bills, freed up our time, do what we're allowed to do. There's no reason not to put 10 people in a damn Wendy's. Okay, if there's enough money in that Wendy's restaurant, they each get 10,000 a month, hell, why not? There you go. Okay, but again, they have the $500,000 put in there, but they each had 25,000, they each have 50,000, they each had a credit card. They each have a line of credit. So that way we can finance that piece and close an escrow. See, we're in charge of escrow. Okay. We tell them what to do because escrow we don't work for them, they work for us. And I reversed that years ago. All right. Most of the time you let escrow tell you what to do. When you buy a property, my wife and I will look at a property or something, it's an investment, whatever it is. And the real estate agent will say, well, this is the escrow we use. My wife will start shaking her head right off the bat. What are you doing? My husband will not pick the escrow company you pick. Why is that? I said, because you're going to tell me they're friends of yours for years. They got their hands in my pocket so deep, it's ridiculous. You go to lunch, you have Christmas with them all the time too, don't you? They do. All right. They want me to go through the same rabbit hole that gets referral fees all over the place. Now I got pre-requalified. I got basically pre-qualified reports. Here's a inventory. Here's basically looking at my credit report again and again and again. It's ridiculous. No, I don't want that mess. Okay. I want clean, slow, and steady. Okay. Clean, slow, and steady. All right. Steady and stupid. That's all I want. Simple. I want simple. All right. It's like I take a corporation. I'll tell someone, all right, like someone here earlier said, an LLC. Before we do that, change LLC to S, we're going to dissect the corp. If it's running business, do we have entities in that corp that we should do divisions? Should we dissect the business and create a bunch of divisions first? Then we make it an S corp. That might be the next thing to do. Okay, as we structure this, that's the goal. So again, LLP, LLC. I got an LLC. We hear it every day. They call the office. I don't have a corporation. An LLC is a limited liability company. It's still a type of corporation. It's very simple. We have a problem with an LLC and LLP. They have a certificate of ownership. Okay. So again, that's right there. You have the seal. Okay. You have the kit. It's in your possession. Okay. You have all the corporate seals. You have all the certificate of ownerships. You're the managing member. Whose possession is it in? Yours. What's 9/10 of the law's possession? You. You didn't truly take an LLC and design it the way it was supposed to be designed because you're controlling all the certificate of ownership. You got them all in your possession. Piercing your veil is 5 questions and you're pierced. Okay? But if an LLC has divisions, what happens then? I just want to basically have a problem. I want to plan the problem. I want to make sure that I have my divisions. Divisions are one of the greatest things to offset liability. It's a buffer of tax. It's a buffer of everything. It helps me if I have an oh shit day, moment, or whatever, I get to bankrupt a piece. I got 50 pieces. Do I want to lose them all one time? I got a client who owned 32 houses. He did everything I told him to do, but he didn't put them in divisions. One lawsuit, he lost them all. He goes, oh, Ray, oh shit, I didn't finish the blueprint. I didn't put them in separate divisions. One lawsuit, I lost every property. He did this for over 10 years and lost them all in one lawsuit. Oh, you got insurance. Is the insurance going to cover everything? Does it usually? No. You get through the rabbit hole. You just, ay. But his properties, each one's making $600 a month. They don't make a lot of money. A house does not make a lot of money. A fourplex, that could be 3,000 a month. Now you got it. But then a real estate office manages it for you. Give them a little money. Let them manage that for you. Get away from it. Because if you manage it, you're tying up your time. All right, it's not worth it. Again, what do? The line of defense to me is one of the greatest things you can create. Your banks do this every day in your face. The Wendy's, the Jack in the Box, the storage unit, the cities, the state, everybody does this, but you don't pay attention. All right. The United States of America has got 50 corps, 50 states and cities. Every city is what? A corporation. You have 11 cities that filed bankruptcy so far using Chapter 9 bankruptcy. They wiped out the debt, they kept the assets in front of you. It's right there. Damn, the banks do it every day. So what do? We do the same thing, but division process. Now, what's going to happen with you, you're going to have to realize one thing. This corporation is going to make some money. I want it to be a management company. No problem at all as we play this game to win. And that's the ultimate goal, is win the game of business. You're going to issue stock eventually to an LLC in Nevada. That would be your parent company. This is going to break even. And over here, you're going to have a nonprofit. Okay? I don't like to stereotype, and I don't want people to get it wrong. But if I'm talking to a man on the phone on a coaching or a blueprint call, I'm always asking, what does your wife do? I ask, do you have a wife? What does she do? Okay? Women are more nurturing than men in my situation in life. I've raised a wife, 2 wives, and 5 daughters. Okay? So again, I kind of understand women a lot, a little bit. Okay? And what happens is they're more nurturing. Okay? So again, nonprofit, maybe that would be something we focus on. You see, nonprofits got grant money. Next year, come January, our president is giving away 100 billion of grant money. 100 billion next year. You have to have a nonprofit this year to get it next year. If not, you have to wait the following year. He's allocated $100 billion grant money. So if we have a nonprofit, let's look at the goodwill, my clients that I've helped for over the years. You donate some in the back room, then they put it in the retail store. Then they hire people for ROP. These are kids in college or high school. They have to do community service in California. Free employees. Because that's what they have to do, free. And they suck at all the money. It's profit and nonprofit working together. In California, you might have in other states, you got Cars for Kids. These commercials haven't been changed for 30 years. Those kids singing along and driving their little guitar, they're 50 years old. Okay, they haven't done a new damn commercial. Cars for Kids, the same damn commercial. But again, you can donate your car, you can donate land, a building, whatever. In California, they got in trouble. The Jewish Foundation got in trouble about 20 years ago because they were getting all these cars and they would actually take all the money and get 3% to the nonprofit. They got real big trouble, okay? Nonprofit has to have good, okay? So in other words, can a nonprofit work together with a profit corp and an LLC, and can we make a difference in this world? The goal is, if we provide more jobs, we're making a difference, right? So again, what are we to do? We're going to create jobs. I have a food truck. I won't give you food unless you give me cans and bottles. There's a big sign. You don't give me cans and bottles, forget it, I won't feed you. Okay, you're going to earn your keep. Okay? Half the truck's washer and dryer. The other half is basically a laundromat. Okay? We pull up to an empty field, go over here, get your clothes clean, take a damn shower. Here's some new clothes. Okay? Now give me some cans and bottles, feed, get some work. Okay? So if you're homeless, you need a hand, I'm going to help you. I had a homeless guy. He lost his job, all this crazy crap happened, no problem. I said, why don't you drive Uber and Lyft to DoorDash? I don't have a car. I said, here's a car, I'll rent it for you. I'll rent the damn car, okay? Get out there and earn some damn money, okay? Anybody can do Lyft, DoorDash, or what? Uber, any day, and that's cash now, or a garage sale. If you're wanting to work it, you can create the money and income and get back on your feet. If you want to get homeless and stay homeless, then you stay that way. And that's what happens. Nonprofit can basically do all kinds of fun stuff. I own 27 acres in Riverside. I wanted to become the first homeless park. Okay, many houses, and this is what I designed. I've been trying to get them to listen to me for the last 20, 30 years, homeless parks. I took the riverbed in City of Orange and we cleaned that up years ago before pandemic. So again, I think we could help the homeless and give them an opportunity. One of my weird things, and I got 4 manufacturing companies to agree to do this. Okay, this is manufacturing that I actually deliver a trailer to a field. And if you're homeless, you work for a day and you get paid. Okay, it's a mobile manufacturing facility. It opens up in a big thing. So again, I'll bring the job to you. Now you're going to do this. And what happens is that profit company gets a write off on their taxes. These people get new clothes and get clean and an opportunity. Would you like a real job? Okay, let's get to work. It's nonprofit. Okay, makes them good for it. 501c3 public benefit. Again, everyone should have a nonprofit. You got three choices in this world. Pay tax, buy a Lamborghini, pay tax, get a spaceship, or pay tax and get a nonprofit. Elon Musk got a spaceship. I got Lamborghinis. How about nonprofit? That's how it works, Ken. They offset taxes. You have nonprofit credit cards all over the place. You could Google today nonprofit credit card and it'll come up 6 of them. Okay? They're nonprofit credit cards. You're not liable for daily squat. Again, what do? See, understand, rich and famous people want to give back, a lot of them. Okay? It's like basically Bronze, what did he do? He's got a museum. Cheech Merrill in Riverside has a museum. Okay? So again, you can give back and offset your taxes. Okay? Google gives 100,000 to 10,000 a month minimum to start with. It's a donation. Years ago, they looked at profit and nonprofit and not for profit. This means a corporation today is filed as nonprofit. Unless you get the federal exemption, it's not for profit. All right, if you get the federal exemption, that's federal 501c3 1023 form, nonprofit exemption. California, the Attorney General's office, you have 17 months to tell them you're going to be nonprofit. They'll waive the franchise tax fee. Okay, so now we have a corporation, not for profit or nonprofit. Last year, I think we recruited 64 vans. Right now, Hertz and Rent-A-Car will give away vans because they're going electric. Okay, and we did a research everywhere to get them from. A lot of them came from Canada. Okay, if I get a van today, okay, and what do I get to do? Elderly care, hospice house, okay, transportation. Under the Transportation Act, that is $100,000 a month to sponsor transportation. It's like for Linda, when she did her Hyatt become to what? The hotel. No problem. I said, I want to have a transportation, all right, because the military, you had 100 days, 100 vets. All right, we're trying to fill the beds. They get $2,400 per vet. Okay. They got to go to the hospital, they got to go to the doctors. That's the Transportation Act. That's 100,000 a month. Vans are free, 100,000 a month. That's $1.2 million just in transportation. Okay. Now, if we have hospice houses, we have elderly delivery, and we have what? All right. So again, it's like someone has a house. I got a client, I got a house I'm going to sell. No, you're not. What do you mean I'm not going to sell? I'm going to sell the damn house. You made $4 million last year. You're not selling the house. You're donating it to a nonprofit, and they're going to turn it into a hospice house because your wife's an ex-nurse. Well, that's a good idea. She's a friggin' nurse. Damn it. A nurse has the ability under a doctor's care to have a facility that gets over $100,000 a month to a week. Okay, let's help people. That offsets taxes. That gives you a $5 million tax benefit while you're helping people at the same time your wife's running and having fun. She's a nurturer. That's what she did. That's why she became a nurse. That's why I always ask the man and wife, okay, what does the wife do? Okay, again, my wife, she rescues everything. Everything. There's always a zoo going around. It's amazing. But again, she wants to rescue all the animals. Okay. Honey, you can't rescue everything. Yeah, you can. Okay. Don't argue with the Colombian. Yeah, you can. Okay. They agreed that this nonprofit outline right here does 5 times more than McDonald's does, 5 times more than McDonald's. Okay. Nonprofit doesn't mean we can't bring in $100 million. It means it cannot be classified as profitable. What if you had a nonprofit? Every area. Years ago, I wanted to create a concept about debt consolidation. All right. All your credit bureaus said consumer credit counseling. That was my company. I networked with everybody I could call in other states. If I call it one name, would you actually be part of it? Could you help the people in your local community under nonprofit? So every time we had a debt from Mr. Smith and we presented it as nonprofit, we got it as a donation for giving the debt. That works. Okay, they don't have that now. You got all this crap about debt consolidation crap everywhere. Okay, you got all these people acting like they're helping people. No. In a lot of cases they're not. So again, what about if we have a good cause? We can provide jobs. The best porthole for a nonprofit is in California currently. Okay, so if you did a nonprofit in California, you'd find the porthole. You go to California nonprofit right there, and it'll tell you. You have all these categories. You can say, I want this one, this one, this one. You don't have to write grants. You got AI writing grant letters for you now. Simple, it's right here. California's got the best porthole, but they're all in all 50 states. If I got an exemption, hell, I'm going after grant money. Okay, I'm going to make sure I sponsor something that makes sense. My husband's or my wife's nonprofit or profit working in conjunction to make a difference. We have to pay tax. Buy a Lamborghini, buy a spaceship, nonprofit. Nowadays, I don't want a Lamborghini. Driving a Lamborghini Riverside, you're standing out. You don't want to stand out. I had a problem with my first 4 daughters. Year Belinda, I built a big house in the corner. Everybody knew he was Lamborghini Ferrari guy, Huntington Beach. I'd have security for my kids. I don't want that. If I'm going to be the silent billionaire, I'm not going to be a billionaire. I'm just going to be a puppet master. Okay? I'm driving a 1982 Mercedes out here. It'll get a couple 100,000 miles. I don't want to stand out anymore. Why the hell would I want to do that? Those days are over. Okay? I want to travel and have some fun on a business trip. I'm going to go private. That's okay. But when I drive a car, it's like when I go to Colombia. My wife, she dresses like a bum. She says in Colombia, you never dress good. Is that true, Nick? You dress like a bum. We're going to go everywhere dressed like bums. Hey, that's why we don't stand out. Okay, that's how it works. We're going to be a bunch of bums. They're giving $100 million to nonprofit. Can we not get somebody to help some people there? Okay. Could we have food trucks everywhere? Could we get them off the street? Okay. When I was a kid, they were called hobos. Literally, it was against the law to hang out. They were in the cemetery I used to walk to as a kid, under the trees. Okay, now they're everywhere. But the thing is, are the people that needed help at the hospitals they let go in the 70s and 80s? What about the homeless that needed a better chance to get a job? Why don't we get them to work? A homeless park could do that, get them to work. So again, the 501c3 exemption, public benefit, IRS, you download a form called 1023. They have a short form and a long form, simple. And yes, you want a bank account, and yes, you want divisions for that too. Okay, because when I did Teach Our Children, okay, that was a drug educational kit no one wanted to buy. Nancy Reagan turned it to the DARE program. I did basically what? Teach Our Children, Helping Hand Industries, and I did the Orange County Blind Center. That was all nonprofit. I picked nonprofit as a kid because it was the cheapest one. Profit was $15, nonprofit was 10. I'm 9.5 years old. I'm spending $10. Okay, that's what I did it for. It was cheaper. But again, that's what we do. Professional corporates, that doctor, that lawyer, that CPA, they have usually a PC. It's a professional corporation. Okay, they can work in conjunction. So based on the type of corporations, I'm going to say, please don't name it after you, unless it's marketing only. If it's a marketing tool, go for it. Name it after you every day long. Liability, divisions. Raise Credit has no liability to the parent company, divisions do. Ray Reynolds Financial Services the same way. This building, this part of this building, this is the Ray Reynolds University. This is nonprofit. I have one of the oldest nonprofit exemptions from Helping Hand to basically the Giving Days Foundation to the Ray Reynolds University, period. And I want to make a difference. That's the goal. That was the ultimate goal for everything. Yes.
Grants are federal, I assume.
Yes, they are. Well, no. They also have cities and state grants. Oh, yes.
So is it allocated by state to each state, or is it first come, first served?
It's allocated federally to basically usually states. And then you look at state and you look at city. For instance, today, if I have a nonprofit, I have one client who's doing a pickleball thing. Okay, they're building this pickleball. They have so many acres to do pickleball. He wants to do a franchise. I said, no, stop. I listen to everybody, and then I if you ask my opinion, you're going to get it. If you don't want it, don't ask, because I'm going to be straight to this, right to the eyes. No way in hell you're paying that franchise tax fee. What you're doing here, someone else can help you do it better down the street. This is a pickleball, but again, you're missing the boat. This is also basketball. This is swimming. This is the Special Olympics getting a place to do their business. You're working with the city, the Chamber of Commerce. They're going to sponsor you. You're going to get all the attention you need. Got it so far? So this is profit and nonprofit working in conjunction. And they've been awarded a $100 million grant so far. Is it okay? Okay, I think we can do that facility. I think we can do it again and again. What do you think? Okay? But again, if we're going to create something, don't look at it the way you look at it a lot of times. All I can tell you, Steve Jobs said I was the greatest lateral thinker in the world I ever met for him. God rest his soul. Is I'll take something you do and I'll dissect it in 20 other directions. Pickleball, fantastic. That's swimming, that's basketball, that's this, it's indoor, this is this, that we're doing nonprofit. Now, next to it, I said, you how many acres you got? Yeah, we got extra acres. No, you don't. That's a storage unit. Do not understand. That's for your RVs and your boats. Damn it. What are you doing? This is land. What does it take? Rent a fence and some payment. That's it. I got a client who has a gas station left from his grandfather to him when he died. On the way to Havasu. If you ever driven to Havasu, you see a tree with a bunch of shoes on it. Okay, no problem. Then there's this gas station in the middle of nowhere. It's a piece of crap. Ray, I got 12 acres. What do I do with it? I'm going to sell it. No, you're not. No way in hell you're going to sell that 12 acres. You got every boat and RV going to Havasu. What the hell's wrong with you? All right. All I have to do is basically leverage the hell out of the land. All right. Cut it around, rent a fence, cement, RVs. All right. What do? We paint the thing. So we got RV and parking boat. Okay. He's going to give it away practically. He's making $22,000 a month now. I go, where's my cut? But again, look at it, dissect it in more pieces. Corporation should never say what it does because that's all it can do is what it said it does. You just locked yourself in a corner. No, no, no. I want neutral. I want management company. The officers list is where people screw up. If you look at your corporation online and you see your home address, you better jump up and say, oh shit. You just told the state where you live. You just let them sell you in a mailing list. That is a mailbox, etc. That is a UPS store. That is a shared office space. Okay, that is not your home. You never touch your home ever. You build credit there, that's fine. Because we have to have an address map. Address is simple. Driver's license, insurance registration, P.O. box. That's privacy. I protect my assets. Okay, no problem. I'm going to build credit and move. I'm going to build, move. I build credit to your address because your credit reports are aimed there. Your utility bill, because the creditor might say, I need an electric bill. It's right there. Then I move it to a mailbox, etc. I'm protecting my privacy. I'm building and moving credit for the corporation and me and my divisions in a shared office space half the time at work. Why? Because they don't recognize it as a location. So what did I do for my clients? Okay. This square footage in this whole building, I'm allowed to lease 12 feet of this building to 42 people. That's it. 42 people can use my address here and call it their own address. Okay, if I go above 42, I have to call it shared office space. So you get the least 12 feet. Solve your problem. A real address can build credit here, wherever you got it, real address. That's the ultimate goal, real address. Again, what do?
Do you only use that for banking?
In credit purposes.
Yes.
Banking and credit purposes. So I can build credit here. I have 62 million of this pointed here anyway. Adding you is like I did for you and getting the Ray Reynolds University cards and all these pieces. That's a slam dunk. Log into the bank account. The address, the credit card, the bank account all says Ray Reynolds. I used to pay the bill. What do? From here, 90 days later, there's a blueprint loan. Would you like that? Yeah, I like one of those too. Okay, no problem. I need to get a line of credit to put into an escrow, or if not, I got to take it off a card, and I don't like that. I've had clients take money off cards because they don't show them personal file. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it because there's a bill due in 45 days. A checkbook on a line of credit, yes, it's due, but I got a safety to it. Okay, a line of credit, 100,000, I can use 75, 50, 25, 150, 100, no problem. I got safety to close an escrow. I don't back myself in a corner because that's no fun. Back yourself in a corner always hurts you. So one of the creditors is going to say, can I get a utility bill? Okay. So utility matches, and that's fine. Here I got utility bills under Ray's credit. I got a Ray Reynolds University. I got a Ray Reynolds Enterprise, all this other stuff. I got every Ray Reynolds you can think of utility bill. What do they ask for? I'm ready to go. Which one do you like? Okay. I'm making sure I'm prepared. Now for you, there's some fraud out there. Okay. What happens with all of us, we get these things in the mail. This is fraud, Corporate Compliance Center. There's no such thing. I get attorneys telling their clients to pay these things. I fought with the attorney about 4 months ago, fighting because what happened is very simple, is the attorney said they have to pay this. Okay, were you going to put mics here or not? I don't know if you did that or not. They're back there, okay. So here we have the BOI, we have posters, and we have the compliance center. Okay, see, this is all BS. There's a company in Jamaica that's been doing this for 40 years. They make it look real. It's not real, it's fake. So I tell my client flat out, if you get something in the mail you're not sure about, screenshot it, send it to Santos, him and I will look at it. Okay, Robert here was gonna pay the $300. No, you wanna throw $300 in the street, let me know, I'll go pick it up, okay? All right, that's ridiculous. There's no reason to. Unfortunately, there's a lot of fraud out there. Your book 3 was designed for stock kit minute book. Remember, you have minutes and bylaws. Minutes and bylaws are here. That's a seal. I love the seal. This is the signature of a corporation. I have to make an original document. Okay? I have to put something in writing and have the intent. I have no intent to do fraud, but I have the intent to protect my asset. That's me. I want a seal and I want to sign every resolution. So your book 3 is about minutes and bylaws. Your book 4 is about resolution. It's permission slip. And that's what we're going to look at, permission slip. I tell people, take a picture of this online or here. If you haven't got your stock kit yet for your LLC, C Corp, whatever it is, or nonprofit, get it through here. It's the one I use, the kits that I use in the classes, and you get a discount because I'm a distributor of that too. You get save some money. So again, that's the ultimate goal. Again, the right seal makes sense. And what do? You will create, okay?
Share space.
Okay, where's the office space? If the address is virtual office, shared office space, or Ravenel's office, is that still tax deductible? Any office you pay for is tax deductible. It's a write-off. But again, virtual office, you'll get a lot of creditors say we don't accept virtual office. Okay, that's Chase Bank. That's certain things like that. So yes, our address here is real. You get to use it, and that's not a problem. And everything's a write-off if you write it to the corporation. It's not a problem. Even this summit is a write-off. It's an expense. It's education. So again, that's what you need to do. Again, it's your choice. I just want to give you the ability to make choices. Shared office space, most of the time doesn't work. UPS, I go and line up 7 dashboards ready to pop credit. And I ask the reps, make sure it's not a virtual office or anything else. I Google it and it's a UPS store. I go on Capital One and it's in red ink. We do not have commercial buildings as a credit source. They want to build credit there. So it's like, if I don't know this and I check the right dashboard, I might have wasted 3 inquiries. Okay, but I'm going to check this every time because I have to. You only get 6 inquiries every 180 days anyway. Mission and ethics, we got to have a business plan. Okay, our corporation, our divisions have to have a business plan. We have to project sales. We have to project numbers. Our goal is to have a corporation projecting 250 per division. That would make sense because the numbers made sense. But me, I overdo things. I have a red stamp. I've been stamping things for 100 years. I'm willing to sacrifice a division. All right, I'm going to protect the corp and my family. I have no intent to do fraud. Why? Because I stamped that to things all the time with the intent. Okay, and then through the audit in 2011, what did you do this, this, and that? Because I wanted to protect myself. This is the goal. This is my intent. Okay, they're trying to give me a bad time because I'm fighting to get my stuff back. His team of attorneys trying to beat me up, and I'm saying, you're a crook. You stole my stuff when I was in a coma. Okay, you belong in prison. Again, what do? We protect ourselves. Resolution should always be on stationery. Okay, you should create stationery for your corporation and your divisions. Always stationery because it makes an original document. You're trying to create the history of a corporation, a paper trail. The Bible of the corporation is that stock at minutes and bylaws. Okay, you're trying to create that paper trail to understand what's trying to be done. And you got to make sure it's in writing as well. Some cities will say get a business license. Okay. If they say a business license in the beginning, it's simple. I have no employees. I'm lucky to make $100. That's what I'm going to tell them. It's the truth. I made any money. The business license is predicated on your projection of sales and employees. If you say you have 50 employees, you're going to project 3 million, get out your paycheck. Get out an arm and a leg because it's going to cost you for business license. They charge you per person. Okay, again, I can add divisions for free as well. Problem you got, it's like this office here. You've all walked through the office, to the restroom and all the goodies here. We don't own anything here. Okay? If the company here that has a business license owns all this, the city of Riverside will tax us on our own stuff if it's paid for. They'll tax you on your own stuff if it's paid for. Well, that sucks. Luckily, we lease everything here. It's owned by another corporation. Why would I own it for you to tax me more? Hell no. Okay, I won't do that. It makes no sense. I want to repossess my own stuff. Isn't that terrible? Okay, I want to repossess my own shit. I want to put everything upside down before you sue me so you can't screw me up. I helped a client in Anaheim Hills one day. His father left him a machine shop. It was set up in the 1940s. What do you think that place looks like? 1940s, okay? All right, it's like, oh, this is great, you're making a lot of money, but this place looks like crap. Okay, it's like, you haven't changed a thing since 1940s. He buys a building, that's how much money they're making. They have a government contract for $100 million. Okay, and over here, we're going to build this nice building, all the pieces. One of the contracts screwed up and sued him. What the hell? Screwed him. They're going to type everything he's got. Well, we put a UCC1, write down UCC1. It'll be very helpful, everything you do. A UCC1, we put a UCC1 in all the equipment, the furnitures, and the carpet. Okay, prior to the litigation and problem. We didn't know it was going to be a problem. All right, what happens is very simple. He's got the building across the way. All the new equipment there looks gorgeous. And now over here, this contract, he had to file bankruptcy. The bankruptcy said you cannot go into that building and touch anything. All right, he says, Ray, you're my attorney in fact. I go, yeah, let's have some fun. I went to the trustee and it said, sir, everything in that building has a UCC1 on it. I have proof it's filed at the city, county recorder's office in the state. We're going to repossess the assets. Would you open the door, please? We made an appointment. We have all the trucks, everything ready to go. Just before he's done and we've got everything out of the building, 100% legitimately, he's getting locked out. I said, sir, we're not done. You see the carpet you're standing on? That's new carpet. That's mine. What do you mean? All right. I said, you lift every corner on the carpet in this whole freaking building and you'll see an asset tag under the carpet. That carpet is mine. He said 5 cuss words and said, I can't believe the son of a bitch. You got me on that too. The trustee is trying to liquidate things to solve a problem. He or she gets a commission. We stripped that building of everything. Okay. And he won that lawsuit on that government program anyway, because he builds parts for Boeing. What happens when Boeing gets sued? Everybody gets sued. Okay. Across the way, brand new building. All right. They're doing about $500 million a year now. Looking pretty damn good with new equipment. Again, UCC1s repossess assets. They protect assets. Nothing in this office, we own nothing. Nothing. Well, I don't want to own anything. If I own it, they're going to take it away anyway. So I got to plan the problem. So I'm going to make sure if the location gets screwed up, if I bankrupt this location, I take the assets and go across the street and do another one. The only thing I'm going to bankrupt is the damn debt like the city does. That's all they do is they bankrupt the debt and stay in business. We're going to play winning the game of business. Bank, all I can tell you, you got to have a different conversation. I line you up and I try to tell you exactly what to say. A lot of times you get nervous anyway. Okay, a lot of times if you put me on the phone, I'm your attorney in fact. If we make that agreement, attorney in fact, okay, that means I have power of attorney on your behalf. That's all it means. And I'm one of your CFOs. Just like when I talked to, all right, basically Mrs. Walker, and I got on the phone with American Express and I was in charge, flat out. Because I'm not going to let them walk all over her. She's nervous. She doesn't really know what to say. She doesn't feel comfortable. I do. It's fun. Okay. Let's have some fun. Okay. That's all we got to do. Line it up. Bank. You walk into the bank. They're sitting down. You finally get your turn. You sit down and they're typing. They're interviewing you. And what are you doing? Stop it. Your question. You're in charge. You're in charge. Are you going to run my personal credit when you open this corporate bank account? Okay, that's the first question. Can I have 50 divisions in my corporation? 50 divisions. There's the question. You got to answer the question. Now they're going to ask you questions. How long have you been in business? That's the first question. How long have you been in business? 50 years, 100 years, whatever. How old is the corporation? Next is, what's your projection in sales? They're typing. You're adding it to the database. If we have our 3 divisions, what is our projection? 1 million in sales. Always a million. Okay? We don't want them to re-edit that down the road because now it's a question. Well, when you open the bank account, you said you're going to do 100,000 a year. Now you jump into 1 million. What's going on here? You just made them ask more questions. When you talk to the bank or you talk to American Express, we always tell you, shut up, shut up, shut up. Do not volunteer anything. Every question they ask is to another question. They won't stop asking questions until you shut up. Okay, they run out of questions. Shut up. Simple. Sorry, it's just the way it works. So be prepared. They're going to interview you. Okay. We are there in the bank. Okay, they're on commission. If you don't know this, the banker. That teller has power to put someone on hold or not. They have the power to do that. The teller does. Okay, what do? Get prepared. Now, if you have an emergency, we understand car lost, stolen, whatever, all right, and you got crazy time, we got to start and stop a rapid, understand. Let's go back in time for a minute, okay? 1974, I'm working with Yarborough, believe it or not. I'm 14, 15, 16 years old working with Harold Stokes. I'm already in West Coast College and meeting Harold Stokes and all kinds of, he's a professor, okay? And he's going, there's something about you that's a little different. I don't know, okay? So what did we do? Back in the 70s, all right, people wanted to use credit to buy a house. They're not allowed to. We came up in the 70s, believe it or not, gifted money. Somebody can gift you money as a down payment. It has to be classified as gifted money. Okay, that's what we came up with, gifted money, simple. Okay, that's what had to happen because you can't use credit. They pull your credit report first to make sure you're qualified. Then all of a sudden in the escrows in the 80s, it was terrible. You're jacked up on cards. So we came up with Rapid Score. 46 years ago, that was my whole concept, how to rescore your credit file while you're in an escrow. Where you're in escrow, you're not supposed to apply for credit, or they delay the escrow anyway. Under the Fair Lending Act, they pull 3 agencies. They have to, by law, Fair Lending Act. So again, what are they looking at? Rapid Score allowed you in an escrow to pay down the debt. And that's where they have this Rapid Rescore thing we created back then as well. And that's important. Rapid Refresh, let's pretend today we went to Experian.com. And right there for 24 bucks, you can refresh your credit reports for 24 bucks. Right there, boom, it refreshes them all. That's an instant refresh, okay? Pretend that machine or that switch was left on. It was left on for 90 days. So what it's doing is refreshing all the time. Okay, that's what we designed as Rapid Refresh. It helps block crappy credit and it keeps refreshing all the time as you do something. If you do nothing, nothing happens. I get a client, well, it was supposed to go up, Ray. Excuse me, you told me you're going to pay that credit card down to 29%. You didn't do your part. It didn't go up, Ray. You're listening, turn these up again. If we do something, it takes up to 46 working days for it to readjust. Okay, let's understand why 46 days. Back then again, the Fair Credit Reporting Act says, if you Google it, 30 days, all right, to respond. And then it says 15-day grace period. As Ken and Harold and I are looking at it, let's do 46 days. We plugged in 46 days back in the 80s and 70s, okay? So that's why the credit reports don't update to 46 days, because we took 46 days. And that's how it works. It still works to this day. I created in 87 the 29% rule period and the oldest card. So I'm behind the scenes and all this crazy stuff happening. Rapid Refresh blocks crap, pushes up scores as long as you do something. You don't pay it down, nothing happens. The goal is, do we want it to go up and away as fast as possible? That's why Rapid Rescore is for, Rapid Refresh. Could be at escrow. You can Google it. It's like if you Google it, it'll say about mortgages all the time. All right. And now Experian, TRW became Experian. The goal behind that was to refresh and show. Now watch. Utility bill, no, this is stupid. If you have them reporting utility bills, it shows 100%. The goal on this, because that's called dumb, they misunderstood what I created back then. What it was is your car and house. Your car and house do not show up on your credit file ever unless you screw them up. You don't tell them to show up. They don't make your score go up and down. So if we had a house or apartment or whatever, or car, I wanted them to show up because there's a balance. Understand the word balance, okay? The house, there's a balance, right? You're paying a payment. Cars, there's a balance, right? These ding-dongs now putting your utility bills there, it shows 100% utilization. The score's not going up. That's called stupid. They misread what we created back in the 70s and 80s. This is dumb. How many clients? You remove that, you don't use utility bills because it's 100% utilization. If your electric bill is $50, it says $50, 100%. You're screwing up. It was for house and car because they don't reflect on your credit report unless you screw them up. So Rapid, if you need to stop emergency, let us know. There's a little fee. We'll stop and start it. If you crash it, we got to start over. I'm adding history for you and incorporating the divisions. All dashboards. I want to get ready to pop credit as much as we can. Okay. One of your American Express cards is what, 20,000 paid over time?
No, 10,900.
Nah, there's one bigger than that. You sure?
Parents, that.
What you did. The point is, as we push up the paid over time limits, okay, we can't stop things. Okay, so please understand rapid refresh works, but it only works if you're trying to do something. Okay, we have people left and right. We show this all the time as we play the game. Now, rapid is about a 90-day program. That's all we want, 90 days. We can show 90 days how it goes up 150 points. 90 days again, 400 to it's almost 700 score there. 90 days every time. Remember, your credit report has a heartbeat. That line, you're the one controlling the line up and down, up and down. So we have to realize to be a qualified CFO, to get where we're trying to go, we have to pay attention and get past go. Okay, that's the ultimate goal. Okay, so rapid rescore. At the bank, you're going to interviewing them, but you're telling them things. You have your checklist. I need a general account. General account's what you need. That's all I need. Okay. I do not need payroll. They're going to try to get your payroll account. They're going to ADP. No. If you have a payroll account and you put money in payroll account and you had to use that money for lights or phone, you just stole the IRS's rules. You stole their damn money. No. We never isolated money for that purpose ever. We commingle that on purpose. It's a general account. It's a general account. That's it. I don't need to even print my checks. It's a check writer program. Because then I'm going to print checks. On our check writer program, I can print as many checks as I want to, whatever name I want on the check, as long as I have an account, as long as the name's on an account. I mean, can you imagine? I have one corporation bank account that has 56 divisions on the damn thing. Will that fit on the check alone? No. I want to print them as I need, whatever I'm going to do for the money. Most of the time, I don't need to print a check. Everything's automation anyway. Automatic coming money in, automatic coming out. Okay. Automation. Why would you write checks? Do anybody write checks anymore? I mean, why write a check? I mean, it's automation. So again, no payroll account ever. Okay. And the goal is please do something. If someone is on a bank account, personal or business, write down the word or. If you sign anything and, I think someone should kick your assets. And means probate. Every damn time probate. Okay. Or husband or me or wife, or everything. Pink slip, all right, house, whatever, irrevocable trust, or. We don't want to have to go for probate to prove that person's intent now that they're gone in a better place, all right, because we're living in hell sometimes, that we have to prove that in probate court. No. Everything is or, always or. Division process. Letterhead has to be done. Company name, address, never home. Charter number, tax ID, SIC code. Again, that's what they're going to want. They're going to need this when you do credit as well. You have credit cards that say, I need a tax ID. Okay. And what is the SIC code? What type of business? Every application, Chase, what type of business? There's a whole list. Okay. All right. American Express, there's a whole list. What is the SIC code? It's right on the application. So you got to connect the dots. And the only thing you need to say is education. You are a management company in education, period, and then be quiet. Everything is risk score. Okay, we do not want the risk score used against us because it hurts the credit lines we're trying to obtain. Checkbook money's the dream. These are the banks to play with. These are the four banks. I'm going to say it again and again for checkbook money, debit card, checkbook. You don't see Navy there. That might be I get 50,000 or balance some score, but I want to have it lined up for one reason. If I'm closing an escrow and I need 50,000 bucks in my account in 2 days, Navy, there it is. Bingo. I'm ready to go. I don't find myself backed in a corner. I cannot grab some money. You got to grab money. Every time you can't grab money, you panic. Oh, then you start asking friends and family. And they're the meanest people in the world when you ask for friends and family to give you money. You never want to go through that rabbit hole. You never want to ask somebody for money. You're going to be there for them, but usually people aren't there for you. There's how it works. But if you're in control and you have your safety and you have your backup and you plan the problem, you're going to kill it. You're going to win every time.
Right, went to Chase to open the corporate bank account.
Right.
They were more concerned and focused on what's the balance gonna be, how much money are you gonna leave in?
That's right.
So I was surprised that, and I told them a number and all of a sudden they gave me some platinum or whatever and.
They gave everything we talked about on the phone. Okay,
Well-
but their goal is they're going to ask how much money you're going to put there. It's how much money, what's your average balance going to be, how long are you in business, how old is your corporation? All right, and the goal is they're going to give you. Okay, by the time,
They came to see me the next week.
oh yeah, I told you they're going to put on tier 2 and 3.
But
Okay.
Bank of America, they've ignored me.
Bank of America is not as aggressive as they used to be. Chase is the one because they're going to go,
That's what they did.
That's exactly what they're going to do. That's why we picked Chase. B of A, they're not doing what they used to do. Okay, we're going to play with them. We're going to lines of credit, no problem. But Chase, they're going to kiss your assets. Okay, they're going to get money. All right, 2 of my clients that go online today to manage their cards. Would you like another ink card? They invite the ink card right there on the dashboard. And as long as I say yes, I get the ink card without an inquiry. That's around that 524 rule again. Again, if I can find it on the dashboards. So they're going to hand you, 50,000, 100,000 cards. Yes.
So a complete read to look like, if I'm already in 524, do I have to just wait 24 months? And-
Nope. We're going to go into the Chase accounts you have, and you're going to look at offers. The offers do not have inquiries. Okay. So I need you to look at offers. Okay. We look at offers. There's no inquiries. Okay. And that's what we're looking for. Just like I just said for my clients, I go after offers. Because the Chase loves the 524 rule. Okay. Offers. They're going to offer you ink cards. And that's what they're offering. Okay. Offers give you usually 3 choices. Right now, I looked at your Amex yesterday, and I got those other ones for you right away, the 2 other ones, because they're offers. You're not scheduled for another offer for about 3 weeks. 3 weeks from now, they're going to hand you another American Express card. Okay. All right. I don't know if we want them because we have enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 6. Okay. We got enough. But Chase, yeah, we'll get to Chase. I want those 5s. I like the Chase because of the 0% interest. Up to 12 months, it's usually 24 months. I like that. Okay. That's free damn money. Okay. Free money. Now, if I line it up like we've lined you guys up in Chase, personal, business, average balance 90 days. Would you hand me 50,000, please? No problem. Would you like 150? Okay. Again, I got clients that are giving them 150 off the bat. All right. And one client has his mortgage there. They give him 100,000 to open the bank account that day. Again, as we line this up, the goal is to line you up, answer the questions, go get the money. Let's go get a Wendy's. Let's go to storage unit. Let's go to laundromat. Storage unit will always be my favorite. So will car wash. Okay. Okay. I'll pick those 2, then the Wendy's and everything else. There's 10 to go after. These are the ones that go after for one reason. It's auto income. It's run by a third party. You don't see the owner running the Wendy's restaurant. Okay. No, you see a management company running Wendy's. Okay. That's the goal. It's an income. You're an investor. All right. You're focusing on that. Again, what do they ask for? 2 years bank statement. Once again, what do? If we rebuild you, corporation, division process, it's cards, you, division corp, no problem. We look at the 5 ones we want to play with. The Sparks, they show up, the B of A's, the Wells Fargo, the Chase Inks, the American Express. Those are the things we look at. Then we're ready to play at the bank. The bank, we have 4 checkbook monies. Again, if we use Navy is going to give us money now, but we better be able to pay that bill in 45 days. If it's to reduce that, no problem. If we don't need it, let's leave it alone. Let's line it up for credit cards now, and let's look at the line of credit down the road. Okay? Because that's a bill that's due right away. So again, checkbook money still. The goal is to play the game to win. But that adds up to 5.4 million more if you do it right. What is our goal? Divisions give us the ability to project. So the main thing for us as people is to understand because no one taught us rules, tools, every card fluctuates but 2. We know the American Express Gold and Platinums do not fluctuate. So we got to definitely get these personally. So that way we don't make our score go up and down, up and down, and up and down. And then we get all the corporate credit we can because it didn't show up on personal file. And that's the key. If we balance the debt, we're never going to have below a 750 ever again. And that would be the goal. Now, American Express is like US Bank, they're nuts. They literally offer a line of credit around 150 to two clients that are retired. They're not ready, but you gave it to them. What are you, crazy people? All right, I get Avery, he goes, I got a 150. What are they doing? What am I going to do with this? He's got a 150,000 line of credit. He didn't know what to do with it. Let's see, let's look at the Wendy's, let's look at the storage unit. Let's use a part of that. He's on Social Security. He's retired. Okay, he's an ex-school teacher, no problem. 150, what do you do with it? Well, what most people do nowadays, they kind of screw it up, right? Let's take 50 to 75 off that, get into an escrow, let's maintain the escrow. Now you have auto income, okay? Yeah, it's only 12,000 a month, is that okay? Well, then what happens? Again, do not jeopardize your Obamacare or your Social Security and all those other pieces. You can look at the paycheck you need and your lifestyle so you don't overdo it. This is amazing how many people try to overdo things. I'm rich now, look at it. No, stop. Boring and slow, boring and slow, boring and steady, boring, 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 slow. Slow and steady. You know, he gets his 12,000 a month, he's okay. Now we can position things. Now we have a nonprofit because there's now a concern. This guy is so, drives me nuts sometimes. He asks the same question 50 different directions. He won't shut up. Isn't that terrible? Okay, he won't shut up. He wants 50 different directions. He just overdoes everything, no problem. That's the way he processes. I understand that. So what do? Nonprofit offset the, we can do some more good. We can do here and this. Okay, no problem. So now he's, okay, I don't want to go too fast. I'm not going to let you go too fast. Okay, I got to be concerned with you because I don't want you wasting this money. Okay, again, 99 more. Okay. Now, American Express is going to do what Chase did. Okay, if you do it right, they're going to, okay, they're going to offer you a personal line of credit, a credit card. Not only credit cards, a line of credit. They're going to say, would you like 25 or 50,000? They're going to approve it, but they're going to ask where you want it deposited. This is where we have to use our brains a little bit more. We got to think, because they wrote you a check. They're going to write a check to you, and what it means very simple. You over here have a division of you, and one of these divisions is in your name. Why do I want a division under your corporation in your name? I want you to be able to deposit a check. If you won the lottery today or tomorrow, it's only $1 billion. Your problem is you pay tax because you don't know what the hell you're doing anyway. I've argued with so many attorneys and they go, damn, that's smart. Well, I'm sorry, you're stupid. No, they didn't like that part. Well, the problem is they're going to deposit money because you want the cash value, right? Everyone's cash value now. Okay, it's in your account. It's in your account. If you're in interest, you have to pay tax. If you deposit the money in a division of you to the corporate bank account, it's under the tax ID. The bank will let you borrow against it. Borrow money is not taxable. It never pays tax. Why would it pay tax? See what it says here? Direct deposit. They gave you 50,000, 25,000 right here. They want to know what account to put it into. Be careful. What happens with accounting, attorneys, and auditors, all this crap, and all this sort of things. You'll put it in your account and go, I'm just going to transfer to the corporation. They hate when you commingle funds. They hate this. No. If I have a division of me right here, I'm depositing it here because that's where I was going to put it anyway. If I maintain the payment, I didn't commingle funds. So a division of me is to receive money as well. Divisions of me can guarantee, divisions of me can replace me, divisions of me can be on the damn bank account to receive the money, yes.
Assignment of money is necessary or just the finance kind of?
Just the division and the contract's fine, okay? Because it's not like a commission to a sales rep who's getting it after assignment of mortgage, assignment of money due or something. Okay, like an escrow that's factoring money or something like that. I want the money as clean as possible. I want the division of me right there in that bank account because that's where I was going to put it anyway. Everybody who gets money today for personal whatever, it's to start a business. They're grabbing money everywhere they can. No. Slow down. Corp division, build you. We build this credit instead. It actually works. Yes.
So if your division from your division many,
Yes.
it can't be the same name as you.
Yes, it can. This, all right, they gave me a $25,000 loan, you're right, loan.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Ray Reynolds, all right, raisecredit.com. This division says Ray Reynolds. Okay, I put, same name. I put the account number here, the account number, direct deposit. The deposit has to match Ray Reynolds. Ray Reynolds got the $25,000 deposit to tax ID. The tax ID, this company paid the bill and the auditor said that was great. I got no problem with that. If you put it in your account first and transfer it over, that's what everybody that's coming with funds. This is as clean as it gets. Okay? They want it to be clean. Make sense? It's easy. Divisions of me do multiple functions. I say it all the time. I don't have a personal bank account. Why would I want one? You write me a check, there it goes. Okay, it goes in the account, pays the bill, and I want it as clean as possible. And everything I do literally is based on what? Credit cards, debit cards, bank statements, and we're auditable. Okay, we can cross the T and dot the I. We use QuickBooks all the time. Okay, she's a whiz in QuickBooks. She's also got a background in IT. And she makes sure every dollar we can sniff it out. Okay, all right, every penny we count for, because we want to make sure we offset our taxes. Okay, but then we work over here. What's on this side? This is Ray Reynolds University. Outside the window, what does it say? This part's nonprofit. This is nonprofit, work for profit, offsetting taxes. Isn't that the goal? That's the dream, yes.
Not clear. That, since taxes, I'm just not.
If you make $1 million and you grow your business on $1 million, you have to pay tax. If you have a debt, all right, all the debt offsets the taxes. Okay, most businesses are in debt, period. Okay, to grow a business, you have to be in debt to grow the business. Okay, it's like people going Shark Tank. How much money you've lost? I've been losing for 2 years. If they would have learned to leverage money, they could have used offset of tax. They could have leveraged the money, all right, borrow money offsetting taxes. Taxes due on the leftover. You pay tax before you get the leftover. Corporations pay tax on the leftover. There's no leftover. If there was, you'd give it to a nonprofit. If you give it to a nonprofit and help the community, you help the church, whatever you want to do, guess what happens? You break even. Okay? You break even. Okay? I haven't had to pay tax on corporations for years. Last year we had to pay $2,000. Why? Simple. Okay? All right. California lost money when it came to the Unemployment Act, and they gave away stupid people in prison unemployment. Corporations in California are now paying $2,000 a year to offset the taxes that they lost and screwed us. How's that? I don't owe tax, but I have to pay it because I have to lost money for the unemployment fund. How's that? All right, that's called being screwed. Okay, that's not fair. I didn't take the unemployment. I applied for PP loans. I got turned down 7 times because I didn't lose money. I wasn't going to lie. I didn't lose money. I did not lie, but I got turned down. Okay, 7 times. And all these ding dongs are getting free money everywhere. I said, damn, I liked some of that. I didn't get any. Nope. Not 1 penny that I got. Okay, for a PP loan or anything else I tried to do. I got turned down because I wasn't willing to lie. Okay, my tax attorney said the only way you're going to get that money, you have to show you lost. All right, I sold a house in Yorba Linda, even my personal house I had under a trust. I sold it in 3 hours. Okay, no problem. It's all sold, simple. I know the agencies and I sell it fast and quick, so no problem. Okay, so what do? We get to play. But again, I got turned down 7 damn times. I like to have some money to help the employees as well, but I didn't get that. So what do we have to do? All right. So I know you're going to say stop, stop, stop. Okay, is there a question or two over there? Okay. Okay, no problem. We have 36, 34. It's a countdown, and then I have to shut up. If not, I turn into a pumpkin. Okay. All right. Hopefully you had fun today. Get your questions and stuff. In the morning, we're going to do Q&A first. Okay, so your Q&A here as well. As you notice, we're going to stop what we're talking about and always do Q&A through the process. Okay, that's our first day. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about trade names and trademarks and copyrights. We're going to talk about my new little book here for all the kids in high school. We're going to start their credit files for free. We're going to give them their credit cards free the first time. We're going to teach them rules and tools. By the way, this is published under nonprofit. We want to change the next generation because they're being stupid. I don't want them to do what you did. Is that okay? Okay, all right, you learned the hard way. Is that correct? We know what hard knocks are. So the goal is they picked a little character, it's supposed to look like me. And they're all making fun of me this week because it'll say Zell, now. When you open the arms, it says always good. My team thinks it's funny. So anyway, I guess so. So I'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Have a great and blessed day. It's been fun. We're gonna have some more fun tomorrow too. Okay? All right. You're welcome.